And everybody, it is Set and Key Media back in the house, man, for another night of content. You got Key in here, your favorite big four-headed YouTuber, man. We're back with more. Let's get this stream kicked off right. We got Kamala Harris team speaking out for the first time since the the speech she made after her loss, her concession speech. We got a few more videos after that, of course. But, man, y'all know how we do, man. Let's kick the stream off right. Like the video. Double tap the screen before we hop into this content. Let's do it, man. Oh, shit.
Walls urging their supporters to keep up the fight on a call with grassroots organizers yesterday.
I know this is an uncertain time. I'm clear-eyed about that. I know you're clear-eyed about it. And it feels heavy. And I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th.
3 weeks after losing the election, Harris's team is speaking out for the first time in a wide-ranging interview with Pod Save America's Dan Pfeiffer, former senior advisor to Barack Obama. 4 senior members of the Harris campaign
What's going on, everybody?
They think went wrong. One major hurdle, they say, they only had 107 days, and they say that impacted decisions like the number of interviews she could do. Trump, on the other hand, of course, made it part of his campaign to appear across several popular podcasts.
One of the things I like about doing a show like this.
And let's not pretend like she didn't have the same opportunity to appear on the same platforms. Like, that was one of the most large stories coming out of the campaign towards the end, was that she declined the Joe Rogan interview. She cited logistics reasons, like the travel and the long format just wouldn't work with the scheduling. And honestly, that hurt her campaign. It said a lot because the claim was that Kamala couldn't do long-standing content, long-form content, couldn't speak for an hour, 2-hour interview, wouldn't be able to hold up in that format. So she did herself a disservice. Ultimately, I think that hurt her more than helped her by turning down interviews like Joe Rogan. There were a couple more she declined, but Trump, he understood the value. There's a demographic that tunes in solely to podcasts and platforms like Joe Rogan versus traditional legacy media, and he understood that, and ultimately he capitalized on that. And Kamala Harris, I guess she's seen strategically that wasn't a necessary move, and it hurt her campaign.
Can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Yo, what's going on?
On the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might still do it, and I hope she does.
She's not going to.
I will talk to her. Like
I'm good, bro.
I would
if
try
she
to have
did
a
this
conversation
kind of an
with her.
interview with you, I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying on the floor comatose. You'd be saying, "Call in the medics."
Harris's team addressed whether she should have gone on Joe Rogan's podcast and tried to explain why it never happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of intrigue around this, a lot of theories. It's pretty simple. We wanted to do it. We had discussions with Joe Rogan's team. They were great. They wanted us to come on. We wanted to come on. We tried to get a date to make it work, and ultimately we just weren't able to find a date. But
that is crazy. Like, it almost seems like an excuse. Trump's campaign was moving 2 times, if not 3 times faster than Kamala Harris's was. He was doing interviews, he was doing podcasts, he was doing rallies. So he was just as busy, if not more, and still find the time, still seen the value in sitting down with a Joe Rogan for 2 or 3 hours. Think about it. The story after the Joe Rogan podcast was that he was late to, I think, a Michigan rally by an hour or 2, but he still showed up and did the rally. So Trump found the time to squeeze that into his busy schedule. So it almost just seems like an excuse. They seen that would have boosted her campaign, possibly garnered her some more support towards the end. They seen how successful Trump was in his interview. And I mean, after the fact, hindsight is a B, right? Because after the fact, her advisors are able to look back and say, well, damn, like, we wanted to do it. We should have done it. Like, well, everybody knew at the time you should have done it. That was really an oversight by the people who are advising her to decline that, or to not make that work out.
Didn't ultimately impact the outcome one way or the other.
Yeah, I think it did.
They say they just couldn't find
I think that would have swung a lot of the moderates, a lot of the people who were like on Kamala, a lot of the people who didn't like Trump but were probably geared and steered more towards voting for Kamala, I think that would have helped her out with those people who were just like, but I want to see her answer some of these questions she hasn't answered. I want to see her disprove some of the claims that are floating around out there about her. I think that would have steered or solidified some of those voters in Kamala's direction. But since she didn't do it, some of those people ended up voting for Trump. Like, think about it. The claim is that Kamala can't answer some of these questions. It's word salad. She can't speak in long format. She isn't really an articulate leader. When she didn't do that, Joe Rogan, which would have disproved all of those claims, it low-key pushed people in the direction of Trump. He did it. I might not like how he says things. I might not always agree with what he says. But one thing I know is that he isn't scared. He isn't running from any interviews, any journalist. He'll sit down with just about anybody, and we know we're going to get a true, authentic guy. It's as simple as that.
There, and that, it would have impacted the outcome one way or the other. James Carville weighed in on this question in recent days. Let's watch what he had to say.
The vice president was thinking about going on Joe Rogan's show, and a lot of the younger progressive staffers pitched a hissy fit. If I were running a 2028 campaign and I had some little snot-nosed 23-year-old saying, I'm going to resign if you don't do this, not only would I fire that on the spot, I would find out who hired them and fire that person on the spot. I'm really not interested in your uninformed, stupid opinion as to whether you go on Joe Rogan or not.
Okay, so Jaime, you have the unfortunate position as being for the person who has to explain and answer for all of this for us today. What did go wrong?
Yeah. Look, I hate these postmortems, and Mike and I have been talking about this, and this is going to go on for weeks and weeks and weeks. There were a myriad of things that happened over the course of the last 4 years and even 8 years that led to what happened on November 5th. Look, two things that stand out to me. I think my friends on the Kamala campaign are correct. 107 days is not enough time to run for president. That's just a fact. And on the other side, Donald Trump has now run 3 times. This is the 3rd Democratic nominee that he's run against. And so Donald Trump has run for president 3 times. And so he's been able to seed his messaging a lot more strongly than any of our candidates have been, because we've switched over each of the 3 times. And so I do believe that Vice President Harris ran a tremendous campaign, and I think she was as good of a candidate as she could have been. Now, granted, let's pull back to the layers a little bit. Should she have done Joe Rogan? Yes, she should have. Would it have changed the election? Probably not. And that's what I think. And look, I'm going to steal something that Mike and I were talking about in Mario during the green room. I think here's the overarching thing. You've got to meet voters where they are. You can't try to lead them to where you want them to go. And I think time and time again, Democrats, and particularly this past campaign, we were trying to lead a high-minded campaign and talk about issues that we thought were important to people, but come to find out, that's not what people wanted to talk about. People wanted to talk about immigration. They wanted to feel safe. They wanted to talk about inflation. And look, all these numbers that, these indicators that we're talking about today seem to be doing better right now. And I think if we had a couple more days or weeks, I do believe Kamala Harris and Joe Biden could have got that message out a little bit more saliently. And then, of course, Governor Walz did a great job, too.
And just to Jaime's point, there's a couple of things, right? We talked about immigration earlier in this segment. We saw Governor Abbott. He was arguably the unsung hero of this political campaign, right, by bringing immigration to the fore. When you look at Donald Trump's, what he's arguing is a mandate for a second term based off of the margin of victory that he had over Vice President Harris. You look at some of those blue states, that's what's emboldening him. And that's also the warning sign, I think, for the Democrats, right, because it is immigration. It is inflation. She was quite defensive, as was Biden, when Jaime mentioned some of the indicators, right? President Biden, before Harris assumed the mantle, would just come out and talk about all of these statistics from the Economic Council, et cetera. And Americans aren't feeling that when they go to the grocery store and pay for eggs and bread and all of those other things. And Vice President Harris, I think the campaign fell a little bit short of understanding and being able to articulate Americans' pain.
Yeah, so let's dig in a little bit more on...
And was it the campaign's fault, or was it their spokesman or spokeswoman's fault? Were these issues that the whole campaign is responsible for, or these issues that Kamala Harris mainly shares responsibility for or holds the responsibility for? And my answer is it's the latter, not the former. And I think that was exemplified throughout her campaign, time after time, interview after interview, was that when pressed on certain questions, when asked certain to expound on certain topics, she just couldn't. She just couldn't, whether that be the lack of articulation, whether that be the lack of an actual answer, a solid answer. But we just seen it time after time that she was not able to do it. And ultimately, it turned Trump voters even more towards Trump. It just pissed them off, honestly. And again, the moderates who were like, yeah, I want to vote for Kamala. I'm not necessarily a Trump fan, but I just need to hear her say something substantive. I can't just blindly vote for her. I need to hear her say something that makes sense. When she wasn't able to do that, it even turned them. I mean, 75 million votes don't lie, guys.
Stephen,
and if you're just now getting in here, make sure to like the video, double tap that screen, man. S.E.T Key Media, man. What's going on? Wednesday night. It's actually Thursday morning, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Double tap the screen, though. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. We appreciate y'all tuning in to tonight's stream. What's going on, guys?
Particular there, of course, we've spent a lot of time on, and it was an ad that was
actually, you know what,
I'm
missing
trans
something.
issues, right? That the Trump campaign put a lot of money behind, and it was, Kamala Harris is for they, them. Trump is for you. Here was how Quentin Folks, who was on the campaign, as well as David Plouffe, explained that in this postmortem. Let's watch.
Obviously, it was a very effective ad at the end. I ultimately don't believe that it was about the issue of trans. I think that it made her seem out of touch. And it was sort of a pseudo-economic ad underneath it.
At the end of the day, we were spending a lot of time with voters in these battleground states, both quantitatively and quantitatively. And this trans ad was not
happy
driving
Thanksgiving,
votes.
man.
So he says the ad's not driving votes, but when you listen to what Quentin said there, I'm sure that they were testing the trans issue in a straightforward way, but if the ad's about way more than that, it doesn't necessarily line up.
Right, and it's amazing how after an election, it's like one or two things that, oh, we lost because of that. But go back to the Virginia governor's race in 2021. The issues in that race were inflation, trans kids in sports, and immigration, even in Virginia, was an issue. That completely prefigured this election. And I think because the Democrats did better than everyone thought they would in the midterm elections, that people kind of forgot that. But I think,
and that's why we ended up with a 170-day campaign, by the way.
Right, but I think the election was probably lost 3 years ago when the White House was
Hey,
saying
appreciate it.
inflation
Happy
was
Turkey
transitory,
Day.
when
Happy
everyone knew it
Thanksgiving.
wasn't, and they were saying there wasn't a border crisis when there was.
Do you agree?
I mean, oh yeah, I agree. I also think there were parental issues in that gubernatorial race in 2021. I mean, it was let me put it to you that there's so many places I could go with this, but let me just put it in this context. When you had the they them was the important line in that ad. It had less to do with the transgender issue and more with the they them, the wokeness. When you juxtapose Vice President Harris and Beyonce against Donald Trump at either McDonald's or wearing an orange vest in a garbage truck, that was the difference in the election. It had everything to do with the economy, but it also had to do with who is speaking directly to the voters. And you had Donald Trump doing what Democrats have done for decades, speaking directly to working class voters, and the Harris campaign either ignored.
And Trump made the right moves at the right time, whether it was him rallying back after the assassination attempt, the first and the second one, whether it was him taking time out his busy schedule to fit all these interviews in, all these podcasts, taking time to do the McDonald's, taking some, it was a strategic, very smart play, very witty play for him to hop into the orange reflective vest and drive the garbage truck. He made the right strategic moves at the right time. And ultimately, that's what it's all about. It's not necessarily about running the perfect campaign. The perfect campaign doesn't exist. But when the opportunity comes to show up, he did every time. He crossed all of his T's. He dotted all of his I's when he was supposed to. And that made all of the difference. Kamala Harris just fell flat too many times. We didn't see her hold up her end of the bargain or her end of the deal that we would have liked to have seen. And it just wasn't enough to garner their support. And actually, I said 75 million, just kind of give you a finalized number. It's 77. 77 American voters do not lie. People and things lie. Numbers scream and tell the truth.
Ignored them, didn't think they needed them. I don't know what their idea was there, but they made a vibe election bet, He made a base election, unvoted, low propensity voter bet, and he won.
For sure. All right. Stephen Collinson, Mario Parker, Jaime Moore, Mike Dubke, thank you all very much for joining me this morning. I appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Love to see it. Good messaging. Now, there was a couple more videos I wanted to bring up on that exact topic before I hopped into this. Let me see, guys. All right, so that was Harris team's first real speaking engagement after the loss. I kind of wanted to get into a few more things surrounding Trump. Mexico has announced some retaliatory tariffs, some possible retaliatory tariffs. What else do we have here? Oh, this is it right here, guys. Hezbollah agrees to ceasefire with Israel due to Donald Trump. So we seen Biden speak on getting a ceasefire together with Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. So this goes a little bit deeper, talking about how Hezbollah, after Donald Trump was elected, said, you know what, look, we don't want the smoke, we want the peace.
Ceasefire deal is a result of Donald Trump's election victory. The Washington Post reports that during a visit to Mar-a-Lago, one of Benjamin Netanyahu's senior aides told Donald Trump that Israel's rushing a ceasefire deal in Lebanon as a gift to Trump before traveling to the White House to hold talks with President Biden. What else can you tell me about this ceasefire deal? Is there confidence in Israel that it will hold?
Yeah, there are a lot of people in Israel who are happy this is going to happen. Look, it's always unknown whether or not ceasefires hold or whether they don't. Only time will tell. We're talking about Israel dealing with an implacable enemy who has made it their life's work to destroy the state of Israel. So you're always dealing with a group of people who you can deal with in the short term, but I think solves nothing in the long term when it comes to a ceasefire like this. But for the most part, look, I'm in Israel. This is a new event that happened just toward the end of the night, but people are skeptical, but I think overall are happy about it. Look, this is so interesting. Let's go back to January 1981, and a few hours, actually a few minutes after Ronald Reagan was inaugurated as president, the Iranians let go of all the American hostages because they were frightened about what he would do to them, right? Coming off a Democratic president who they didn't fear at all, right? Does this make sense at all? Does this remind you of anything today? Look, this is—
That's so crazy what some of these people get off with under weak American leadership. Like we, as the #1 world power, we have a lot of influence globally. So these countries, these people, these adversaries, these militia groups, they only do what we will allow. If they know we will police, if they know we will go after them, prosecute them, put them under our thumb, then they will act accordingly. It's when, again, we're under negligent, weak leadership that they feel emboldened to make some of these moves to operate as freely as they do. And it isn't necessarily what policy Trump said he's going to enact, how hard he says he's going to go after them. They just know he ain't no hoe. Like, for lack of a better phrase, they just know he ain't no bitch. Like, he going to get in there and he's going to get all of this stuff that's not out of shape. He's going to whip it into shape. These companies, these people, again, these malicious groups who have been operating freely, getting off on America, he's going to whip them into shape and make them play by our rules, whether it be the tariffs, whether it be foreign adversaries, whether it be China, whoever, what have you. Yeah, it's the fear of this man. It's his approach that has these people already making moves, anticipating what he might do.
This is not Trump's first foreign policy win before he's become president. Just early this month, Qatar kicked Hamas out of their country. They didn't do it because they feared Biden. They did it because they feared Trump. We're already seeing Trump's success in the foreign policy sphere. Look, I'm actually now becoming more optimistic about what he can do, let's say, with Ukraine and Russia. I think both sides fear Trump. Both sides realize that they need to make a deal because they're not sure what Trump is going to do. And I think that's a good thing. This lack of clarity on how Trump is going to react has actually served him really well. Look, not to go over all his greatest hits, but I'll remind you of when everybody was attacking Donald Trump for his view on NATO, when he had this quote unquote bluster about defunding NATO. You know what the net result of that was? The result was that 6 out of the 31 NATO countries who before Donald Trump did not hit their 2% threshold target on spending, now 23 out of 31 are in fact hitting that number because they were scared about how Trump might react. All of these things are interconnected, Rita. All of these things are an outgrowth of a Trump presidency that's on the horizon.
Absolutely. It's peace through strength. That's been the philosophy. That is, it might seem erratic and unconventional, but it works. It's worked in the past, and let's hope it works again. And it seems to be working already. Now, talking about Donald Trump's transition team, he's picked Dr. Jay Bhattacharya to lead the NIH. He is the nomination now for Director of the National Institute of Health. This is, I've got to say, a brilliant pick. He is
not familiar with the man, but I'm sure we'll learn a little bit more about him in the coming weeks. But yeah, I like how this cabinet is shaping up. It seems like people who are the top of their craft, people who are very informed and very knowledgeable. And again, they seem like appropriate picks for the positions that they've been placed in, and hopefully they prove useful. Hopefully we as citizens see the value and they do everything that they're supposed to do as promised.
Professor at Stanford School of Medicine, and throughout the COVID era, he showed enormous good judgment. He showed enormous courage to challenge some of the boneheaded, anti-scientific and harmful COVID measures we saw, from school closures to mass lockdowns. He was attacked for it. He was defamed for it, but he stood up to that bullying to speak truth to power, and to see him elevated and recognised like this, I think, is enormously important. And he will do a great job in the role.
I mean, Rita, you took the words right out of my mouth. There's nothing I really need to add to that. It was a great pick. It was another winning pick for Donald Trump. And certainly it's a pick that the left fears. I don't know exactly why, but they seem to think that anybody who had a counter-prevailing view of COVID was some kind of weird anti-scientific whack job, when in reality, history has proven them right. His entire process of saying, look, let's tranche out the people who have COVID by age, by their ability to get particularly sick by COVID. Let's create an immunity, a natural immunity, which is far more durable than these shots, the jabs, as they called it, that they were given, has all proven to be correct. Yet the left is up in arms about this pick. It goes to show how they are not living a reality. Again, going back to why did Trump win this election? For these kind of reasons, because the left is so out of touch with mainstream America, how they view the world, and by the way, how they viewed COVID, looking now back in the past. And by the way, he's also spoken very publicly about the NIH prior to this pick, talking about the need for efficiency in this organization. And by the way, this is a hallmark of all of Trump's picks.
Appreciate you guys following in, man. As you guys do show up to the show, man, make sure to double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up, guys. We got over 200 of y'all in here right now. It's 12:35 Eastern time, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate everybody. Hope everybody's doing all right. But like I said, man, go ahead and support the stream. Drop a like. Double tap the screen. You get 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's get some more people in on the conversation. Let's expand the conversation. And the only way to do that is to push the video in the algorithm, like the video, and we appreciate you guys. Let's do it.
The idea that there needs to be government efficiency, government accountability. This is another pick that will do exactly that. I'm thrilled.
government efficiency and also doing something about that overreach, because we've seen institutions be guilty of that in recent years. You've been out and about talking to lefties. You love doing that. And I've got to say, they've got some strange ideas about borders. They seem to think borders are racist.
Hey.
Borders are racist. Yes. Why do you think that is? I don't really. There's no need to really expand on that. Just kind of. It's self-explanatory. Yeah. Do you think that having a border is an expression of racism? It's a tool of racism.
Yeah, it's control. So they automatically racist. They think that we're better than them because why? Because we're on this side and they're on that side?
Well, those folk are going to be very triggered when they hear from this next grab. This is Trump's border czar pick, Tom Homan, who's warned sanctuary cities against blocking immigration authorities from carrying out.
When you got to argue against a group that thinks borders are racist, man, I'm telling you, it's damn near a debate that you can't even win. It is damn near a debate that you can't even win just off of the framing. So, you think protecting our country, restricting, vetting who comes in, who comes out, checking their background, seeing what their intentions are before they come over here, come over on our land, assimilate into our culture and our society, you think that process, a strong border, is racist, inherently racist? Okay, like I said, it's just a debate you almost don't even want to participate in. It's like, hold on a second. Like, so protecting the national security is racist. Like, where are we at? Shout out Tyler Lang, $2. He's speaking on the exact same thing I'm speaking on. Borders are racist if you're a first world country. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Mexico having a border wouldn't be racist, right? The other way, or inversely, it wouldn't be looked at as something that's racist. It's just because America, I guess, land of the free, home of the brave, opportunity economy, just the best place to be. They look at us keeping anybody out, or anybody without good intentions, or anybody who's trying to come through the back door. They look at that as racist. Like, bro, we have an immigration policy. Now, I'm not saying it's the easiest thing, but it shouldn't necessarily be the easiest thing. You can come over here. You just have to have the right intentions, have to follow the due process. But to say us trying to secure our borders, us having a strong border is inherently racist. Like, it's just it's a conversation that you can't win. When this is the argument, when this is what we're debating, it's just something that you can't win with these folks.
These mass deportations that Trump has promised. He's said there will be harsh consequences if they obstruct these plans. And his simple message is, don't test us. Here he is alongside Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
So if we don't want to help, that's fine. He can get the hell out of the way. But we're going to go do the job. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives.
Oh dear. Army, do you think these sanctuary cities will follow through on their vow to stop the deportations and to go to any measure necessary to stop these deportations?
So is a fence around your home racist? Is having your front door locked racist? Like, you trying to keep people out is something that everybody in every corner of I don't care if you live in a mud hut. You probably close the curtain to your mud hut. Is the curtain to your mud hut racist? You trying to keep folks out. You trying to control who comes in and out. How could that ever be seen as racist? But again, it is a great point made by Mr. Tyler Lang. It's only racist when you're America. It's only racist when you're a first world country. Look at it. Look at the situation inversely, or look at any country who would be considered a third world country. We're not over here calling them racist, telling them to let everybody in their country kick down their borders. But, since it's America, we're racist for having borders or trying to have a strong border. Like, come on, man. What are we arguing?
By the way, again, another great pick by Donald Trump, President-elect Donald Trump. Absolutely love that guy. He is going to get the job done. This is so incredible to me, Rita, right? We literally just had an election primarily on this issue itself, right? It was the economy, number one, and immigration, a close second. It is unbelievable to me that these blue cities and blue states have not learned the lesson on this issue. They are doubling down when they literally just lost an election because of it. This bodes very poorly for the Democratic Party. Again, the crazy people you saw just earlier when I interviewed them about racism, yes, they're the hard left. But let me tell you something. It is their views that have been driving the views of the general Democratic Party on immigration. And this is why we have the situation we find ourselves in today. Look, not only did they lose the election in the general public, let's not forget that in the blue cities and the blue states, these elected officials are going against what their own people want.
Oh, and shout out Gerard, $5. He ain't had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support. Man, we appreciate that, Gerard. Always showing consistent support, man. Shout out Gerard.
All of these cities, yes, they ultimately voted for Joe Biden. Obviously, California, Illinois, Massachusetts, but they all trended toward Trump. Trump got a larger percentage of their share than he did in the last election. Why? Primarily in those cities because of immigration. They saw what is happening to their cities and their states.
Yeah, 100% right. Huge shifts in those blue states. Army Horowitz, thanks for your time.
All right, and shout out Sky News Australia, man. It's become one of my more preferred news outlets, man. I like Rita here. She's pretty funny when she gives her little takes. Lefties Losing It has become one of my favorite segments recently. Shout out Sky News Australia, man. Now let's transition into this Piers Morgan panel. We'll probably stop, transition into other videos and come back to it, revert back to it as we go on to the stream. But we got over 200 of y'all in here currently, man. Like the video if you haven't already. Double tap that screen. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Happy Turkey Day. Hopefully you're surrounded by loved ones, man. Beautiful time, man. It's a time of fellowship, family, turkey eating, and all that good stuff, man. So double tap the screen. Like the video. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. We appreciate you guys. Feel free to support tonight's stream with the super chat. Thoughts, questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, poll suggestions, video suggestions will be read and engaged with. $1 or more is all we ask. We appreciate the support. Go ahead and feel free to click that link in the chat that I've pinned. Shout out Doubly AI. Take charge of your credit with Doubly. Go ahead and sign up for the service and fix your credit with AI, guys. The sign up is extremely seamless, can be done on your phone in as little as 60 seconds. Boost your score by up to 80 points. Easy, guys. Credit monitoring is also offered. Extremely free and easy to use service. Shout out Doubly, our sponsor. And yes, again, like the video, guys. We appreciate you guys.
This was the woman who was selling us joy.
I see myself as a 22-year-old at 3 a.m. at a bar talking to a best friend. Don't let anybody take your power away from you. Which political party has made my life worse? It's not the Republican Party. You have to give me one promise that you guys aren't going to do me dirty in the thumbnail.
Victor Davis Hansen is an acclaimed author and an award-winning historian. Earlier this year, he released an update to his book, The Case for Trump, an authoritative take on how an abrasive celebrity businessman became better placed than anybody to tackle a world roiled by war and cultural division. Clearly, the majority of Americans now agree. But now it's time for theory to become practice. How does Trump weigh the anti-war sentiments of his supporters with a stridently pro-Israel bent of his cabinet? How does he end the war in Ukraine without handing a propaganda victory to Putin? And can his extraordinary anti-establishment coalition survive the transition from populism to power? Well, Victor Davis Hansen joins me now. Victor, great to have you on Uncensored.
Thank you.
I spoke to President Trump yesterday. He called me just for a chat, which I found amusing on one level, but also because he's a phoneaholic. Not entirely surprising. I've known him 20 years. I've got to say, and I said this publicly, I've never heard him sound so happy and relaxed, certainly since he became a politician, or more focused and determined on leaving a legacy of being a great president. I genuinely believe, from speaking to him yesterday, that he feels he's got a mandate and a head of wind that can enable him to be an historic, transformative president. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he does have a mandate. I don't think it's based on 50% of the vote, or that's the first time a Republican had done that since George W. Bush in 2004. But all the issues that he embraced on the border, security, lessening crime, diminishing crime, foreign policy, building up reforms and building the Defense Department back up, DEI, cultural issues, all of them, the hyperinflation, he was polling about 60%. So he embraced issues that were about 60 to 65% across the board. Harris's team now is in retrospect saying, well, we didn't have the messaging right, or we should have done this, but that's not the problem. The problem was that all of the issues that they embraced did not warrant 50% support. So he thinks he has a mandate based on the issues rather than just the overwhelming. It was an overwhelming electoral college win. I think the other thing is he's kind of a Nietzschean figure. He figures that they've impeached him twice. They tried him as a private citizen. They tried to take him off the ballot in 16 states. They conducted 5 criminal and civil suits. I think you could call them lawfare. And there was 2 assassination attempts, and they all failed. So he feels that anything that didn't.
Don't leave out the media attacks, the attacks from his political opponents and adversaries, bro, and just the countless villainization of the man. Like, he's still here. If that isn't a testament to his will, his consistency, his perseverance, if those aren't commendable characteristics, I don't know what is. I mean, like I say, man, you can hate him, you can love him, but bro, him still being here at this point in time and him winning the president election, it just says a lot. There's so many parables, there's so many lessons that could be taken from his story, from his journey. I don't care who you like, I don't care what politician you favor, bro. His story alone is motivating. It's like, damn, bro, you really didn't give up and you won? Like, shit, like, round of a fucking applause.
Destroy him made him stronger. And there's nothing left that he has to worry about. Not that they won't try it again, but he feels that he's overcome all these things in the past.
Yeah, and also, of course, he's now, because he's won and is now the president, he can control that side of things. I mean, all the legal stuff's basically going away very, very fast. I want to play you a clip. This is from a podcast called On Pods Save America, where some top Harris Waltz campaign staff, including David Plouffe, who, of course, used to work for Obama, spoke out for the first time about some of the key decisions. Take a listen to this.
In a 107-day race, it is very difficult to do all the things you would normally do.
On the trans attack, obviously it was a very effective ad at the end. I ultimately don't believe that it was about the issue of trans. I think that it made her seem out of touch.
If there's a belief that if only we had responded to this trans ad with national and huge battleground state ads, we would have won. I don't think that's true.
She was ready, willing to go on Joe Rogan. Would it have changed anything? You know, it would have been it would have broken through, not because of the conversation with Joe Rogan, but because the fact that she was doing it.
You know, listening to them, Victor, I just got the feeling of people who really don't really understand how they've managed to lose so badly, when in fact, I think it's reasonably straightforward. A very poor candidate who'd been a very poor candidate the first time she tried to run as a Democrat nominee and was rejected very quickly by her own side, who recognized she was not very good. But secondly, Trump was massively better trusted to potentially fix the cost of living crisis and the illegal immigration crisis, and also because he represented what he called in his victory speech a core of common sense, and that Kamala Harris represented, as that very effective trans ad showed. She was for they, them, Trump's for you. In that one very simple ad, there was the difference between the two parties and the two candidates. One is common sense. Of course, you can't have biological men ruining women's sport. The other one was, yeah, of course you can. And I do think it was that three-pronged thing, plus what you just said about the fact he took on the lawfare. They tried to jail him, they tried to shoot him and so on. All that helped him. But do you think those three things ultimately were what drove people to vote for him?
Oh yeah, I think that's exactly on the money. And I mean, they've offered all sorts of excuses that they only had 100 days. Well, Trump only had 100 days. In fact, he had months that he was dealing with courts and suits and fines. He was tied up and off the campaign trail. But the thing that the marquee theme was he was able, for the first time in my lifetime, to replace racial tribalism with class solidarity. In other words, he said to people, if you're a Mexican-American truck driver, if you're a black electrician, if you're a poor white carpenter, you have more in common with each other than you do with your elites on the bicoastal domain. In other words, the people at Stanford University do not represent the working man in Michigan, or the Latino, La Raza, Latinx media spokesperson does not represent the people I'm living around right now here in the San Joaquin Valley. And that was a radical idea. And if you look at the actual data from the 2016, 2020, and 2024, he really didn't increase much the white working class or the white vote at all. And he was about the same. He went up a little bit with women, but where he made unbelievable gains were in Mexican Americans, Native Americans, Asians, and African Americans. And had he not made those gains, he would not have won. And that's what they do not want to confront, because that's the keystone of the Democratic Party: victim, victimization, victimizers, oppressor, oppressed. And they have this kind of Marxist binary, and people don't buy into it. And especially minorities don't buy it. They don't like, I think.
And we've seen that towards the end of the campaign cycle, just the pandering. Like, they have to play identity politics. They have to pander. They have to, kind of play on that lowest hanging fruit. And it's the easy play. It's the expected play. But honestly, I think people got fed up of it. I think people started to catch on, especially the marginalized groups, whether it have been Hispanic men. They try to play on the Puerto Ricans towards the end. They try to use these groups as political fodder. And I can appreciate the fact that more and more people are starting to wake up and realize it and not let themselves be played with as a political prop. And shout out to the citizens for gaining awareness. And shout out Daniel Welch, $5 super sticker, man. He ain't had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support, man. We appreciate that. Let's transition into another video, man. Like I said, I'm trying to keep this stream going, keep it fun, keep it flowing. Shout out PBD and Valuetainment. This is him kind of detailing Maha, Make America Healthy Again with RFK. Let's see what he has to say.
Towards health, yet how is it that U.S., we spend the most money out of our GDP, which is roughly 18% of our GDP, $1.5 trillion towards health, yet we have one of the lowest life expectancies in the world? How does that make any sense? So imagine you get a phone call. They say, hey, we want you to have a new job. What job is this? We want you to be the Secretary of Health and Human Services. No way. Yes. How big is my budget? $1.5 trillion a year. $1.5 trillion a year. Yes. Who reports to me? FDA, CDC, NIH, Office of Surgeon General. All of those guys report me. Yes. How big is my budget compared to all the other departments? Well, you're bigger than the military. No way. Yes. Do we spend more than anybody else in the world? I got some numbers here that says we spend 17.8% of our GDP, higher than any other country in the world. And if we spend more than everybody else, America should be outliving everybody else, right? No, we're not. We spend the most, but our life expectancy sucks. How bad are we? Well, let's just put it to you this way. In 1980, the average of where we used to live in America, 73.7 years. And the difference between that and our peer nation was 0.9 years, a little less than a year. We've improved from 0.9 to today, right? No, not that.
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry, guys. This video is going to be played a little bit later in the stream. Let's actually step in with a little bit of a comedic interlude, because we still got these liberal tears, man, and they're still flowing damn near 3 weeks after the election, man. Can y'all believe it, bro? But their tears are our entertainment and endless content for us to react and laugh to, man. So shout out the liberal tears. Grab your mugs, man. It's about to get drippy.
Oh, shiver my timbers. Shut up, man. Leave your husband. Leave.
I'm weak.
The woke meltdowns have.
If you're heartbroken about Trump, or if you're heartbroken about your husband voting for Trump, might I suggest you... That was crazy.
Oh, shiver my timbers. Shut up, man. Leave your husband. Leave.
Yeah, appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you, bro.
The woke meltdowns haven't stopped since Trump was elected, and I can't lie, as a non-American, it is funny to watch.
We picked up the
Okay.
shackles of yesterday. Shoulder to shoulder gave freedom away. Our daughters will abhor us. And they'll sing in dreadful chorus. What have you done, sister suffragette?
Shut the hell up.
I'm weak. It's like that Plies meme. I don't know if y'all seen it. He's like, why are you so mad? Be happy. You should be happy. Like, honestly, bro, it's 3 weeks after the election. Kamala lost. It is what it is. Y'all have had 3 weeks to seethe. Be angry, be volatile. Y'all have had y'all time, bro. 3 weeks later, bro, your emotions should start to kind of regulate themselves. Like, you know what? It is what it is. He won, she lost. Let's get on with it. Well, bro, you still have people shaving their heads, still making these TikToks, still making these crazy videos, talking about how they hate this country, how they left their family, they divorced their husbands, 4B this, I'm moving to New Zealand, that. Like, bro, come on, man. Like, at a certain point, it's like, grow up. Like, I haven't seen these many sore losers since I don't know when, bro. Even in sports, people don't take the loss this personally. Like, I don't care if I'm a diehard Chicago Bulls fan. I got all the merch. I know all the players, bro. I know the GM and the owner, bro. I'm not taking it this personally when they lose. Like, it is what it is. We always got next year. Like, come on.
All right, so y'all just seen that corny ass shit.
And I literally fell to the ground crying. I had finally pulled myself together.
He fell to the ground crying. Oh my God. Trump won. What are we going to do? He won. Oh my God. There's going to be more money on my paycheck. No tax on overtime. No tax on tip. No tax on Social Security. Oh my gosh. No federal income tax. Like, bro, what are you crying about? Get a man some time, bro. And like, I keep saying it because it's going to be, I swear, I cannot wait to see the apology tour that some of these people are going to have to go on. Not everybody, but I hope at least the people with a level of influence for all the mayhem, for all the fear they low-key mongered in the past couple weeks since Kamala's lost and Trump's won. Oh, this, oh, that. You guys voted against your best interest. Everything they've said in 6 to 12 months, when the economy is flowing, when people got more money in their pocket, when the outlook is brighter, when everybody's just a little bit happier, I really need some of these people with platforms, some of these people with influence to come out and be like, you know what? I spoke too soon. I'm sorry. I didn't like the guy. I said some things based off of how I felt about him at the time, but I can't lie. Shit's better. We're on the up. Well, shit, I can't lie. I got more money. Shit's moving better. My business is making more money. I need a lot of these people who made all these remarks, who said all this shit, made the videos. Bro, make sure you are just as loud with the apology.
Today, because we actually are in a dangerous situation. Aside from the news this morning about who won the election, we actually have a fire that started, and it is very close to where I live.
And shout out Maya, $2. I'm so grateful these ladies aren't breeding. Bro, some of them are, though. Like, we take it back to the first lady who said she had a little song in the background talking about leave your husband, leave your husband, because he voted for Trump. You can damn sure believe they probably had kids in a family together. Some of these people don't care, though. So, yes, these are some people's parents. These are some mothers out here who feel just as strongly, who are just as crazy, just as liberal. But shout out Maya. We appreciate that.
I missed the part where that's my problem. Black women have every right to not trust ever again white women. That 52% of you, again, voted showing you don't care about...
What type of self-hating bullshit is this? I just don't get when people say shit like this. This type of social justice ass, I just over woke ass. I just don't get it. That's like me saying like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, y'all got every right to low-key be mad at black men. Like, you will never catch me saying some shit like that. What type of self-loathing ass shit? Like, bro, that's so sad. Like, masochistic ass. Like, I just don't get the meaning. It's performative, really. You don't really feel like that. You don't want anybody to hate you, so why are you saying it? Oh, you got every right to hate white women. Like, bro, you're a white woman. Like, do you want people really hating you? Because people hating you might result in you getting misfairly treated, you know, people being aggressive towards you, violent towards you. Do you really want people to feel justified in their hatred towards you? No. So shut the fuck up.
The welfare or the lives of Black women.
MAGA, if you're going to attend a mixed bag event, are you concerned about your relatives maybe spitting in your food?
You bet
Maybe
the
they
fuck
won't.
not.
I don't know your family. I don't know
Bro,
your
how petty are some of y'all people, bro? I'm talking about we get together for Thanksgiving. I know a couple of my family members voted for Trump. This side of the family is Kamala Harris. You telling me I spit in the food because, bro, like I said, some people just take politics too far, bro. It's not that deep. I promise you guys. Like I said, it's like smile. Y'all should be happy. Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? Be happy. Like, bro, this shit is not that serious, bro. You go into the depth of spitting in your loved one's meal? Like, come on, bro. Just because they voted for a different candidate, and bro, we'd be all up in arms. We'd have our panties in a bunch of inversely that was on the opposite end that was happening. Oh, Kamala won. Now the Trump supporters are mad. Now the Trump supporters are over here spitting in people's food, spitting in the turkey. Like, bro, it's not right on either side. Like, politics should never be this divisive to where we're over here cutting off family members and spitting in the green beans. What the hell? Where the hell are we at in the plot? Like, come on, bro. Sometimes we just got to realize that certain times, like, the buck stops here with certain shit. Yeah, I'm a little bit salty, but the buck stops right there. I'm not taking it further than that. I'm not cutting off friends who I've known 10 plus years. I'm not cutting off family members who I've known my whole life. Like, this shit should only be so divisive. Like I said, it should be like your favorite sports team loses. You're salty for a little bit, but man, try another day. Get your ass up and stop complaining. Y'all over here looking like sore ass losers.
family.
What? Nobody even bothers responding
Terminal
to these
malignant
Muppets like
feminism
adults
is crazy.
anymore. They just roast them.
There she goes, Miss America.
Hello?
Wow.
4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years.
Nah, they both petty. She over here flicking up the whole house as she walks by, and they're recording and talking about some 4 more years. They both petty, I ain't gonna lie. I'm weak.
No, I'm just joking. Let's have a nice dinner.
I'm so weak.
Can you pass them out?
Yo. Yo, like I say, bro, it's a little bit funny because, yeah, Trump won and, you know, his supporters might be walking with a little pep in their step. But, bro, if you go to Thanksgiving tomorrow, bro, and, you know, you're a Trump supporter and your family's Kamala supporters, bro, be respectful, bro. Be a little bit affable, bro. Ain't no reason to you know, to rub their face in it. I mean, we had a week or so to do that. Bro, now's the time to low key try and unify folks. Like, if you going to Thanksgiving, if you're showing up tomorrow with Thanksgiving dinner with the party poppers and the MAGA hat, bro, you looking for trouble. You looking for a debate, bro. Like, come on, let's let Turkey Day be Turkey Day, bro. Let's get on with it. If you show up tomorrow literally with your Trump t-shirt, and like I said, the party poppers and the funfetti, bro, like, come on, bro. Like, you really looking for the smoke.
No, she was so fucking manufactured that the second the shares, where is she going?
Can you pass them out?
Where is Kamala Harris? Where is she gone? This is how you.
Yeah, that was funny. I got you. The Trump supporter cousin shows up.
No, I'm just joking. Let's have a nice dinner.
Can you pass them out?
Where is Kamala Harris? Where is she gone? This is how you know she was
Yeah,
so
some
fucking
families can.
manufactured that the
Yeah,
second
nah, some families definitely can joke like that. Like I could joke with my family like that, but let's not be silly and think that all families are playing like that, bro. Some families don't even want you speaking on politics tomorrow. Some families don't even want you bringing it up, knowing that you did vote for Trump. So you show up with a T-shirt, a hat, and the party poppers. It's kind of like insult to injury. And bro, I ain't gonna lie, you gonna ruin your family's time. You gonna ruin a good time showing up looking for some laughs. Like I get it. If your family play like that, and some people's families do. Like I know families that do. My family could play like that. I ain't gonna lie, show up, have some fun. But if you know your family is a little bit sensitive when it comes to Trump, when it comes to politics, like bro, show up, get your turkey, grab your plate, leave it clean, leave it respectful, bro. Don't go over here pissing off your family just because you're looking for some yucks.
that she lost the presidency, you don't hear a fucking lip about her. It's almost like they propped her up on a pedestal, pushed billions of dollars towards her, and paid promotions for everybody, and then after it didn't work out, they stopped funneling money into her. Nobody likes her anymore. I find it so fascinating that she literally just fell off the face of the earth, and that nobody gives a fuck about her anymore. We're talking about someone that was just the next president. She was so likable and so kind and so joyous. Where is she gone? Where's the joy now? Oh, that's right. It was fucking fake.
She actually put back up yesterday to give a speech, and before she was even done, she was turned into a meme.
Don't you ever let anybody take your power
I'm
from you.
weak.
You have this.
Not they edited the Hennessy bottle in her hand. Like, what's this claim that Kamala is just some drunk or she's just off the benzos? Like, where's this claim come from? Now, I could see it. I have my own theories of why people say that, but the fucking edited Hennessy bottle in her hand is insane, bro. The internet is undefeated. My God.
The same power.
That shit is
She put
funny.
back up yesterday to give a speech, and before she was even done, she was turned into a meme.
Don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did.
Bro, the edited Hennessy
have
bottle.
to remind you.
Oh my God.
Don't you
Nah.
ever let anybody take your power from you. You have.
She definitely does look like a on the rocks. Like Kamala looks like nah, hey, chat. Kamala looks like she take it straight. No chaser, no mixer, none of that tutti fruity. She give me a shot on the rocks, make it stiff. Like she ain't getting none of that. Yeah, don't mix it with nothing. Give it to me straight. Kamala look like she get down like that.
The same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same ability to engage and inspire.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Said channeling a drunk aunt who's a total mess but chases you down after every holiday dinner to give you unwanted life advice
Bro,
on your way
no,
out the
that's
door.
actually crazy. Like the aunts whose life is low-key in shambles. Like she does well for herself, but low-key just empty, soulless, no kids. Like, always wanted a family. But again, she does well for herself, drives a nice car, has a nice bag, wears the nice clothes. But yeah, she's trying to give you life advice. Meanwhile, she's a drunken mess and she really doesn't have anything outside of her success or her monetary items. Like Edoki is that type of aunt. It does kind of remind you of the successful aunt who's drunk and trying to find her problems at the bottom of a bottle or solve her problems at the bottom of a bottle.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I seen those bags too. Like you had a mean ass like you were on a not even a hangover, like a mean ass bender. You're on like a 48, 72 hour bender. It's day 3 or 4 and you still up going hard. Like those were those type of bags.
Me.
The president and vice president are proud to be leaving behind the strongest economy in the world. And the president and the vice president are proud to have changed America for the better.
Bullshit. The turkey before I put it in. The turkey after I take it out.
Ooh.
That one there was a violation. Personally, I wouldn't have it. Robert De Niro gets the news that Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States.
Trump won, and we couldn't do nothing about it. And that's it.
I'm hinged, man.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all seen De Niro for whatever reason. It seemed personal at a certain point, but was a big hater, big TDS victim. Was not a fan of Donald Trump. He had came out publicly and admitted it a few times. So I don't know if Trump bought his property before De Niro could get to it. If Trump stole a girl from him. I don't know what it was, bro. But De Niro, yeah, does not like Trump.
Robert De Niro gets the news that Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States.
Trump won, and we couldn't do nothing about it. And that's it.
Unhinged, man.
Hello, Charlie.
What's your name?
None your business.
Okay, hello, nice to meet you. Know
Come
your
on.
business.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, do you love America?
Bro came up with long hair and a mask. Like I said, bro, god damn, bro. This shit is actually sad. When I say these liberals have a standardized uniform, whether it be the big, goofy, clunky glasses, the long, untamed hair, a mask at the end of 2024, outside, I might add. Like, bro, they're so easily recognizable, bro. Sometimes they don't even need to speak. And it's just like liberal detected. Like, I don't know if y'all liberal radar is on point like mine is, bro. But I have a sixth sense for low-key identifying these people. Like, they make themselves too easily identifiable. Like, bro, I could spot a liberal like this from a mile away, bro. I could spot a guy like this from a mile away, and I've already classified this man as a liberal. Like, bro, why do you have a bro? Bro, I'm telling you. These people kill me, man. I see you doing some shit like this, bro. There's no need for us to talk. There's no reason. There's nothing for us to talk about. There's nothing for us to talk about. Came up to the podium, wants to debate Charlie. Can't even have a genuine debate, an authentic debate. Like, bro, we can't exchange names. You know me. What's your name, sir? Oh, none of your business. Like, okay, I would have dismissed him. Like, okay, let's get somebody else on the mic. Somebody who's not a fearful puppet. Because, bro, you still running with narratives. You still running off propaganda, bro. You have a mask on. Who are you hiding from? What germs do you think are gonna, bro, what germs are you hiding from, bro? Like, my man, take your mask off, show your face. Be a man. You want to step up here and demand a man, be a man first.
Every state in the USA should be an independent country. What do you think of this?
Ain't nothing wrong with glasses. I throw on my glasses. I got some of them, what do they call them? What were they calling them? Hipster glasses. I got some of them, right? But I'm just saying, like, if it isn't, it's the combination of things I've noticed. Hipster glasses normally followed by, like I said, long, untamed, unruly hair, followed by piercings, followed by certain verbiage, vernacular. He came up and said, none of your business. I'm just like, yeah, liberals are kind of snarky. They are kind of disingenuous when they debate. Like, there's just so many identifying factors when it comes to, like I said, pointing or being able to identify liberals like this guy. Excuse me.
Well, I just first have to ask, since you hate the country, do you plan to leave?
What do you mean by that?
Do you plan to go live in another country?
No, I do not.
America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country.
How important are women's rights? More important than yours and mine. What rights
Why?
do men have that women don't?
Wait, hold on. I thought we were equals. I thought feminism, third wave feminism was about egalitarianism, making us equals effectively. And this man right here, which I'm sure he's only out here because he's trying to get some pussy from his girlfriend. I mean, that's the only reason I can assess. Like, bro, what the hell? Did you really just say their rights are more important than yours, mine, and the next man's? Like, bro, who's paying you? Like, bro, where's the gun to the back of your head? Like, did your girlfriend put pussy on the table and said, do this or you're not getting any? Like, bro, come on, bro. Like, blink twice if you're okay. Like, my guy, what's going on?
I think I'm done here today, guys. What rights do men have that women don't?
Wait, did she just spit on the microphone?
Brother, I mean, you can't expect much from a pair of donuts who probably have 2 brain cells between them. It's the same as this next Muppet.
What is a woman?
What is a person?
What is a woman?
A person is somebody
Woman.
who walks the earth that does well for others.
Well, we're at the Women's March. What is a woman?
A person is somebody that walks
Not a
the
person.
earth and does well for others.
Just answer the damn question.
Was
Like
America
I say, they never want to really debate. They hate terms. They hate definitions. They want to change the definition of words. They want to ignore the traditional definition of words. A person is somebody like, hold on. Great question. Great point by that man. We're at the Women's March. We're not at the People's March. We're not at the Earth March. Like, you're trying to tell me about everything else other than what I'm asking. Moving the goalposts as I'm asking a damn question. Baby girl, what is a woman? Answer. Oh, well, a person. Okay, that's what I said. Sometimes you really can't even debate these people. You see how they frame these arguments. They don't even want to debate you. They just want to get you caught up in their progressive ass, liberal ass, radical ass bullshit. And when you look at them with some common sense, they make it seem like you're the crazy one. They gaslight you like you're the unreasonable one. Like, hold on. You just said a woman is a person who walks the earth, treats other. What? Like, huh? Like, I'm lost. Like, I was with you in the first half. I was with you, not even in the first. I was with you in the first quarter. First quarter, I was with you. Second quarter on, you had me lost. What the hell is a woman? Answer that.
That does well for others.
Well, we're at the Women's March. What is a woman?
A person is somebody that walks
Not a
the
person.
earth
Like, what
and
the
does
hell?
well for others.
Just answer the damn question.
Was America great for us black people?
Right now? Say it's great right now?
Really?
Yeah. It ain't great for you?
No, not at all.
How?
I mean, I'm living life.
Looking good. You got clothes on. Look well fed.
But that doesn't mean
Got
it's
nice,
great.
beautiful hair.
Oh, thank you.
Got your eyeliner on. You looking good. What kind of bag is that? That's a nice little bag there. You look good. America look good for you. Look at all these different people out here. Men, women, black, white. You will never see this much diversity anywhere else. It's the greatest place on earth. Everybody can be here and enjoy one another, disagree with each other. We have the freedom of speech.
Yeah, someone needs to tell these Muppets to stop playing the victim, appreciate what they've got and just live their lives. And if they want to suffer so badly, they can book a one-way ticket to a third world country.
What's your message to Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk.
Well, it's definitely not that. You know, Charlie Kirk spreads a good message. When he's here today with all these kids, all these military-age males, they need to pay attention to that.
Back a little bit on
Charlie
that.
Kirk.
They want to suffer so
That's
badly.
over
They
my
can
head.
book
Shout out Maya, $2. Adult, human, female, easy. Oh yeah, right. Exactly. Or you could have just said somebody who can reproduce, conceive a child, like somebody with the certain chromosome preset. Like, there's just so many easy biological ways to answer that. Well, like I said, the problem with these liberals is they ultra progressive. How does the definition of a woman change over time? Like, they didn't start making them a different way. Like shit. Like, at the Woman Factory, I'm pretty sure they still have the same template for what a woman is. Like, why is it now that we ask the question that there's a different definition being given? It's because, like I said, some of these people are just too fucking radical. And then when you ask them the question next week, they're over here trying to encompass more things that are a woman. Like, well, I know what I said last week, but this week, well, last week we didn't have the information and the resources to know that there were certain women who identified as this. Like, bro, like, what? Like I said, the party is so fucking radical. A liberal this week is getting eaten up by the liberals of next week. Today's liberal is next week's conservative. Like, bro, it's so crazy. You really gotta keep your head on the swivel with these people. You really gotta low key just keep the car and drive. You put it in park at any point in time, bro, you're not moving fast enough for these liberals.
a one-way ticket to a third world country.
What's your message to Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk. Well, it's definitely not that. You know, Charlie Kirk spreads a good message. When he's here today with all these kids, all these military-age males, they need to pay attention to that.
Hey.
We're talking about a company that is worth almost $1 trillion on its own. Walmart will be removing all inappropriate sexual and or transgender products that are marketed toward kids. Walmart is going to review and stop funding to all events that could be inappropriate for kids. That includes drag queen story time or pride events. That's all going to stop going forward. Third bullet point, Walmart will be closing their racial equity center. This is a center they had committed $100 million to, and it was a 5-year project. They will be closing that center going forward. Fourth bullet point, Walmart will no longer...
And quick pause for the cause, man. We got over 300 of y'all in here, man. We appreciate the support to tonight's stream. It's about 1:20 local time, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully y'all got some good turkey, some good ham in y'all plans for today, man. Some fellowship and family time. That's what it's all about, guys. So like the video. Happy Thanksgiving again. Double tap that screen or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. We appreciate the support. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's shoot for over 100 likes, man. If you want to support the stream, the channel, S.E.T Key Media, go ahead and super chat in. $1 or more will be read along or read out, engaged with, thoughts, comments, questions, jokes. What else, guys? Video suggestions, post suggestions, anything over $1 will be engaged with, man. We appreciate you guys. Happy Thanksgiving again, and like the video, guys. Like the video. Appreciate you guys.
Longer participate in the HRC's Corporate Equality Index social credit system. This scoring system is what has brought wokeness into so many segments of corporate America, and we are happy to see them no longer participating.
Now hold the weirdos accountable at Walmart who are allowing this shit to happen and putting these products on the shelves. They need to be held accountable for trying to fuck up a whole generation of young people.
All too often, I hear leaders talk about providing everyone with dignity and respect like it's an aspirational goal. That's not good enough. Dignity and respect is the bare minimum.
You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Everything woke.
What did we give you?
See,
the Constitution. Hold it, did you just pull up and start eating the Constitution?
I'm hungry. I didn't really know this was the Constitution. I was just hungry.
Like, you know, I know.
Also, this part's not even the Constitution. They do it in the Panda.
Like nigga said bro, like I'm just like, bro, sometimes there's this obvious mental health issues. Nigga pulled up and said, I was hungry, so I started eating this book. Like, bro, what? Like, bro, these people are amongst us. These people are our neighbors, our classmates, our coworkers, our community members. Like, you can't, like, bro, what? What did you just say, my man? Like, yeah, it's like, bro, hold on, bro. Like, are you all right? Like, are you on medication? Have you had a psychiatric evaluation? Like, ain't no way. Bro pulled up, said I was hungry. So, yeah, I started eating this book. Started eating pages from this book. What the
What did we give you? See, the Constitution. Hold it, did you just pull up and start eating the Constitution?
I'm hungry. I didn't really know this was the Constitution. I was just hungry.
Like, you know, I know.
Also, this part's not even the Constitution. They do it in the Panda.
It's ironic because being woke used to mean that you were politically and socially aware, and now it basically means the opposite, and that you're a donut that needs Michael.
I was literally about to say that.
Get some help.
I don't know if donut is a UK term, but I love it, bro. I was literally about to call bro a fucking donut. Cause like, what the fuck? My man never just did that. So casually too. So casually and confidently, like, and again, it's like they gaslight you like you're the weirdo. Like, bro, did you just pull up and start eating the fucking Constitution? Yeah, I was hungry. What do you mean? Like, obviously I did. Like, what are you, crazy? Like, no, my nigga, you're crazy, bro. Like, you're eating a fucking book. Like, yeah, duh, I'm hungry. Like, okay. Like, where, like I said, bro, where are we at, bro? Is this the Twilight Zone or some shit? Man, but shout out Sky News Australia, man. Like I said, shout out Rita Panahi, I think is how you pronounce her name. Either way, man. Lefties losing it. This has become one of my favorite, more favorite segments, man. Funny stuff. Shout out Sky News Australia.
Let's start with a special message from Vice President and failed presidential candidate Kamala Harris. Is this message delivered to her voters or is it for herself?
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did. And you have the same ability to engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance take your power from you.
Where's the joy? Yes, it does feel like she's repeating a mantra to herself in the mirror daily. Now to someone else who needs a good, hard look in the mirror, because everything Sharon Stone spews in this sad little diatribe actually applies to her and her ilk.
My country is in its adolescence.
Hold on real quick, chat.
Adolescence is very arrogant. Adolescence thinks it knows everything. Adolescence is naive and ignorant and arrogant. And we are in our ignorant, arrogant adolescence. We haven't seen this before in our country. So Americans who don't travel, who 80% don't have a passport, who are uneducated, are in their extraordinary naivete.
Extraordinary, the deep delusion, the self-delighted arrogance and ignorance of a Hollywood elite who has zero understanding of her own country and countrymen,
guys.
let alone the world. Even her little stat there about passports was wildly wrong, but the ill-informed, hate-filled rant did not end there.
Those good men must be very aware that a lot of your friends are not good men.
Wow.
And you can't continue to pretend that your friends are good men when they are not good men. And you must be very clear-minded and understand that your friends who are not good men are dangerous, violent men. And you have to keep them away from your daughters, your wives, and your girlfriends.
If only she had the courage to speak out about bad men when Harvey Weinstein was preying upon young women. But then Harvey is a Democrat. He hated Trump. He hates Trump. He even marched with the Pussy Hat Brigade. Can you believe that? Against Donald Trump. And he remained protected. And let's end this Sharon Stone interlude with this ridiculous remark where she compares the real fascism Italy experienced in the past with Trump's election victory.
You know, Italy has seen fascism. Italy has seen these things. You guys, you understand what happens.
Oh dear, someone should tell Sharon who the Italian Prime Minister is right now. It's the Italian Trump, Giorgia Meloni, a centre-right woman who the media decried as a fascist, a far-right extremist and a threat to the country. Sound familiar? She is now among, if not the most popular leader in Europe. Also in Italy is another lefty
showing that women can lead, just not Kamala Harris.
Losing it, and he's a regular in this segment, Alec Baldwin, fresh from an awful Saturday Night Live performance, and he too was bashing his country and his countrymen.
It's a very difficult time in the United States. Americans are very uninformed about reality, what's really going on with climate change, Ukraine, Israel, you name it, all the biggest topics in the world.
Now to CNN, where Scott Jennings, as the token conservative, continues to embarrass the lefty losers.
I heard what you're saying about X. I saw a survey this week. It's now the most ideologically balanced user platform.
Scott,
of any platform.
stop. It's too early.
But it is.
I've only been here for 2 minutes. You cannot continue to say.
But it is, though. That's the funny thing is, like, before Elon Musk bought Twitter, like, bro, the left was using it heavily. So now that Elon Musk bought Twitter, like, bro, none of the left ever really like left it. No pun intended. The left never left Twitter. They never left X. Bro, you could still go on there and see these people tweet on X till this very day. They never stopped tweeting. They low-key lied when they said, oh, y'all stop using X. By the way, they're using X to go ahead and tweet out to their millions of fans. Because why? Everybody used to be on Twitter, and that's what they used to do. What do you think they're going to lose out on all that following, all the sponsorship opportunity because of the following, because of Elon Musk? Nope.
The show, but
You cannot say that.
So-
That's not the case.
So
Who's the source of that?
What I find, we reported it on this network. And
It's
so-
not accurate, and you know it.
Okay, I'll let you.
I guarantee that they lying. I guarantee at least 3 of them are on X right now.
Make your statement.
Yes, Scott, what's your source? It's too early for facts. Let's have a look at what his source is, where Scott got those facts and figures from?
Look at this. The party ID among those who regularly use X/Twitter for news. Back in 2022, 65% of those who regularly use Twitter/X for news were Democrats. Just 31% were Republicans. Look at where we are today. Just a completely different picture. Now it's basically split between...
Not from their own analytics. She asked where the facts was, guys. She asked where the facts were. And it was her own analytics. It was its own statistics that CNN gave. Not Fox News. Not no right-leaning publication. No. CNN gave them the statistic of the fact that even in 2024, Dems are still using X 1% more than Republicans.
Democrats at 48%, Republicans at 47%. And what I should note, Mr. Berman, is this new overall makeup matches the overall electorate far better.
Democrats still outnumber Republicans on X, but it's some sort of far-right site. I mean, people who spew that nonsense obviously have zero experience on social media, or they're just dishonest. Take your pick. Now let's check in with a grown man who identifies as a baby wearing a diaper, and he has a disturbing update for us.
Yeah, at work, I'm about to drop off an order, and my diaper's getting kind of full right now, so I might need to change really soon, but it is very discreet. Check out my last video for the discreet outfits video, but my diaper is getting a little full right now.
Joining me now is Deputy Opinion Editor at Newsweek, Batia Ungasagon. Batia, let's hear from Emmy Award-winning...
Bro is pretty much deliberately defecating on himself. Pretty much. And then using it as an identity. So it became an identity to defecate on yourself. Yo, it's crazy how an action turned into an identity all of a sudden.
Stories, the contents of that infamous Biden laptop, until after the midterm elections.
I went to a lot of effort to get the cleanest copy of the laptop data, the same data that was provided to the FBI, because I didn't want to have any professional journalistic risk for CBS News. I wanted this thing to be totally locked down. When we did the story, we did it after the midterms. I argued against that because it was ready before the midterms. And my training is that you should always do the story when it's ready to go. You should not be dictated by the political cycle.
But Tia, the story was good to go. It was ready, but they didn't want to run it before the midterms.
And I think that was like an old... I think she worked for CNN. I'm pretty sure that old lady we just got done seeing, she used to work for CNN, and she was like, "Yeah, I was gonna drop the Hunter Biden story on." Even though it was against the party that I wanted to win, this is off journal integrity. I found the information the public needs to know. And her people told her, look, bro, if you release this, we'll fire you. No, we're not releasing anything about Hunter Biden before Biden gets in. I mean, before we rig it for Biden. Allegedly.
It's an absolute scandal, Rita. What you have here is a news organization pretending to be objective and actually literally carrying water for one of the candidates and one of the parties and one of the sides in this two-party system here. And when you think about the fact that CBS ran one of the presidential or the vice presidential debate, right? Like, how can this be? How can we allow this to stand where the media has chosen a side when it is their job to help the American people choose what is best for them? And you just see this in time and time again. You know, CBS just got caught doing it. But if you think that the journalists at the New York Times and the Atlantic and the Washington Post and CNN and MSNBC are any different, they really aren't. 96% of journalists are Democrats, and it's a huge scandal.
It is, and it only gets worse. Here, Catherine explains CBS did not want
overwhelming
to report
amount,
on
like
legitimate
93
stories
though?
like
Crazy.
the use of the N-word in these text messages.
Once we got the laptop story on the morning news, I felt that there was so much there that we could still...
weeks. Not only was he out here smoking crack, having sex with hookers, going in between the states with these hookers, bro. my man was also dropping the N-bomb, the N-word, saying, I don't know if he was saying it with a hard R, because think about it, this is Biden's son here. Remember who Biden was. Remember the guy for segregation. So racism being in his family is not far-fetched at all. Not far-fetched at all. So the fact that he dropping the N-word and, you know, messages, I wonder to who. I mean, like, what black person does Hunter Biden know to be like, hey, well, yo, what's good, my nigga?
Too. For example, in the text messages, there's unfortunately the use of the N-word, the liberal use of the N-word. And I thought this was worthy of a story, but I was told that it was not something that interested CBS News.
Deliberate
then
use.
I asked for a forensic review of the laptop.
Which means he said it and he meant it. When he said the hard R, when Hunter meant that hard R, man, he mentions us as well. Well, then we're with the hard R.
We found that there were more than half a dozen emails that were likely used by Joe Biden.
Biden's always thought that
story.
way.
But the answer that came back was,
his father's
well, we
always
need to know
thought that
what the
way. Let's be
content is of
real.
the emails. But that was going to be a years-long process.
Extraordinary. Not just the president's involvement in these emails, but the fact that these text messages had the liberal use of the N-word, she said there, that they would ignore that when they've been so obsessed with race and any sort of racial slur or any suggestion of racism, and you've got the use of the N-word, and you think, no one's going to be interested in that.
I mean, Rita, can you even imagine if they found text messages from Eric Trump or Don Jr. that had the N-word in them? I mean, they would
Bro, it'd have been
talk
over. It'd have been over, bro. They'd have put that all over the news that they could find Donald Trump, any of Donald Trump's son using that type of language. Bro, it'd have been so quick in our hands that our heads would have spun. Bro, we just seen it on hip-hop news networks. It'd have been on the Shade Room, hip-hop news network, like whatever. It'd have been all over, not just mainstream media. So the fact that, you know, Biden's son can do all this stuff and we don't hear a word about it is crazy. And you can't say there's not bias in the media, or there was bias in the media, or at least the way they covered things. Because Lord knows if those were Trump, if that was Trump's son, done. He'd have been done.
nothing else for a month. I mean, you just know that this is true. And meanwhile, they smear Donald Trump and they smear the MAGA movement as racist when actually covering up actual racism on their own side. And it's so amazing because you know that they are out there scouring tapes for some indication that Donald Trump is racist, a man who obviously does not have a racist bone in his body because they found nothing, Rita, in all of this time.
I mean,
while actively suppressing evidence that Joe Biden's own.
Let's be real. I mean, I haven't heard Donald Trump say anything racist yet. I have not heard Donald Trump say anything racist. And every time you live try to put me to a clip, it's a clip that's always like a 15-second one where he's taken out of context, and it's just like, wow, you guys really believe that, huh? But yeah, I haven't heard not a racist thing out of Donald Trump's mouth. But who knows? Who knows? You know, who knows what the future will bring?
Son uses the N-word. I mean, it's really so revealing, and I'm so glad that this reporting is out there, and I'm so glad that you are calling attention to it.
Well, is it any wonder that trust in the media is at historic lows in the US? And you can see why people are increasingly turning to the likes of Joe Rogan. The Democrats are very eager to create their own Joe Rogan, but as he explains here, they had him. He was a Democrat. Listen to this discussion between Joe Rogan and Mark Andreessen.
You pay people, it's not going to have the same impact. You know, I think these Call Her Daddy shows and all these different shows that she went on, I mean, I'm sure they had an impact. But I think that in the future, I'm sure they're scrambling to try to create their own version of this show. Right. This is one thing that keeps coming up, like we need our own Joe Rogan. Right. But they had me.
Well, number one, they had you. Number one, they had you. They had you and they drove you away. Is that number one? But they also have, you know, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN.
Right, but that doesn't work anymore.
They had him. He was a Democrat like so many others now who are standing with Donald Trump, including Elon Musk and RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard. Joe Rogan donated to Bernie Sanders. It was a Bernie bro, wasn't he? And to see him be red-pilled, to see him be personally attacked by the leftist media, and it's opened his eyes to how the system works. What will the Democrats have to do to counter this? Because they can go and pay podcasters, they can pay Oprah, but it just doesn't have the same impact.
The reason that you can't imagine a Joe Rogan on the left is because the thing that they want is not the thing that he is actually doing. They believe that they are smarter than everybody else and that therefore they should be able to tell the American people what to think. And then they project their fantasy onto Joe Rogan that he's literally telling people what to think, and they're following him like zombies as he tells them to vote for Donald Trump, when of course the opposite is the case. The reason Joe Rogan is so popular is because he never tells anybody what to think. He listens to this one, he listens to that one, he asks questions, and then he's like, who knows? Make up your own mind, right? That's why he's so popular, because he is a truly independent thinker. And that's why you will never have a Joe Rogan on the left, because, Rita, they are incapable of independent thought.
Oh God, they're a hive mind.
The American people have totally turned on them.
They are a hive mind. It's sad.
Well, it's becoming like Islamism.
Anytime you get outside the hive mind, they eat you.
Country, it's
the left eats
total
itself.
Submission. You either submit to what we think on every issue, or you're on the outer. You start getting attacked, and that's what happened with Rogan. I want to ask you about Special Counsel Jack Smith. He's dropped the January 6th and classified document cases against Donald Trump. We spoke about that yesterday. But we cannot get past the manner in which he weaponized the Department of Justice. He wasn't alone, but let's not forget he tried to bypass lower court rulings. He tried...
We got 600 plus y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen to like the video, or the 3 dots up there in the corner. We appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Desperately to manipulate the process so the trial could be before the election. Is there going to be any accountability for Jack Smith and others like him?
You know, there are competing impulses here, Rita. On the one hand, Donald Trump has been very clear that he does not intend to persecute his political opposition or to wreak revenge. He's not interested in that. On the other hand, he has said repeatedly, they're not coming after me because of me. They're coming after me because they're coming after you.
And to that point, I've always said on stream, the people who are doing their job in these bureaucratic agencies, they have nothing to fear. He's not trying to drain the swamp on the people who are actually showing up to work every day, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, doing what they're supposed to do, serving the American people. It's the people who aren't showing up, the people who are showing up a few hours of the day, the people who show up a couple of days of the week, who don't do shit, who have been on salary for 10, 15 plus years, who are charging and costing the American taxpayer money without holding up to their responsibility or their end of the deal. It's those people.
Yeah, we got people getting paid 6 figures just to work like that, to have that type of work ethic.
Getting paid 6 figures, government benefits, and they're not doing shit. Those are the people who should be shaking. Those are the people who should be sweating, not the people who are doing their jobs. They ain't got nothing to worry about.
The American people. I'm just standing in the way. And I think it's very important to him to make sure that this can't happen to any other Americans who don't have his resources. And so I think that's the fine line that you're going to see Pam Bondi and others trying to walk here, which is to somehow bring justice back to justice, to somehow de-weaponize the justice system, but not to then re-weaponize it as a revenge tactic. So there were real abuses of the law, which deserve to be, you know, we need accountability there, but I think it's going to be done in a very delicate, balanced way, or I hope so.
Absolutely. But as you said, the key word there was accountability. Those who have abused their power, abused their offices, need to face accountability. Otherwise, there is no reason for this not to happen again. And I think it's just that sense of justice that needs to prevail here. Batia Unga Sargon, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, and shout out Sky News Australia. Shout out what's her name? Sahari,
Rita.
something. Rita, something. And we're gonna skip along here, guys. What else did I want to bring up? What was next? What was next? Okay, well, actually, we'll transition right here back to this PBD video talking about Maha, RFK Jr., and how they're about to attack some of these conglomerates in the food industry.
All right, let's go.
The discrepancy is 5 years. Well, let me get this straight. Bigger budget than everybody else, and we're living less than our competitors? Yes. How the hell did we get there? That person that got the phone call is RFK Jr. This is a massive job. If done right, this can be massive for your health and my health. If you get value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. One of the things RFK talks about is make America healthy again. Basic, removing preservatives from foods. Now, when we think about food in America, we think everywhere in the world must be the same, right? The food we make must be made the same way other places. Let's look at the U.S. McDonald's when you go have fries. Here's what it looks like in U.S. versus U.K. In U.S., it's potatoes, vegetable oil. Then you have canola oil, corn oil, soybean oil, hydrogenated soybean oil, natural beef flavor. Then you got dextrose, sodium acid, pyrophosphate, salt, fried and vegetable oil, blend with citric acid, and wow,
that's what
dimethyl poly. All right, let me try it. And dimethyl poly.
Can't even pronounce it. And then, bro, the golden rule. The golden rule used to be if you can't pronounce it, you shouldn't put it in your body. That used to be the golden rule.
Nah, the golden rule is if you read the ingredients and you can't pronounce it, look it up. That would be the golden rule.
Back in the day, before we had the age of access, your grandparents and your elders used to say, if you can't pronounce it, if you don't know what it is, you probably shouldn't be eating it.
Man, but shit, when people actually start looking at the ingredients, till now,
man. Well, I mean, they've been there for a while. It's just,
I guess the whole Maha movement was kind of like really building up in 2022.
Yeah. I mean, well, there's always been there's always been like a health conscious side,
like Dr. Sabi and them.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like even grocery stores or food providers like Whole Foods or like Trader Joe's, who kind of offer like a more holistic or a more simplified ingredient type of product. But it's just kind of one of those things, like you fare better. I just feel like rule of thumb in general, like if you don't know what you're eating, man, maybe you should think twice. Or look it up.
Look at them ingredients
nowadays. Look that shit up.
Hey man, look, they leave the poison right there.
Siloxane.
They label it for you.
Now, when you look at McDonald's fries
right there for
in
you
the
to
UK,
read.
it's potatoes, vegetable oil, sunflower, rapeseed, dextrose, fried and non-hydrogenated vegetable oil. Salt is added after cooking. UK, pretty simple. In US, add a bunch of other preservatives to it. Now let's look at ketchup. This is US versus UK and US. Ingredients: tomato, concentrate, distilled vinegar, high fructose, corn syrup, salt, spice, onion powder, natural flavoring. You go to UK. Tomatoes, spirit vinegar, sugar, salt, herb extracts, and spice. Notice I'm
healthy.
adding a bunch of stuff.
Natural ass ketchup.
Why? I don't know, but it's a good question to ask. Let's continue. Do you like Mountain Dew?
Maybe you start ordering groceries from the UK.
You know how many countries Mountain Dew is illegal in? Let me give it to you. Mountain Dew, which contains BVO, that's linked to potential health risks, is banned in Europe and Japan, but it's legal in US. Let's go to the next one. And Honey Bunches of Oats. These cereals contain HT, a preservative.
On the dry side, them mugs is good.
You know what I hate is how some of these products, they advertise to us as being healthy or health conscious. Like Honey Bunches of Oats is always kind of one of those cereals like, get your vitamin D here.
Bro,
like,
here's what killed me. They don't even gotta add this for flavor. They don't even add it for flavor, only just to preserve for it to have a longer shelf life. So it doesn't even enhance the food in any way, shape, or form.
It's profit over people. They'll do anything to stretch their buck out, even if it means sacrificing the health of the consumer. And like I said, to my point, is like, what I hate is like these brands or these products or these products that they advertise to us as being a certain level of health conscience. Like Honey Bunches of Oats, bro, that was one of the more healthy cereals compared to like a Captain Crunch or a Lucky Charms, right? But it has carcinogens in it.
Well, that's damn near all the cereals.
That's fucking crazy to me. So even when you try and go and be healthy, quote unquote, if you're operating in their market, like you're still getting poisoned.
Yeah, he's like,
shit,
you're eating the healthiest poison possible.
Fucking crazy, bro. Like the video, guys. Double tap that screen for us.
Banned in Japan and EU due to potential carcinogenic properties. So you can buy it in US. Let's go to the next one. Coffee Mate. The coffee creamer contains trans fats, specifically partially hydrogenated oils, which are linked to heart disease. While the U.S. banned trans fats in 2018, products containing them still can be found. Many countries, including Switzerland, Austria, Hungary, Iceland, Norway, and Denmark, have stricter regulations. Next, Thanksgiving's around the corner. Stovetop stuffing. This product contains preservatives BHA and BHT, which are suspected to be carcinogenics.
So it's crazy. So it's not just these countries' diet. It's just the chemicals aren't in their food like it is in ours. That's crazy.
And impair blood clotting. These preservatives are banned in.
Watch out. Y'all about to be eating a lot of that tomorrow. Shit, that stovetop stuffing mix. And I ain't gonna lie and say it ain't good, but that's the most unhealthiest part about it is like some of the best tasting foods we know and love are the most healthy, the most carcinogenic. It's actually scary. Like if you was to go in your pantry right now, you probably end up throwing over half of your shit away just because.
In the UK, Japan, and several other European countries, but available in the U.S. Papaya, corn, and soy. Genetically modified versions of these crops are common in the U.S. However, several nations, including Russia and other countries in the European Union, have bans on genetically modified organisms, GMOs, due to health and environmental concerns. But you can find them in the U.S. You like salmon? You like farm-raised salmon? Let me tell you about these farm-raised salmon. In some countries, farm-raised salmon is banned due to concerns over the use of certain chemical and antibiotics in the farming process. For example, Australia and New Zealand have restrictions on the import of farm-raised salmon from certain countries. But you can find them in the U.S. They shit next to each other. It's like what happens is, and then eat the poop. It's fantastic. It's a chocolate. I got 12 more for you. So if you don't want to hear this stuff because you like some of this stuff, don't watch this video. But if you're curious, you're a parent, you want to kind of live a healthier life, let's pay attention to some of this stuff. So let's go through. Potassium bromate, okay? You'll find this in Goya, in Wise, Hormel. When it comes down to BHA and BHT, you'll find it in Kellogg's, Nestle, Nabisco. By the way, in our family, we stopped all cereal 2 years ago. Not one cereal for our kids. Everybody feels better. Ractopamine, this is feed additive used to promote.
God, I haven't bought cereal in a year, bro. I haven't bought cereal in years.
Bro, it was always more of a snack or a dessert than an actual way to start my day, like off of processed sugars.
Yeah, that's true. But
there's so many other healthy breakfast alternatives. Like even if you want to go the cereal route, you got hot cereals like oatmeal or cream of wheat that are actually kind of healthy.
Let's be real. It'd be your parents' first one to tell you go eat some cereal.
Yeah, you're right, and that's why I say these are the foods that we've all known and grown up on.
Man,
generationally, like our parents love the same shit. That's why they fed it us.
So if you got some bad health, maybe you ate a little bit too much of the poison too early. Hey, your parents told you to stay away from junk food, right?
Yeah. And it really is up to the individual to kind of break that link in the chain and decide not to eat it for themselves or feed it to their kids. Because like I said, a lot of these foods, like, to be honest, bro, like you wouldn't even have known about it if you didn't see your parents eating it or if they weren't feeding it to you. And shout out Chris Hogan, $5. It was amazing living in Brazil to see that most people in other countries cook their own food. Everything homemade, not so many instant options. That's actually another good point. I think that the access to, these fast foods and these processed foods is kind of what does it. Like, you make a great point, Chris, because in other countries, like, they can get a McDonald's on every corner. They don't have a, this or that fast food restaurant on every corner.
That's facts. I ain't gonna lie. We have like such an abundance of food that we have access to at all times. It is a bit easy to get.
The abundance, the availability.
And then apparently these addictive, dangerous chemicals in them.
They put in them to literally make you want to come back. They put certain chemicals in these foods that make you crave them. The science behind that as well.
Those sneaky bastards.
Fucking A. Shout out, guys. Like the video, man.
Leanness in animals. Imagine like steroids, clenbuterol. You get cut up. Right? This is with Plainville and Genio. Now I'm going to go through a bunch of these colors that red 40. You have Swedish Fish, Kool-Aid, Red Vines. My kids are not going to be happy about that. Then you got yellow 5 and 6. This is Peeps, Jello, Hostess. Catastrophic, man, with Jello. Damn. That one I'm still eating it. Then you got ADA. This is Jimmy Dean, Arnold Bread, Pillsbury. Then you have RBST, which is artificial growth hormone, which is General Mills and Land O'Lakes. Now we have Olestra, which is Pringles and Lay's. Then we have Parabens, which is...
Y'all can't sit here and tell me y'all haven't seen at least one or more of these brands that you use daily.
Not Pringles. Please, Pringles, don't do this to
me. I used to love Swedish Fish. They had Lay's on that list. Y'all don't like Lay's barbecue? Like, bro, I know there's at least one probably more on this list as we go through it that y'all are like, God damn, that's my favorite. God damn, I got that in my pantry right now. God damn, I'm craving that.
Now it makes sense why you can never make none of these things like homemade. It's impossible. They're like, bro, these people are making this stuff in a lab, basically.
Mass producing it and putting it on our shelves.
I'm geek. But if you're gonna cook greens, don't use the bath. On God, Kamala Harris, don't use the bath. Shout out Chris Hogan.
Cetaphil, Olay, and CoverGirl, and then we have Pink Slime, which is Tyson.
Ooh.
By the way, if you were on your way to Kroger's,
That's Sledge.
maybe you're going to Publix or Albertsons or Vons or whatever other place you're going, maybe there's a change of plans when you go, I can't buy this because of the video I just watched. Look, I just want to go through some charts here for you to look at. Look at this here. This is life expectancy at birth in years from 1980 to 2022. Look at us. We're the green, comparable country average is the blue. They're living longer. We're not. We're even declining since 2008. Steady. We're not getting any better. How is that? We're spending all this money. Go to the next chart. Look at this one here. All-cause age-adjusted mortality rate per 100,000. Look at green. We used to be better. Fewer Americans used to die. Now, more Americans are dying out of 100,000 compared to our other countries. And remember when earlier we were talking about what percentage of GDP we're spending? Look at this chart, how we compare. All the way at the bottom, you see USA, which is 17.8% of our GDP. Life expectancy, 77. Look at the next one, Germany, 12.8, but they're at 81. France, 12.4, but they're at 82. Even if you go to the lowest one, which is Korea, 8.8%, they live nearly 83 years. New Zealand, 9.7, 82. How are we spending all this money? But we're living less than all these other guys. The math just doesn't make sense. Look at this one here. This is avoidable deaths per 100,000 population in the U.S. Again, higher than everybody else. U.S. all the way at the bottom, 336. You see that hockey stick going up? Look at everybody else, okay? 144 Australia, 171 Canada, 164 France, 195 Germany. We're at 336. How? By the way, this is like smoking. This is drinking. This is eating too much sugar. These are avoidable. We can be more disciplined, but in America, like, it's okay. It's not a big deal. Let them have it. In the school, give them this food. It's okay. We can't afford to spend all the money on shitty food for kids to eat. And then the data shows up here because the habits are built at a young age. This next one is very weird. The U.S. has the highest rate of infant and maternal deaths. How? Look at us here. The OECD average is 4.1. We're at 5.4. You go to the right side, the OECD average, maternal mortality, that's per 100,000 live births. The average is 9.8. We're at 23.8.
I would argue the most medically sophisticated country in the world, or one of the, right? How the hell do we have the highest mortality rate amongst infants? How does that even make sense?
Do they count abortions? I mean, like, you know, just saying. And shout out Maya. For those who don't get it, cut bureaucracy where it's ineffective and direct the money where it's needed. Government efficiency, fellas.
Yeah,
it really is.
Well
That's like the best way to explain it.
Shout out Maya.
Hey,
How are we not studying this to see why? Who's asking the why and getting to the bottom of this? With a $1.5 trillion budget, we can't address something like this. Here's the next one that we're uncomfortable calling people obese. We like to say big bone, right? God forbid, you don't want to shame people. Fat shaming is a bad thing. Look at the U.S. obesity rate. It's nearly double the OECD average. 25 is the OECD average. Where are we at? 42.8. Why? Because we're worried about talking about how we look. This is real, and it's hurting a lot of people. Here's the next one for you. Adults in the U.S. are most likely to have multiple chronic conditions. Look at us compared to everybody else, 30 years old. By the way, this includes things like asthma, cancer, depression, diabetes, heart disease, hypertension.
We appreciate everybody tuning in to tonight's stream, man. Happy Thanksgiving. It's about 2 a.m. local time, Eastern Standard, man. We appreciate everybody tuning in to tonight's stream. Double tap that screen for us, though. Leave a like. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. We appreciate the support. Feel free to get any thoughts, questions, comments, video suggestions, poll suggestions is off your chest. Share it with the stream for $1 or more. We'll go ahead and read it out and engage with you guys, as well as check out our free link to the sponsor, man. Shout out Doubly. Go ahead and repair your credit with Doubly AI, man. Sign up for the service, boost your score by up to 80 points. Credit monitoring is also offered, man. Take charge of your credit and help yourself out. Shout out Doubly, our sponsor, man.
Hey, take charge.
And by the way, our rate was nearly twice as high as France and significantly higher than other peer nations where no more than 25% reported similar diagnosis. This next one's kind of weird. Check this out. U.S. has amongst the lowest rates of physicians' visits and practice and physicians. So watch this. The OECD average, 5.7. We're at 4. And if you look at practicing physicians, the OECD average is 3.7. We have 2.6. Why? Did you know about this? I didn't know about this. But when you dig deep, you see these numbers here. I don't want to bore you today with all these data, but it's reality. Here's the last one I'll give you, and then we'll get to the final thoughts. U.S. has among the highest rates of hip replacement, right behind Switzerland. Look at the average right there, 9.4. We're at 15.6. Now, you may say, Pat, we got boomers, we got osteoporosis, we got all these other things that's going on in America. That's why. But again, can we not look at this and pay attention to it and improve it? I think we can. So now here's what's crazy. All this stuff that we're talking about, the establishment in the health industry, it's like, why would you hire Bobby Kennedy? Do you not realize this guy's not good? And I remember 2 years ago on Twitter, everybody was fighting over Peter Hotez calling RFK Jr. Oh, I cannot believe this guy. He doesn't know anything about. And RFK said, why don't we go on Joe Rogan and debate? And Rogan comes on and says, I'll give you this. And then we all started putting $100,000, $1.5 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million. He said, no, why wouldn't you? Now, if you look at Peter on this side and you look at Bobby on this side, who looks healthier? Who do you want America to look like? This guy here looks like he drinks a lot of Mountain Dew. This guy here looks like he goes to the gym a lot. This guy here looks like he's eating most of these products. This guy here looks like he wants to find a way to live a longer life. Who should we listen to? By the way, check this out. You think these companies that are making all the money, that are adding these preservatives, you don't think they have lobbyists that are going around trying to buy some congressman? And
that's where it all started with the
lobbyists.
lobbyists.
I don't know. I'm not speculating, but I'm telling you, the industry is massive. So of course they don't want somebody that's an anti-establishment guy to have a job that a current Anthony Fauci reports to you. You think Anthony Fauci would like to report to Bobby Kennedy? You think Anthony Fauci, who was in charge during COVID, telling us all this stuff that we have to do with masks while my little kids had to go to school wearing a mask, coming home looking weird? All the pictures we're going through the other day on our iPad and our iPhone. I saw a picture of my kids. I'm like, babe, look at this. We're in school visiting my kids. I got masks on in Texas, not even California. Who did that? Who enforced that? Who told us to do that? We shouldn't get to the bottom of those things. I think America's voted and they want to see what Bobby can do. Trump appoints him. There's a lot of improvement we can do.
Rocking with him.
Whoever the establishment's been giving these jobs to, they're not improving the numbers. So what can we do? Let's give a shot to a guy.
A lot of people may not know, but a lot of people is going to vote for Kennedy over Trump. If he remained an independent, I believe that bro could have garnered a good amount of votes. He wouldn't have won, but he'd have garnered a good amount of votes.
He had some strong support, honestly, before he decided to drop out. I mean, it just wasn't his time, honestly, going against Trump, you know, just the momentum behind Trump's campaign. But I think he stands a good chance in 2028.
Bro, people were talking fantasy politics, talk about, oh, he might be the first independent to win. I'm just like,
I don't know about all that, but him joining the campaign for Trump this year, he's going to only help his brand and his longevity, and it's only going to prove useful for his political career. But he stands a good chance in 2028, honestly.
Oh, for sure.
They got him, Vivek, Vance. You know, I think Republican Party is going to be strong for the next generation, honestly.
Yeah.
That actually is obsessed with finding a way to improve this. Who knows? Worst thing we can do is live longer. Do you have a problem with that? If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. And
all right, shout out PDVD, Valuetainment, always giving a informative look at things.
I guess now we know why healthcare be high.
Yeah, on God.
It's like, oh yeah, we know they poison you. That's why we gotta charge you. We know when you're gonna break down. If you keep eating this food, oh yeah, we know.
Shout out, man. They making money every step of the way. They giving you the food that kills you, charging you for that, and they charging you for the healthcare to low-key just keep you going.
God damn, man. Slave to the food, so you can become a slave to the pharmaceutical companies.
Man, it's like a pipeline for real.
Tough.
And shout out, because this is a short video detailing some of the names that Elon specifically called out, some of the people he's going to go for as his nully appointed position.
And shout out Mr. Doc Hill, man, for rejoining the membership. He said, happy Thanksgiving, y'all.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the Doc, man.
I appreciate you.
Happy Thanksgiving. But yeah, video real quick detailing Elon Musk and his plan of who he's going to go after with the Doge.
Double tap that screen. Elon Musk, who was selected by Donald Trump to find areas to cut in the government, is going after individual workers in a very public way, shaming them before his legions of followers on X. Last week, Musk singled out federal workers on his social media platform. That's become a tool of the MAGA movement. CNN media correspondent Hadas Gold joins me now. Hadas, I mean, this obviously has the potential to get very disturbing very quickly. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is bipartisan support, even amongst some federal workers, to try and streamline and make the government more efficient. And federal employees are aware that there's likely going to be a lot of job cuts. But this is something that's really scaring them. And that is that Elon Musk reposted several posts from other users that revealed the private names of 4 women who are working in climate-related jobs in the government. Now, one of the posts says, I don't think the U.S. taxpayer should pay for the employment of a director of climate diversification. Musk then reposted that post and said, so many fake jobs. Now, the information that was posted is from a publicly available database on government employees, and it does not reveal phone numbers or addresses or anything like that. But these people who were revealed, these are otherwise sort of relatively unknown government employees. None of them have public-facing jobs as spokespeople or anything like that. So by the richest man in the world, close confidant of the president-elect, essentially putting their names on blast, for many federal employees, this really scares them that Elon Musk's legions of fans will now be going after them personally, because he has done this before to other people who he feels are standing in his way. And those people have had death threats. They've had to leave their homes. They've been fearful for their lives as a result of being targeted.
So, and this is crazy because the people on Twitter, majority of the people on Twitter do not represent Elon Musk. Actually, nobody on Twitter represents Elon Musk besides Elon Musk. So when you're over here like pretty much saying that, oh, well, all these people who come after these other people it's because of Elon Musk. No, that's because of them. That's what they chose to do with their own time. Elon Musk, let's be real, the way this man moving, I don't think he got time to orchestrate a whole, I guess, social media attack on people. And if they're hiding in their houses because of that, well, they're soft. And hey, we got 500 of y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there to like the video. We appreciate the support, guys.
Appreciate y'all.
By Elon Musk. Now, the union that represents federal workers has put out a statement, and they say that these tactics are aimed at sowing terror and fear at federal employees. They say it's intended to make them fearful that they will become afraid to speak up. And Jim, something really interesting, I actually reached out to some experts on cyber harassment, online abuse, trying to get sort of their take on this. Jim, I had several of them refuse to speak to me on the record, and these are, academics, experts, things like that, because they themselves were fearful of becoming a target of Elon Musk themselves. Now, we did reach out to Vivek Ramaswamy, who is also part of this effort, this Department of Government Efficiency, and he didn't speak directly to whether it was appropriate to single out these individuals, but he did say our opponent is not any particular individual, our opponent is the bureaucracy. And I will also add that we did try to reach out to Elon Musk via the press office, but they did not reply to our request for comment.
All right, Hadass Gold, thank you very much. Let's talk more about this. I want to bring in CNN political commentators Maria Cardona, a Democratic strategist, and Shermichael Singleton, a Republican strategist. Shermichael, should Elon Musk be going after individual federal workers on his social media platform this way? Isn't this cyberbullying?
Well, look, I mean, the reporter just said that it was doxing. I don't know if I would describe it that way. I mean, doxing is publishing private information, which the previous reporter you just had on also acknowledged that. I wouldn't go this route, though. I mean, I think you can fulfill your objective by removing many of these offices, closing down various departments if your goal, without necessarily naming people. I just don't think that that's useful, Jim. I mean, these people are probably already scared as hell that they're probably going to lose their jobs at some point. Focus on the goal, downsize when necessary. Don't put people's private, public names out there.
Yeah, Maria, isn't this sort of trying to create a climate of fear here in Washington?
Yeah, it's absolutely grotesque and disgusting, and it shouldn't be allowed. Jim, this is the type of behavior that if our children engaged in this, and when they do, if like in high school or junior high or middle school, you have a meeting with their teachers and their principals, and there is a punishment that is there for kids who engage in this type of bullying behavior.
Elon Musk is being a mean girl?
Exactly. And you know what that comes from? Insecurity. What is he insecure about? There are ways to do what he and Vivek Ramaswamy and Donald Trump want to do in terms of refining the federal government, taking away the kinds of jobs that they say are a waste. This is not how you do that, right? This is not how you go about making the government more efficient. This is how you go about injecting fear and, frankly, provoking violence against these workers who, you know, Jim, as you know, I worked in the federal government during the Clinton administration, and I worked with so many public servants who were incredibly committed, and all they wanted to do was their job.
Yeah, and I do want to talk a little bit more about some of these picks, Michael. Trump's pick for director of the Domestic Policy Council. I mean, these are sometimes some of these we don't talk about quite as much, but Vince Haley, part of the Trump team, he was a proponent of the.
Tom Homan. Like, they can be deported together.
I have to admit, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people have something. Office. Accountable.
Oh, no, I'm still a little upset with Matt Gaetz about the whole Matt Gaetz thing, but Pam Bondi is good enough.
My bad, guys. Yeah, I was just saying some of these picks, as this cabinet forms, the picks are starting to look pretty good. You know, there's people who don't like certain people who have been chosen, but I say we let them get in, prove themselves, we hold them accountable, and we see how they do.
And shout out Blatstein says, South Park said it best. Just blame Canada.
Oh, I read that one.
Yep. No, I know. Muted.
Oh, really? Damn. My bad. My bad.
This pilot program in New York City.
So, New York has canceled its controversial debit card program that gave asylum seekers $350 a week for food. And with the price of groceries in this city way above average, the controversy over these cards was never ending. But they were canceled within a day of President Trump winning re-election in a landslide. And the cancellation of this program just adds to the uncertainty many asylum seekers here are already facing, with the new president promising mass deportations.
The city began giving out 3,000 debit cards to roughly 900 migrant families in March. The cards, worth up to $350 per week, were designed to only be used for essential items like food and baby supplies.
The one-year contract provided what the city described as culturally relevant food. You may remember the food the city had been providing in migrant shelters was seen as not culturally sensitive to the needs of some migrant groups.
What? Huh? So not only do we have to feed them off of taxpayer dollars, we have to feed them food that they're culturally familiar with.
We got to supplicate to them pretty much. That's what the pretty much saying. Like, we got not only do we just give them money, free money, but we got to supplicate to them and give them food that is culturally appropriate for them.
Yeah, kiss their asses.
Man, if you don't shut the hell up and eat this hamburger and spaghetti, man.
He's more like this bologna sandwich and these chips. Like, bro, get the hell out of here. This is America, baby. You'd be lucky if we ain't hand your ass some ramen noodle and some hot water and say, make it work.
In January, 4,000 arrived every week. Now, for every 600 who arrive, 1,400 leave.
Many of them are actually getting out on their own within 30 to 45 days after being able to integrate and find their own place to, rent a room.
We told you earlier about the expansion of the program in July to 7,300 migrant families, and critics argued the city-funded cards were unfair. And some Republicans expressed worries the debit cards would attract more undocumented immigrants to the city.
So the incredibly controversial prepaid debit card program is now over. But what nobody's talking about is this program was pretty much doomed to fail from the start because...
You remember when they said nobody's giving debit cards to migrants? Nobody's really doing that. I'm like, yes, they were. And once again, y'all be trying to say it's not happening, but it's proof all around you. If you actually look, that is happening.
I always say, just because you don't know what's going on doesn't mean it's not happening.
Unlimited continental snacks. Cooking is banned inside the shelters themselves, and the cards were supposed to be used for groceries, making it hard to see exactly how the $1,400 monthly allotment families were given could be used to buy and prepare the healthy, culturally relevant foods that they were intended to. But what's really shocking here is the timing of this program's cancellation, because it was started almost a year ago, and then 4 months ago it was such a success that it was expanded to cover for more families, and then within a day of the election, it was just canceled. Which is weird because our leaders kept defending this program by saying that the $1,400 prepaid cards were saving the city money and helping us help more asylum seekers than ever before. But the city's shelter system still evicts asylum seekers after 1 or 2 months, leaving many homeless, fending for themselves. At the same time, the number of asylum seekers in the city has dropped drastically ever since President Biden's executive action on the border. And with President Trump set to take office and start what he calls the largest deportation effort in U.S. history, the 700 people or so arriving here every week could continue to drop even lower. And that brings us to the real reason why these cards are now gone. President Trump's landslide election victory has signaled the end of the growth phase of the asylum crisis here in New York City. And Donald Trump's victory is also a huge victory for our progressive leaders because it gives them all the cover they need to cancel expensive asylum seeker programs which don't actually help anybody, while placing the blame for the cancellation of those programs on a guy who hasn't been running the country for the last 4 years. But at the same time, our leaders who are in cahoots with the businesses getting rich off our asylum crisis don't want that crisis to completely go away because it's allowed a sprawling network of abandoned warehouses and factories to generate generational wealth for their owners as shelters that aren't helping to lift anyone out of poverty. And as you're about to see,
and that's that same issue we've spoke to in Springfield. Some of these businesses actually benefit crazily from these migrants coming in, taking up some of these jobs that don't pay enough for the citizens that live there to make a living. But with subsidized rent, food cards, and access to government benefits, these migrants can come in, work those low-paying jobs, and do these business owners a huge favor.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. I keep telling you, man, they put the immigrants over the American people, and y'all thought we were lying.
Look, and it's happening in Springfield. And I've always said Springfield, Ohio is just a microcosm of what's really going on across America. It's going on in New York, Chicago, LA, all these sanctuary cities.
There is so much money at stake here that resistance to President Trump and his new immigration plans is pretty much guaranteed. You got one? So this tower right here behind me, this is the Row Hotel. It's a former luxury hotel that now operates as an emergency shelter for asylum seeker families here in Midtown. And not only does it make its owners millions of dollars a month because of the asylum crisis, this is also where this controversial debit card program has its origins. Because whistleblowers revealed that the city was throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars of prepared meals that were supposed to go to asylum seeker families, but because they weren't being eaten, they were just being disposed of, thrown in the trash. They weren't even being donated to some of the local homeless shelters around here. Video footage.
Wow.
Taxpayer funded, though.
But did you peep the last part? That was the part that really struck me, is that once the migrants decided they didn't want it, the city then decided to give it to the homeless?
When the homeless should have been the main people they were helping in the first place, giving free debit cards to in the first place.
I'm just like, what are we doing here? Hold on a second. Like,
yo,
giving them the migrant scraps is insanely disrespectful. Mind you, most of the everybody knows a huge percentage of the homeless population is veterans. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's like you said, bro, stepping over American citizens to look after people who have low-key came in through our back door.
Man.
Made it look like they were absolutely...
And they use our tax money to fund their lifestyle.
Like, bro, you can't make this shit up.
Oh, man.
More people should be enraged, but hey, you got liberals who think that borders are racist. So this is how we get here, y'all.
Unedible, and
or
the
they're a
asylum
plus to
seekers said that
society.
the food made them sick. The city fired back by saying the meals were of perfectly edible and fine quality at $11 a piece. But because of all this food waste, the debit card program was conceived to lower the amount of food waste, because it was thought that by giving people a card that they could use to buy groceries, they wouldn't throw anything away that they just went out and bought, even though the preparing of non-ready-to-eat foods is banned inside shelters just like this.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced an end to a program providing prepaid debit cards to migrant families Thursday.
1 year, that was what it was in place for 1 year. Now we have moved away from emergency response because we have had a constant decrease in our population.
So Mayor Adams is right. This was a pilot program and it is now over, but coincidentally, it just so happens to have been canceled within a day of the election. And the entire time this program was operating, as controversial as it was, city leaders defended it as being necessary and as being great free. And right before it was canceled back in July, it was expanded to cover even more families. So it looked like this program was going to go on forever, and then something changed. And observers are saying now that Donald Trump has regained the presidency, the asylum crisis may start drawing to a close as border security measures, which go beyond current security measures, are implemented. And as the number of new arrivals in the city starts to drop, the city will have every reason to say it doesn't need to maintain programs which are controversial and expensive. And by comparison, giving people a debit card they can use every week to buy maybe prepared food at like a buffet or something is much cheaper than throwing that food straight in the garbage and nobody eating it. And the meals that were going in the garbage were $11 a piece, which means one person, if they weren't eating any of this food, $33 in meals were going in the trash every day. A family of 4 who wasn't able to eat the food would lead to around $3,900 in wasted meals. But look at this, those airline meals that everybody hates and still eats, those only cost $4 each. And if the city wanted to pay $11 per meal and have a multitude of options, they could have just signed everybody up for Factor. The point is the whole meal program that was initially instituted at places like this was an absolute scam, and that scam was used to justify this debit card program that was also kind of a scam, it turns out, because it didn't work even though we were told it was working. But now that this program is gone, a lot of unanswered questions are on everyone's mind, like what are these families who were relying on them to feed themselves going to do now? And does this signal a change in the city's stance towards being a sanctuary city with a right to shelter? After all, many of the asylum seekers who live in places like this, they were invited in by city officials who promised them the American dream, and now things that were supposed to help them are being canceled. Does that signal that the city will no longer be a sanctuary at some point in the near future? This is something a lot of people are wondering.
The mayor called the program a success, citing reduced food waste and millions of dollars put into the local economy. We told you earlier about the expansion of the program in July to 7,300 migrant families, and critics argued the city-funded cards were unfair.
Now, yes, this program was considerably cheaper than just throwing food straight in the trash, but one of the other critics...
And drop a like if you're enjoying this video, man. We appreciate the support, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout out Cash Jordan for this coverage, man.
Yeah, that
kind
was
of giving us an inside look at what's going on in New York with their immigrant crisis.
So we all knew it was going down, but it is crazy how even people in New York were trying to say, that's not happening. What you mean? They're adding to society. I know they're leeching off of the American people. And you're allowing it. And you're letting the media lie to you about statistics and whatever, so you can feel good about it.
Misrepresenting the analytics just to lead you on, give you false narratives.
Hey, Key, but they commit less crime than Americans.
Like, wow, they contribute to the tax revenue
more than us.
Like,
I mean, like, on. Bro, if you really believe that, come on now.
Like, bro, come on. It at a certain point in time, some of these liberal policies are really low key. They're
anti-American.
You guys think they're self-evident, but they're low key. They're low key just shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, it's anti-American because like you're literally against the people. You're literally saying, yeah, we should go ahead and continue to put these immigrants over American people.
Like it's kind of regressive. Like we're not getting anywhere with some of these policies.
And you're making up every type of excuse in the book to, well, make it sound okay.
Excuse them, justify them. But when you really analyze them, bro, like some of this shit that we do, some of this shit that we stand for, these liberal values really don't help us. Like they take away from us. Imagine taking away out of your mouth just to give. I mean, and I'm not saying that humanitarianism isn't a thing. I understand helping people out. I understand being altruistic. I get all of that. But at a certain point in time, bro, you have to understand, bro, it's America first.
Nah, for
when it comes to foreign policy and our border.
I don't know. I feel like humanitarian is only like necessary if they're in their own damn country.
That's true. Let's help them out where they're staying. Like build up infrastructure in their home country. How many people can we take before we start diluting America? Like we can only pour into their glass so much before ours is damn near empty.
Countries would have no winners.
And this is just a quick kind of, transitioning on to the next video, guys. Just keeping the stream flowing. This is a quick video detailing how China plans on reacting to these implied tariffs.
After President-elect Donald Trump reiterated plans to impose additional tariffs on Chinese imports. In a statement to the press, Chinese embassy spokesperson Lu Pengyu said, quote, China believes that China-U.S. economic and trade cooperation is mutually beneficial in nature. No one will win a trade war or a tariff war. In his announcement, Trump accused Chinese authorities of failing to act against the inflow of fentanyl into the U.S. and said the tariffs would remain until this was stopped. Liu dismissed Trump's accusation, pointing to an agreement between Chinese President Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden to crack down on the drug trade, and said, quote, "The idea of China knowingly allowing fentanyl precursors to flow into the United States runs completely counter to facts and reality." Shortly after Trump's announcement, the Chinese yuan slumped to a 4-month low of 7.2730 per dollar.
Okay.
The Canadian currency slumped to 1.41 per US dollar, its worst level in more than 4 years, while the Mexican peso stumbled to 20.5 per dollar. Trump's announcement also hit Asian stocks, with Japan's Nikkei 225 index dropping nearly 2%. Japanese car makers Nissan and Toyota, which have major production facilities in Mexico, were the worst hit, with Nissan's shares dropping 4.9% at one point, while Toyota's fell 2.9% before recovering slightly to 3.64%. In a post on Truth Social on Monday,
you see what happens when you produce outside our country, but then take advantage of our market? You give no jobs to our people, but you want to provide a product to our people? Yeah, that stops. Not going to take advantage of our market without contributing to the market or to our economy in some type of way. So you're either going to add to our job market, you're going to add to this tax revenue in some shape, way, or form.
Like I said, these
like it or not,
these companies, due to weak policy, have been able to double dip. It's kind of like being able to have your cake and eat it too. Where the hell has that ever been a thing? Like, come on now. Like, shout out having a leader who wants to hold these companies accountable. Like, nah. Y'all are participating in the greatest, strongest economy in the world. Like, pay into it, buy into it. Don't just think you're going to be able to operate over there for cheap and then sell over here for the high. It don't work like that.
And shout out James Foley, who said Bob is back at it again, sleeping. He never fails.
Hey, shout out James. What's up, man?
Hey, man.
Trump said he would impose a 10% tariff on Chinese goods, above any additional tariffs. Trump also said he plans to impose 25% tariffs on all products from Mexico and Canada, as one of his first executive orders. The president-elect also accused the two U.S. neighbors of sending drugs and undocumented immigrants to the country. For more on this story, check out Scylla Ray's article in the link in the description.
All right, shout out. I did have another video. Let me see if I can find it.
Pretty much China is saying that, 1, we don't want the smoke. 2, it's not going to be beneficial for nobody, so that's really why we don't want the smoke. And 3, hey, everything they saying about us is they lying. We're not actually sending fentanyl to y'all. Yeah, that's not us through the Chinese triad. We're not doing that. But they actually are, allegedly. And shout out Hellbat. Anyone who argues that they do less crime needs to be reminded 100% of them are felons. Plus, how late am I? Or are you just, or are you just latest as fuck? Are you just latest as fuck tonight?
Oh no, we've been live for over 2 hours, bro.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we are a little bit late, but we started around like 12. But yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Hellbat. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody else tuning in, man. Like the video, guys. We got over 400 of y'all in here, man. Let's get the likes up. We appreciate the support. Drop a like, though. Double tap the screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Support the stream. You can drop a super chat. Anything over $1. Thoughts, questions, comments, jokes, video suggestions, post suggestions, we'll engage with, read aloud on stream. Anything over $1 we appreciate. As well as take charge of your credit and go ahead and click on that link. We've applied to the chat, or we've posted in the chat. WAI, shout out our sponsor. Go ahead and sign up seamlessly in as little as 60 seconds, man. Boost your score by up to 80 points. Extremely useful service. It's free. Don't forget that. Credit monitoring is also offered with the service. Go ahead and sign up. Do yourself a favor. Take charge of your credit as we close out the year, man. Shout out WAI.
Out of the reaction to President-elect Trump's threat to hit Canada and Mexico with tariffs on day 1 of his new administration. 2 countries are pushing back. Mexico's president is warning that her country could retaliate against the U.S. with tariffs of its own. Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis here with the story. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning to you, George. Nice to see you guys. And he is threatening Mexico and Canada with those tariffs unless they crack down on the flow of migrants and drugs. They are pushing back, but it is American consumers who could end up paying the biggest price.
What?
This morning, President-elect Trump's threat to impose tariffs on America's neighbors already prompting a growing fight with Mexico and Canada. Mexico's new president threatening to retaliate with tariffs of their own if Trump follows through on his pledge to impose 25% across-the-board tariffs on both countries, potentially sparking a devastating trade war. No es aceptable. Mexico's president says tariffs are not acceptable and it would cause inflation and job losses in the U.S. and Mexico. Adding later,
No. Ain't that crazy how they don't want to take back their citizens and be like, keep our criminals or else. It's like, keep our criminals and you can't do anything to punish us about it. No tariffs, no anything. And I'm just sitting here in my head. So, you know who really gets hurt? Mexico, because guess what? We'll just stop buying the Nissans. I think if anything, American people just need to start uniting against these people. Like, all right, cool. You don't want to play with America? We'll just stop buying our products, period, point blank.
You know what's so funny about
stop playing with us. Like, we're not just going to sell out our people for y'all products if you don't want to work with us. Like, we need to stand behind our president, as people keep saying. Like, we voted him in. Let's stand behind it. All right, cool then. No more Nissan products until y'all get y'all shit together in Mexico. Until they bring their ass over here in America.
You know what's so funny about that? Now that you say that. Well, actually, this might not be the right
Major automaker Nissan reportedly
very short. Maybe we can find a longer one. But say that again about the point about Nissan real quick.
What? It'll be pretty much about them pretty much selling out. Bro, they're being built in Mexico. Japanese company being built in Mexico, but they're selling their cars here in America.
Well, hopefully this video kind of details how Nissan is kind of going down, plans on implementing massive job cuts, and it looks like they're going to be affected by a lot of this
tariff talk.
Yeah.
Nissan is to slash its global production capacity by 20%. 9,000 jobs at Japan's third largest automaker will be.
All right, cool. If we shut down Nissan, we'll just start buying more Chevys, GMCs, American-built cars, and we'll just go with that. I mean, it could only affect us as much as we let it. If at the end of the day, if you want to be honest. If you really want a Nissan, you really want to sell out America for your Japanese-made car, I mean, all right then, go ahead and pay that higher on the tariff. I mean, you're so thirsty to sell American out, I guess being taxed on it is only fair.
Be cut. It says the restructuring will make its business leaner and more resilient as it battles headwinds in China and the United States. Nissan also cut its annual operating profit forecast by 70% to $975 million, marking its second downward revision this year. Operating profit for its second quarter tumbled 85%, far below expectations. Nissan joins a growing number of foreign automakers struggling in China. They're hurt by intensifying competition from nimble Chinese manufacturers in the booming electric vehicle market. But second quarter sales have also been sluggish in the US. They fell almost 3% to about 500,000 vehicles. Together, China and the US account for nearly half of Nissan's global sales by volume. Nissan says that core models in the US did not sell as well as expected, and that the automaker had been surprised by the rapid growth in demand for hybrids. It confirms it did not have the hybrid and plug-in hybrid lineup required for the market. Automakers are bracing for President-elect Donald Trump to potentially impose new tariffs on vehicles from Mexico and elect hybrid lineup for hybrids.
Catch this last point.
It confirms it did not have the hybrid and plug-in hybrid lineup required for the market. Automakers are bracing for President-elect Donald Trump to potentially impose new tariffs on vehicles from Mexico and other countries, and to reverse many existing pro-electric vehicle policies.
Damn, hold on. So they were trying to blame Nissan's fall on Trump, but really it's because of declining sales because of the EV mandates.
Electric vehicles and the hybrids. They weren't ready to meet the market with the increasing demand, and ultimately they lost out on a good portion of sales.
But with Trump going to drill, baby, drill, a lot of people start turning towards that oil.
Yeah, and they didn't anticipate that. They lost the money.
So why Mexico's leader, which is a woman, why this woman is trying to tell y'all, hey, yo, we're going to lose jobs because of y'all tariffs. No, it's really because...
Not the complete story.
Yeah, it's not the complete story. Y'all going to lose out because of the market. And I'm pretty sure Toyota, they did do pretty well, though.
Well, yeah,
Toyota's also built in Mexico. They actually turned out pretty well. They was ready.
I think Volkswagen as well are building, funny enough, are building Mexico.
Mexico respects Trump, but
maybe we
also
should just boycott some of these cars. Just cause if we can't get them to build over here, we can just only fuck with what helps us out. Only fuck with the companies that give us jobs. I mean, is that wrong to ask? Or I'm just saying.
Selves. To the north in Canada, an emergency session of Parliament where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who's had a rocky relationship with Trump, is trying to calm nerves, speaking to Trump within hours of him posting his threat Monday night.
What we will do is stand up for Canadian jobs, as we have before, as we will continue to. Stand up for the prosperity we create when we work together.
But analysts believe the damage wouldn't be limited to overseas. Several major companies have already made clear American consumers would pay much of the cost of any tariffs. With inflation still cooling, Americans could be hit with higher prices for electronics, cars, hardware, groceries, and even gasoline. Best Buy CEO, for example, telling investors during an earnings call Tuesday, the vast majority of that tariff will probably be passed on to the consumer as a price increase. Trump has long favored tariffs to achieve his goals, this time accusing America's two largest trading partners of letting drugs and migrants cross the border, promising pain if something doesn't change.
And the question now is how much of that tough talk actually becomes action.
We always leave out Trump's underlining plan to stop taking from these other countries and start producing on our own. The whole point of drill baby drill and the whole point of him being able to like start drilling on these Federal Reserve lands, start getting these materials so we can start producing our own chips here, our own technology here, and it's not gonna cost like what 1,400% more than which it would make it in China for. It's like, yeah, we can do it. We just got to find a material here, which we have it, but the EPA keeps us away from it.
Honestly, another thing I'm realizing, just a fresh analysis, fresh reaction, it just kind of is going to point out how soulless some of these companies operate on, like the lack of morality. Because if you're just going to they plan on passing this price off to the consumer instead of just playing ball, coming back over, participating domestically, adding to the local job market, the local economy. And they just are hell bent on operating foreignly and then pushing their product in American markets. Low-key is just going to show that these corporations, like I said, they're just soulless. And if we continue to shop with them after that, then that's on us.
I mean, like, bro, if we're really going to keep buying companies that don't benefit the America at all.
And they don't give a F about Americans.
Like, bro, isn't that like literally the most un-American thing at this point? It would be literally the most un-American thing to go out and buy a Nissan or Toyota willingly after hearing this. And after knowing this information, it would literally damn near like, all right, you fuck America.
And bro, I swear to God, the tariff is as simple as this. It can be as easily understood as this, guys. Come over here, participate in the American economy, participate in American job growth, unemployment, help us out. You'll be all right. I'll change the tax climate. Bro, that's another thing that people don't realize. It's not like you're going to come over here and have to deal with a Biden tax. He's changing the tax climate, incentivizing companies to come back over here and participate domestically. It's going to be fair. You're going to be able to make your money. But if you're hell bent on staying over in, I don't know, New Zealand or somewhere, and then or Mexico, selling your product on American market just to be able to double dip, then yeah, we're calling that out.
You get with the tariffs.
Come on now. Like, what are you, un-American? How much of a treacherous, just...
And here's the thing. They already have tariffs on our products already. American products are overly tariffed in other countries. So guess what? Really, we're just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Believe it or not.
When you look at President-elect Trump's cabinet, his economic cabinet, many of them are seen by Wall Street as more moderate on tariffs. The perception is, George, that this is a negotiating tactic at this point.
And that's one of the reasons that the stock market keeps rising.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking all of this in stride at this point, Wall Street was up 20% going into the election. The S&P 500 now up 27%
Bitcoin
for the year. And that's what's reflected in most 401ks and retirement accounts. And I can tell you, while you're hearing from a lot of world leaders on this topic, behind the scenes, it's the CEOs talking to the president-elect about what this would do to their business and their consumer.
Okay, Rebecca, thanks very much.
All right, shout out. Appreciate that.
I want to get back to this now. President-elect down.
But yeah, just a little bit of insight on how these these countries plan on reacting to Trump's implied tariffs.
I wish Mexico's ass would. I mean, like, bro, you need us. We don't need you. It's at the end of the day, we could boycott these two products. Then what?
Y'all be stuck with all these damn cars.
I'm like, then what you gonna do? Like, we're literally gonna be like, all right, America, so for the sake of our economy and for the sake of American pride, I guess it's just F Nissan and Toyota. I mean, hey, look, they don't want to help us here. They don't want to give y'all jobs. Instead, they want y'all to buy their cars so they can take y'all jobs. Bro, if that ain't the biggest FU, then I don't know what is. You should be pulling up to the Nissan dealership like, oh yeah. We can't do this. Nah, as soon as I see that Made in America sticker though, we gonna rock with y'all again. But until then, as soon as I see that Made in Mexico, I'm like, you know what? Why don't you just keep it in Mexico then?
Criticisms of it was that it was so generous. There may have been people that said, gee, I'm going to go to New York to seek asylum instead of anywhere else because I can get the hotel and the debit card. And that kind of makes sense. Why would you seek asylum in a place that didn't provide those things, especially if you're fleeing poverty? And just as the program was called by some to be extremely unfair, it's also unfair for the city.
Oh God, shout out Helby's like, love the fact they pretty much threatened us. Oh God, and I'm just over here just like, bro, y'all can't be serious. Like Mexico, you are not trying to threaten. I mean, for real. Like, bro, if y'all keep playing with us, we will go ahead and hit the cartel as a terrorist organization. We know it has roots in your government. So if we do that, then if we go ahead and make the cartel a terrorist organization, then what would be your government at that point? Y'all might want to think about that. But, hey, honestly, I think that's really was a threat by Donald Trump. It's like, bro, I will take your whole government down if need be, because if anybody does not know that the Mexican cartel has its roots in the Mexican government, I mean, come on now.
Yeah, extremely corrupt government for sure. If you didn't know that, then shit, you don't know anything about Mexican politics. And shout out Tom Homan. He's already publicly stated that they're gonna attack the cartels head on.
I ain't gonna lie. If they attack the cartel head on, wouldn't that be? And if it is true, allegedly, everything's allegedly here, right? If it is true that cartel members or the cartel operates in the government, wouldn't that also be a certain part of the Mexican government being taken down?
Yeah. Well, they say there's
like if we completely take down the pedo ring in America.
They say there's also intelligence assets that operate in Mexican cartels and their government as well. American allied intelligence assets, and you know what I mean. So it's
deep.
It runs deep, guys. It runs deep.
Then we'd be shooting. Then we'd have to go round up some of our own.
Yeah, but it'd be
worth it. I'm all for it. Fuck them.
I mean, would they even be able to attack that is the question at a certain point. You know these intelligence agencies protect their operations.
On God, they do.
But yeah, I mean, again, this is it's very deep, guys.
All right, let's keep it going.
Set asylum seekers up, tell them they're going to take care of them, and then to cancel all of that stuff suddenly after saying that it was working, revealing that New York's asylum crisis, it's not managed in a way that is going to improve the lives of anybody except the people who run the businesses that are helping with the whole situation. For example, the owners of this hotel, they're making millions of dollars. The worst thing for them would be for the asylum crisis to end, because then the hotel wouldn't be fully booked for years on end. But as an emergency homeless shelter, it's not actually that great, because an emergency homeless shelter is supposed to be part of a larger goal of getting people back up on their feet. But after you move into a place like this, after 1 or 2 months, the city evicts you because it doesn't have unlimited space, and an unlimited number of people are coming here and also need a place to stay. And many of the folks that are here, yes, they're moving out, but to where, we don't truly know. We know some people are living in tents. That's not a great system. And now there's speculation that the cancellation of this program is pure politics, because had the election results been different, the number of arrivals in New York City would likely remain unchanged, and this program that was billed as the greatest thing since sliced bread would have probably been maintained. But with the electorate changing its mind about what it wants national immigration policy to look like, the program has suddenly disappeared. And the people in the shelters, they're starting to disappear as well, even though about 58,000 are still in the city's care.
The Merit is one of 2 shelter sites now closed down because the influx influx of migrants is easing. In January, 4,000 arrived every week. Now, for every 600 who arrive, 1,400 leave.
So, yes, 1,400 people a month are leaving, but that's not some magical success story. The city has admitted they don't keep track of where people go, just that they were living in a shelter and now they don't. They don't know if these people are better off. They don't know where they're living. They have no idea. But obviously, if the city expected to continue receiving high numbers of new arrivals, they would not be closing down facilities that are meant to house those people and take care of them, because that's what the law here says we have to do. Yet the city is taking this opportunity to drastically decrease the number of shelters that it has. They're even closing down the massive 3,000-person facility on Randall's Island that has been plagued by controversy and has gang members reportedly using it as a home base to commit crime all over town, which is another issue altogether. How helpful can these shelters really be if bad people are living inside of them? People who are members of a gang that profits from human exploitation. This is a massive problem to have a humanitarian crisis infiltrated by human exploiters. That's not only a massive problem for the people living inside these facilities who have little kids and now have to wonder if the criminal underworld will try and recruit them, but it's also a problem for the entire city, because how can we harbor gang members and fugitives and keep them safe in a place where law enforcement is not allowed to enter? Police, they can't even go inside these places. That's why you have a cruiser parked out front. That's as close as they can get to put forth a law enforcement presence. And with reports coming out about weapons finding their way inside these facilities, many people want to see the police doing more, but they can't. It's illegal. Damn. Because as a sanctuary city, we've got this idea that somehow law enforcement and immigration are toxic to each other. But since we think that way, many of the same people who fled poverty and fled crime are finding the same criminals in the places that are supposed to help them get back on their feet. That's not a good system at all for anybody. Nobody should have to live in a place like that that is actually more dangerous or just as dangerous as where they came from. Yet now, because of who it is that wants to do something about this, local opposition to any new immigration efforts is growing, without realizing that these resistance efforts are really just supporting the criminals who are ruining the lives of asylum seekers who this crisis is named after. So in just a few weeks, the criminals, gang members, and terror watch list suspects who've escaped into America and aren't supposed to be here, they're going to have to start watching their backs, because the incoming president has promised that they will be the focus of his deportation efforts. And when you consider that many of these cartels and gangs have been exploiting people since before they even entered this country, their removal from it is going to be a good thing for the law-abiding asylum seekers, as well as the middle-income communities around New York that have been overtaken by crime, which has come from these gangs in many cases. Yet somehow not everybody agrees that securing the border and getting rid of the bad guys is a good idea.
I have arguments a lot of on Capitol Hill. Give me one downside on secure border. What's the downside unless people on terrorist watch list coming across the border? A secure border saves lives. A country can't have strong national security if we don't have border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in.
I guess the only downsides to a secure border is that they hurt those who profit from the asylum crisis, both the gangs that are smuggling people into the country and the businesses here in New York that are getting rich off of all this while not actually helping rehabilitate people. And apparently these cartels have a $13 billion a year industry bringing people into the country for money. That's massive. Of course they're going to be upset about it. Their whole industry is going to get shut down, as it should. And it's providing our local criminals here who profit off the exploitation of their fellow asylum seekers with an...
All right. Shout out, man, giving us a little bit of a deeper insight on this migrant crisis, especially in New York.
And I was about to say, but somebody's always making money. Like, somebody makes money off this migrant crisis, then why would you stop it? That's the problem.
That's the issue.
We shouldn't allow people to make money off American suffering. I mean, but we do. And then we wonder why it don't stop. Like, bro, there's people who making money off the homelessness crisis in Cali. Why would it be fixed if people are making money off it? People make money off cancer treatment. Why would it cure cancer if you can make money off the treatment and never cure it?
Yep, you stand to make more if you just build people throughout their treatment.
Capitalism at its worst.
At its worst. The lowlights, the unsexiness of it.
It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that.
Getting rid of some of these windows. And shout out everybody tuning in to tonight's stream. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Early morning side, man. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream as well. If you are, man, leave a like, support the channel, double tap that screen. You could also hit the 3 buttons up top in the upper right-hand corner, man. We appreciate y'all support. And let's circle back to this Piers Morgan panel here, man.
Key signature thing real quickly was in Obama. It was an iconic moment when he took those African-American activists, very intelligent young men, and took them to the side and said, you don't know what's good for you. You're a captive to racism and sexism, and I can tell you what your real interests are.
Yes.
That was kind of revealing.
It was so condescending and patronizing. Yes, and it was he may as well have said, you have to vote for Kamala because she's black like you. And actually, yes. I think you've brought up a great point, which is I think a lot of the voting for Trump in the end was colorblind. They just weren't voting because of ethnicity. They were voting for a common shared concern about big issues, which Kamala Harris simply wasn't able to articulate any meaningful policy about. And I always say to people, whatever you think of Trump, his position on things is very crystal clear. You know, there's no ambiguity. He's one of the great marketers in the history of politics. And you know what he stands for. But rather like with Hillary back in 2016, if you'd asked people on the streets of 20 major American cities all over the country, give me 5 things she stands for, they'd have really struggled to tell you. Whereas with Trump, they could have rattled them off with no problem. And I thought the same this time, that she eventually, having started off with, we're going to have a joyful campaign, Kamala Harris very quickly morphed back to Hillary's way of doing things in 2016, which was basically call Trump a Hitler, a new Hitler, a Nazi, a fascist, and so on, demonize all his supporters, and then surround herself with very pampered prima donna multimillionaire celebrities and hope that their stardust would translate to votes. And it didn't. It didn't work for Hillary, and it didn't work for her.
But they try again.
There's 2 things I think you're getting at. Again, you're right on the money. There was this question of who was genuine and authentic. Trump, whatever the audience he addressed, he never modulated his accent. Kamala Harris does that. Hillary did it. Obama did it. He didn't change his clothing. He came out to a group of farmers. He didn't put on the Caterpillar hat, the boots. He always wore the tie. And whatever people thought of him, they thought, this is what you get.
Yeah.
The other thing was, this time around, unlike 2016 and 20, he was able to exude a message that it's okay to vote for Donald J. Trump. When he walked into Madison Square Garden and you have Joe Rogan, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Dana White, there was such a mixed ideologically diversity, middle class, it just exuded. And people started to say, I can say that I'm for Trump. If I'm a celebrity, I'm a media person, I'm not afraid anymore. And that really gave him a momentum that he was ecumenical and he was bringing people in. I don't know how it's going to work when you have RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, all of these different people. But one thing that he was also saying finally was, whether it's good or bad, right or wrong, I'm not going to do what I did in 2016 and consult the wise men in the Beltway in the New York-Washington nexus. There's not going to be a Jim Mattis, a Rex Tillerson, a John Bolton. We're going to get people who are immune from the enticements of the administrative state. In fact, it's even weirder than that.
Well, you better get some people who got money. That's what Trump was doing. The best way to avoid, you know, getting entrapped in these type of, schemes or getting entrapped by bribes is having somebody who already has everything they, well, honestly, that the bribers can have. I'm going to say this. All right. Let's say this. The FDA or the lobbyists want to get the FDA to go ahead and move in on some certain things, right? But let's say that the person who leads the FDA is already a multi-millionaire. So whatever type of money these lobbyists offer this man, he's just like, I already got that. Like, there's really nothing much you can offer them. Now, unless he gets honey trapped or blackmailed, that's a whole different question. But in terms of we need people who cannot be bought, and people who cannot be bought are usually, well, the wealthiest of the wealthy. And it's pretty hard to offer a billionaire money for favors. It's like, you know, it's kind of, they're kind of going to look at you like, can you do something else? I got enough of that.
He's appointing people that have been victims of the very agencies they're tasked to run, especially Jay Bhattacharya and NIH. That's a $50 billion grant. And if I were the people at Stanford University that tried to destroy him, that have hundreds of millions of dollars of health grants, it would not be a very comforting thought. Not that he's going to retaliate, but I don't think these people are going to be compromised, and you're not going to have an anonymous saying, I'm working inside the bowels of the administration and I'm trying to thwart Donald Trump as we did in 2019 and 20.
How important do you think is Elon Musk in all this? Because I think he is actually very important. You know, you got one of the smartest brains in the world.
You can't buy him.
Who thinks massively big picture, and who showed with Twitter, which he rebranded as X, on day one, he went in and basically fired half of the workforce, and you know what, it carried on. And in fact, a recent poll showed that it's now basically a 50-50 split of users between Republican and Democrat, having been massively skewed to the Democrat side before Musk bought it, which I thought was really interesting. He's made it a much fairer marketplace of ideas, simply by removing a lot of the barriers that were being aimed directly at right-wing people. But how important is Musk, do you think?
Oh, you're absolutely right. Very important. In fact, in an ironic way, sort of his light-handed way, the way he jokes almost deprecates from the actual value of his achievements. He's one of the rare American Renaissance figures of the last century. Everything he touches turned to gold. I mean, he was the only person that ever took on the big three with Tesla and won. NASA is in shambles. And he basically single-handedly reinvented the space program. Same thing with Starlink. And the thing about it was he gave an can-do, we're the campaign that says, yes, you can, no, you can't. And it was very similar when I was a young kid of the JFK campaign. He said, I'm going to get the country moving again. We're going to explore space. Don't believe. It didn't turn all out that well, as you know, but the idea that Elon Musk was going to conquer space, going to build an electric car, he was going to take over Twitter and save it and make it a free speech platform. That gave a sense that Trump was willing to reach out to almost anybody if they shared his same confidence that the best days of America are ahead. It was Reagan-esque. It was like JFK.
Yeah.
And then the addition of Bobby Kennedy, as I said earlier, and then Elon Musk, once he did that, he brought a lot of people like David Sachs or Peter Thiel came back. There was a sense in Silicon Valley, it's now going to be better for us under Trump because he's going to make the country competitive. He's not going to allow China to do what it's been doing, and he's not the evil devil or satanic figure we thought.
Yeah, I completely
He never
agree.
was.
Let's turn to Ukraine because I did speak to him about that yesterday. I won't repeat what he said, but it's not an easy thing to resolve the situation in Ukraine.
Not anymore.
I mean, nor's the Middle East, obviously, but at least there's a deal now with Hezbollah, and that you've got to assume that it won't be too.
Not anymore. Now that Biden done effed it all up, yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard. I mean, I could have seen Trump just making a couple phone calls saying, Zelensky, we're done. We're cutting the funding. And Putin, all right, man, let's get to the negotiation table and let's see what you're going to keep and let's see what you're going to let go. But right now, where we're at with it, it's like literally the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, because Russia keeps being antagonized, not only by NATO and Ukraine, but also by America. Wild as hell. So now it's been reached a point where now it might take a little bit more time than Donald Trump than just one day to solve it. Because I could have seen him solving it in about a week tops. But now that we've reached long-range missiles attacks, that's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute.
Too long before there's a similar deal to end the war with Hamas. But Ukraine-Russia is more complex, isn't it? How do you think Trump can actually resolve this?
Well, before I answer that, I think you're hitting on another truth that there is a contradiction because he's inheriting administration that has lost deterrence, whether we define by Afghanistan debacle or the Chinese balloon or the two wars. And he's a Jacksonian. He's not an interventionist. He's not a nation builder. He does not want to get into optional wars, but he's going to have to show force to avoid getting in optional wars by restoring deterrence. So when he looks at Ukraine, his opponents say, well, he's going to get out. He's not going to
do that because he'll have nothing to bargain with. He's a businessman. So I think he's going to try to adopt what a lot of people in the United States have been talking about for over a year, and that is it was not the policy of the Obama administration, the Trump administration, the Biden administration to physically, militarily bring back the Donbass and Crimea once they were stolen. Obama lost those, and no one said we're going to go to war to get them back. After February 24th, for some reason, that became the new agenda, that every Russian had to get out, and we were going to fight to the last Ukrainian. So I think what Trump is going to do as a businessman, he's going to try to tell both sides, what do you want? And he's going to tell Putin, it wasn't sure you were going to institutionalize that theft of Crimea and Donbass, but you have historical ties to those areas. We understand that. We want you to go back to where you started. You can tell all the Russian people that only you institutionalized those new acquisitions that you got in 2014. You have a new alliance now that you're very proud of with China, etc. We will not put Ukraine in NATO. That's another goal. And we'll tell the Ukrainians, you're not going to be in NATO. We're going to arm you to the teeth, and you save your country. And I think that's about the best you can do at this point. I don't think the problem is that the neoconservative.
What I tell you, any rational man can come to the conclusion that I'm gonna be real with you. It's like, yeah, we're gonna have to give him something. It's like we just can't turn away and just to give him everything. He's gonna back off. It's like, bro, first off, we didn't completely disrespected this man, and we kind of went back on our word. So at this point, I don't even think he's gonna be in the mood to give up anything right now, actually, or at all. If we can get him to give up something, then hey, man, it must have been an economic type of persuasiveness. Maybe he is scared of the sanctions or America's military force. But 9 times out of 10, any logical man comes to the conclusion that Ukraine's not joining NATO. Russia's going to have to keep some of this stolen land, and we're going to have to negotiate it, which is Trump.
Interventionist right and the hyper left pro-Ukrainians, they keep talking about wounding Putin and this and that, and Putin's going to lose. Putin's not going to lose. The Russian army historically does very poorly when it goes into another country, but when the war is a matter of on its borders or inside Russia, it never loses. This reminds me so much of the 1939 Winter War. Everybody said Russia was completely incompetent. They went into Finland. They lost 500,000 people. Mannerheim and the Finns were so heroic. And what happened? The Finns finally were ground down and had to make a deal. And it was worse off than when they first started fighting Russia. So I think that's what we're going to see. The other thing is, as I was going to say, if the combined dead, wounded, and missing on both sides are about 1.5 million, and there's about 12 million refugees missing from Ukraine. They're running out of people. This is well beyond the Battle of the Somme or Verdun. This is the worst bloodbath in Europe since 1942 and 43 at Stalingrad. And I don't think people ever talk about that. They don't, and here in America we'll say, well, we're winning, we've got to give this and this, but nobody says you're destroying Ukraine in your own way to save it. And so there has to be,
they show us how gruesome things over there in Palestine are. They show a more gruesome image of Palestine than what's actually going on in Ukraine. If you're telling me over 1.5 million people are probably dead right now, is crazy. On both sides. That's like 3 million altogether.
I think Trump is the only major figure that has the ability to stop it without just letting Putin take over the country.
Finally, Victor, there's a lot going on in the world, but actually, historically, oddly, perversely perhaps, there are fewer wars being fought right now than in recorded history. People are living longer, healthier. There's less child poverty. The water's cleaner. And so on. There are lots of metrics to suggest there's never been a better time to be alive. But in a way, social media, which has been a brilliant invention in many ways, but has also constantly pumps out negative imagery, creating an impression, particularly for young, impressionable minds, that they've never had it so bad. What do you feel about that? What's the way out of that, do you think, as we go forward?
Well, I think the big change came at the millennium with globalization, which is really a synonym for Westernization, if not Americanization. And there was a lot of downsides to it. It created a new politics because people with muscular labor, their jobs were outsourced to cheaper places or capital was offshore. And the bi-coastal people who had these universal skills in the media, insurance, investment, academia, they prospered as never before. And I'm speaking from my family's farm that, was just basically destroyed by globalization in 2003 and 4. I had a twin brother who was farming, he went broke. So I understand that element. But on the other side, I mean, there was a standard of living that was inconceivable before globalization. Say in the Amazon basin or Africa, people had eyeglasses, they had antibiotics, they had access to knowledge. So on the whole, it's been a positive thing, and I agree with you. But here in the United States, globalization created the figure of Donald Trump as a politician because he was the only one who said to people, yes, we're all wealthy, and people like myself with my overseas investments and my brand name that's known, we profited in a way that we could never have imagined in the 80s and 90s when I went broke. However, there were a lot of losers, and I'm here to try to even the playing field and redirect. And that was a message I just never understood why any of the old Republican standards, McCain, the Bushes, the Romney, and even his rivals, really bright people like Marco Rubio and Scott Walker. Nobody was onto that except Donald Trump. And that was very hard to digest because it shouldn't have been true. He was a billionaire and he was always considered selfish and a money grubber. But actually, he had an empathy for the casualties in America of globalization that no one has ever matched. And he still has it.
Yeah. And he was also, I mean, in all the time I've known him, nearly 20 years now, he was always on the case about China and how it was ripping off America and how dangerous it was that they owned so much American debt and everything else. So in fact, if you go back to Trump and what he was saying 20 years ago, there's not a lot of difference in terms of his worldview. He's just in a position now to do something about it. And I think, having spoken to him a few times recently, but particularly yesterday, that he recognizes the scale of the opportunity, and he is much more relaxed than he was the first time round, because not everyone is attacking him in the way they did then or marching through the streets screaming and shouting about him. Actually, there's been an acceptance. Okay, he won fair and square and he won big and he has a mandate, and a lot of Americans from right across the spectrum want him to succeed. It's a very different mindset for someone like Trump, who's a pugilist at heart, but actually, if you metaphorically put your arm around him a bit and say, go on, we're behind you, it's amazing the difference that can make to someone's temperament, I think. And I'm detecting it in him.
You're right again. The thing that people misunderstand about him, for all the crudity and vulgarity and rhetorical attacks on people, it can be very cruel. He's actually not a vindictive person. And when you look at some of these appointments, what RFK has said about him, what J.D. Vance said about him, he's not as thin-skinned as everybody said. So they say, well, he's going to go weaponize. I don't think he is. No, I think he's going to change these administrative states and make them more efficient and much smaller. But I think I know that he's got a big ego, but that translates into, I'm going to make America have a greater GDP, lower unemployment, lower inflation, reform, go to space, have a big military, and make us preeminent and admired. And I have no time to go after Jack Smith or Merrick Garland or Hunter Biden. I don't think he's going to do that. I think that's what drives the left crazy. Because
I completely agree. I don't think he's got the time or inclination now. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. Big today says, Hansen, what a fantastic treat to have.
Yeah, because the left was too busy not helping the American people and just trying to build a case on Donald Trump. Man, ain't that crazy? I mean, they wasn't trying to help you, but they sure was trying to lock that man up, huh?
Have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Piers. I appreciate it.
Hope we can do it again soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, now for a view from the opposite side of the aisle, but maybe not as opposite as you may think. Anna Kasparian is a progressive journalist and commentator, best known for her work alongside my old friend Cenk Uygur and liberal network The Young Turks. She has some strident views on where it all went wrong for the Democrats in this election, and she's faced an avalanche of personal attacks from liberal followers for denouncing President Biden, Gavin Newsom, and wokeism, among other Democratic deities. So has Anna Kasparian left the left? Let's find out. She joins me now. Anna, welcome to your uncensored debut.
Thank you for having me, Piers.
We've tried to lure you on many times, but you haven't taken the Cenk route of coming on just to shout at me. But it's good to have you finally. And we'll get to Cenk later, don't worry.
Thank you.
I just want to talk to you. So
well, you need to give me one promise.
Go on.
You have to give me one promise that you guys aren't going to do me dirty in the thumbnail for this video. You promise?
You know what? I can't promise because we've done some corkers recently, particularly involving Cenk. But as he knows better than anybody, a great thumbnail drives more traffic. And that's the game we're in. We want people to watch what we're doing.
True.
Otherwise, what's the point? So we are very proud of our thumbnail.
I mean, if I look
record.
attractive... If I look attractive, that might actually draw some more eyebrows. So think about it.
Wow, you're playing that card. Well, I admire it. I admire it. Listen, to be serious, you've made a bit of news recently. We've got a little SOT to start with of your reaction to when Trump won in 2016.
I have no respect for women who voted for Trump.
I'm weak.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I think so poorly of them, and the reason why is because. Look, I don't think that you're a single issue voter. I just think you're dumb, okay?
Damn.
I think you're fucking dumb. When you vote for someone who openly treats women like second-class citizens, who talks about them as if they're nothing more than a piece of meat, who has been accused of sexually assaulting them, who has been caught on tape talking about groping them and grabbing them by the pussy without consent, yeah, you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
So, Anna, have you...
The turnaround is crazy.
Your view of Trump voters?
The turnaround is, you gotta love it.
To say the least. That video I am not proud of, I will say that. And, you know, I had a very emotional reaction to news that Trump won in 2016. I was totally blindsided by it. And to be quite frank, I think that attacking voters is one of the worst things you can do. These are our fellow Americans, regardless of who they vote for or what they think. In order for this great experiment in America to work, we have to respect each other. And so that was 8 years ago. I'd like to think that I've matured since then, and I hope that I can prove that maturity through the work that I do today.
You said 5 days before the election, you posted this, I think, to X, I don't support Trump. I also don't think it's helpful to call him a fascist or a Nazi. Those words actually mean something beyond not liking a candidate. I mean, I completely agree with you. And I respected you for saying that. Because actually, the over-demonization of Trump, all it did was help him and damage the left anyway. I mean, it was just an act of self-harm. Because most reasonable-minded people went, well, hang on, Hitler killed 12 million people. What are you talking about? And if he was such a terrible fascist, why didn't he behave like a fascist for 4 years when he had the chance? And the truth is he didn't. You know, January 6th was awful, and I wrote that at the time and said it at the time. But other than that, where you could construct an argument for this was the kind of thing you would see in a sort of a banana republic, there's nothing about Trump's first term which screamed fascism to me. And I felt that persistent attack and he's the new Hitler was just ludicrous.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's insulting for like the Jewish community that, of course, was victimized by Hitler. It kind of downplays or minimizes the severity and the brutality of Hitler and what he carried out. But, you know, I think that just to play devil's advocate, those who kind of use phrases or words like fascist in order to describe Donald Trump, you know, they're not using it in an academic sense. They're using it in regard to some of the, you know, authoritarian tendencies that we heard about regarding Donald Trump in his first term. And, you know, you can argue, well, there's a lot of hearsay. There's a lot of comments from disgruntled former administration officials who claim that Trump said these things behind closed doors. If you want to make that argument, that's fine. But even if, let's give those individuals the benefit of the doubt and just assume that Trump did, in fact, say those things during closed door meetings, it still doesn't rise to the actual definition
Which
of
you can't
a
prove that
fascist,
he said.
right?
Closed door meetings. I mean, this is like hearsay. Pretty much. It's like he said, she said. You can't prove that he said it. We're just going off what somebody else said they heard. And you know how easily corruptible that type of information is.
I mean, where are the brown shirts?
Especially
You know, where is
against the guy.
militarized citizenry that's going to carry out, you know, Trump's dirty deeds? It's a type of hyperbole that I don't think Democrats, and I'm not talking about the voters, I'm talking about Democrats in positions of power, genuinely believed. I think what they did is use tactics of fear and division in order to accumulate votes and support in lieu of having an actual imagination of what this country could be if they implement policies that make the lives of ordinary Americans better. The Democrats have made a deal with the devil, and the devil is their corporate donors. And since their corporate donors want very specific things for the donations that they're providing to these politicians, and usually that's a policy that does not bode well.
We got 500 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. And if you have any questions or comments you want to share with me or the chat, go ahead and send in $1 plus super chat. We'll go ahead and read it out loud. Appreciate the support, guys.
For American workers. What Democrats tend to do is lean into tactics of fear, or they talk about culture war issues, right?
I mean, tactics of fear, and they call us fear mongers. He's going to put you back in chains. He's going to be a dictator. He said that on day one. He's a racist, misogynist. He's going to make women the handmaiden tales. He's going to break up interracial couples. I mean, y'all done said it all. And what do we say about Kamala? What do we say about Kamala? She's going to raise taxes. She's going to cost U.S. jobs. She's going to cause jobs to go overseas. We never gave you this doomsday scenario like she's just going to change your very way of life. That was y'all.
They lead into the culture war.
Remember that.
Every election cycle, they get more and more maximalist with what they claim they want to carry out on these culture war topics. And they've gone too far. And I think Americans have kind of fought back against them.
You gave some, 3 events that you've referenced, which made you reassess your political alignment. The first one was when you revealed you'd been sexually assaulted by 2 homeless people in LA in 2022. And you were accused of stigmatizing your unhoused neighbors, which was a staggering response to a woman revealing she'd been sexually assaulted. Tell me about that.
Right. I mean, I hate having to relive it, but yeah, I was walking my dog and there were 2 men coming toward me. But, living in Los Angeles, there is a large homeless population, and I had never been, victimized by anybody before. So I didn't think much of it. As I was bending over to pick up my dog's mess, one of them grabbed me by the hips and with an erection, just started thrusting at me very violently. I was terrified. I was alone. I didn't have a weapon on me. And so, it took a while for me to get over that, because whether I like it or not, I have to walk my dog. Right. Sometimes I have to do it at night, right? And so I had to kind of think about that every single time I was taking my dog out to walk. And so I had just opened up about it on our show, not really thinking that it was going to lead to backlash. I wasn't even looking for sympathy. It was on my mind, and I just talked about it. And it led to just this wave of, you hate homeless people, you're stigmatizing homeless people, don't call them homeless people, they're unhoused, which I don't even understand why unhoused would be better than saying homeless.
And by the way, these are the same people.
This is what the left likes to do. Right, they like to change the language instead of actually addressing the issue at hand.
Don't say Merry Christmas, say Happy Holidays. Don't say Happy Thanksgiving, say Happy Turkey Day.
They was wilding. They was definitely wilding. Oh my goodness, Kamala Harris. It is racist to say Merry Christmas. You can't
He
say
said,
that.
how dare you speak Merry Christmas? How dare you? I'm like, God damn.
I'm like, well, we can't. No Merry Christmas?
I'm saying, that's what it's been since the inception of this shit. Now I'm supposed to change what I'm saying because some lefties is up in their feelings.
Everybody want to act like this country wasn't founded by religious zealots.
Man, come on now.
And
and these are the.
It's Merry goddamn Christmas, man, and it's like the goddamn video if you ain't here, man. Double tap that screen, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner, man. We appreciate the support, man. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same people who supposedly are there for women, right, and fighting for women, and supporting women and believe women, all this kind of thing. But when it actually came to you, they just were prepared to throw you on the horrific bus. And far from treating you as a victim, they almost made you out to be the villain of this story.
They did, but I want to be clear about something. I think that this is a small but incredibly loud and influential faction of the Democratic Party. This is not indicative of all Democrats. This is not indicative of all Democratic lawmakers. This is a small group of activists who like to bully, who like to go to city council meetings, who like to go to various rallies and essentially be loud, be threatening, be aggressive until they get their way. And for far too long, the Democratic Party has been terrified of these little mobs of people, these little mobs of activists, and have basically just carried out what these activists want. And I just think that they need to be a little smarter than falling prey to the whims of various activist groups, because they are not representative of the majority of Americans. The majority of Americans, especially in a state like California, want homeless people to be housed, but they also understand that this issue is far more complicated than the housing first policy of throwing anyone who doesn't have a home.
And see, that's the disconnect. The citizens, the people in the community, yeah, they want to help the veterans. They want to help the homeless community. They want to get them housing, jobs, safe, clean, reliable sources of food. They want to do all that. But the bureaucrats, the people in governance, the people who get paid to oversee these issues, they don't really want to necessarily solve these issues. Like I say, they're applying a Band-Aid when what's needed is a full-blown cure. But if you cured the issue, then they'd be out of a job. And come on now, these people, as much as they want to help the next person, quote unquote, they're not going to take out of their family's mouth just to put into the next person, the next homeless person's mouth. Like, yeah, they're going to keep their job. They're going to keep that thing going. They're going to keep this system flowing. And by all means, it's not going to be a situation that gets fixed overnight, especially when people are incentivized to prolong the issue.
Into an apartment, right? Because the fact of the matter is we have severe mental health issues out on our streets right now, people who are struggling with severe drug addiction. Some of these people actually do have families to go to or homes to go to. They need a different type of service. They need rehabilitation, not harm reduction, where we're just passing out needles and crack pipes thinking that it's going to solve the problem. It has not solved the problem. It has made the lives of these individuals struggling on the streets far worse, and it has also made the lives of hardworking, tax-paying Americans in states like California a lot worse. Yeah. When I look at my life right now and I ask myself, which political party has made my life worse? It's not the Republican Party. Locally speaking, the Democrats have complete control and they have nearly destroyed my family's livelihood.
And Donald Trump garnering 77 million votes exemplified that exact point made by her. I believe her name is Anna Kasparian. Yeah, it exemplified that exact point. People are fed up with some of the Democratic policy that's put us in the position we are currently in. Geopolitically, energy, economically, our southern border stance, or just the lack of a southern border. People are fed up, and they voted in their interest. They voted against the direction the country's been going in. And that just so happens to be more aligned with the Republicans this time around. And I always say the left eats itself, and they kind of shot themselves in the foot because they alienated themselves from their own damn members. They went too far left with some of this shit, too far liberal, too radical with a lot of this shit, to where you had a lot of people looking up and being like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm all for helping out the next man. I'm all for, I've been a Democrat. You had a lot of people who were lifelong Democrats looking up and literally questioning the state of the party. Like, okay, where are we headed? Like, I kind of need an update on where we're headed, where we going with some of this stuff. And I've always made the joke on stream, just to finish that point off, like, you got people who, again, supported the Democratic Party their whole life. Think of Joe Biden. He's a perfect example of somebody who's been a lifelong career Democrat. If you truly asked him what all what the acronym of LGBTQ plus 2A stood for, he wouldn't be able to tell you. If you asked him his their identity, their values, what these people really truly think, he would not be able to tell you. That's something that he really truly doesn't know about. And again, it's just the point that the liberal party, the left, the Democratic Party has just went so far left, you got half of its members not even really knowing or being able to tell you what they stand for anymore.
Okay, we are living in and squalor everywhere. And unless the Democratic Party actually acknowledge these issues and solve these issues, rather than stealing our taxpayer money and funneling it to their nonprofit friends, they keep doing this, they're going to keep losing. And I'm going to keep speaking out against them. I don't care how much they hate Trump. I don't care how naughty the Republicans are being. Right now, the people having a negative impact on my life is the Democratic Party, and they need to change their ways. When we say we want to change the status quo, it doesn't mean we want to live in anarchy. It doesn't mean that we want to have $24 billion of our taxpayer money in California stolen by these nonprofits. It means that we want working people to be rewarded for their hard work. We want affordable housing. We want better working conditions, higher wages, better health care. These are things that Democrats used to purport to want to do. They don't do any of it anymore. And so I'm done with them until they change their ways.
Yeah, I completely understand it. You also got blowback when you posted, "I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus or a person who menstruates." How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. And I completely agree with you. The way that language about women has been eradicated at the altar of transgender activism, I find utterly obscene. Then you add the ridiculous assault on women's rights to fairness and equality in sport, the invasion of women's safe spaces. You know, we had a First Minister of Scotland, the head of the Scottish government, who had to resign because she took a male rapist and put him into a female prison when he just put his hand up and said, "By the way, I'm now a woman," because he wanted to get out of a male prison where he'd be treated badly and get near to new prey. That was Nicola Sturgeon. She was the First Minister of Scotland. It's incredible. But the reaction you got, I can imagine what it was, because we've seen what happens when J.K. Rowling and people like that, and when I've done it, you know, you put your head over that parapet, you get unbelievable abuse and threats and so on. Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect that tweet to go as viral as it did. I didn't expect the kind of hatred I got in response to it. But look, that's okay. It's fine, right? I'm a public figure, and whether I like it or not, I signed up for any type of, you know, harassment, abuse, whatever that you get online as a result of stating your opinions. Look, the main point I want to make about the transgender community is that these are human beings, okay? They deserve to be treated with respect and dignity.
They sure do, and I don't think that's anybody's issue with the transgender community. Hey, live your life. That's the beauty of America. Live your life how you want to live it. Do what you want to do. Operate how you want to operate. That's what we love about America. The population, the majority of the population, what they have an issue with is the transgenderism, the ideology being pushed on the kids, it being taught in school, it being in some of the literature, it being in the media, just the normalization of it when they really don't purport too much. They're like less than 2% of this is, if you're talking about trans, even gay people, I think they're about 5% of the population. So for it to be pushed, for it to be normalized, for it to be something that we inculcate our youth with, that's where people have an issue with it. I mean, let the kids be kids, goddamn it. Like, even sometimes there's been heterosexual relationships that have been deemed inappropriate in front of children. We shouldn't be pushing sexuality on kids because they're goddamn kids.
And when it comes to any issue that has a real impact on their lives, housing, employment, all of that, there should be protection for this community, and we should respect the fact that they're human beings. At the same time, there are some issues that arise where the rights of one group, in this case, you know, the transgender community, kind of conflicts with the rights of another group, the rights of women. And what I think is important is that we actually have a real dialogue, a civil dialogue, about how we move forward in a way where both parties feel that they're being treated fairly and with dignity. I think that needs to be like the foundation of the conversation.
Right, but I do not like, for example, I like flying a lot. I fly with British Airways normally, and I'm used to a nice, smooth-talking British Airways pilot. And
that's the problem that the left will never admit. They overly sold out the trans agenda. I mean, they completely abandoned women and then just went all in on trans women. Completely abandoned women, completely abandoned the rights of women, completely abandoned the opportunity of women.
Women are women.
I don't know. I just see them as men who steal opportunity for women. But it'd be like that, huh? Well, I guess the left is allowing it. So to them, you know, fair is fair, or no women is getting hurt. Why are y'all complaining?
Announcing, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your flight. They're not allowed to say that anymore. They're not allowed to use the words ladies and gentlemen in case there happens to be somebody who doesn't identify as a lady or gentleman on board, right? Which is likely to be a tiny, tiny number of people, right? On a plane of 600-700 people, how many are we talking? 1, 2, maybe none, right? But for them, the entire language about the vast majority of people has to be eradicated, to which I say, where are my rights to be called a gentleman? Or a woman's right to be called a lady? It may seem a small thing, but it's all part of the same process of eradicating gender-specific language for a tiny minority and against the interests, in my opinion, of the vast majority. Where are our rights as the majority to actually have the language that we would like?
Well, I was unfamiliar with that story. What do they say in lieu of ladies and gentlemen?
They just use gender.
If you ask them, if you ask the trans and the LGBTQ community or the extremists of that community, they'll say that's hate speech. They'll say any type of a word or speech against us or that criticizes us any type of way is hate speech. You're bigoted and you're sexist, racist, and anti-gay. I mean, come on now. They're not willing to hear any type of criticism.
Neutral language, so I can't even remember, but it's like
not from us.
They call us passengers, and it's all just very stilted and gender neutral, as you now see in hospitals and schools and everything else. I mean, I know there's a girls' school in England, for example, which is actually called, I think it's the Altrincham School for Girls up in the north of England, but you're not allowed to call the students who go there girls. Because there may be trans people offended, but they've kept the title of the school as a girls' school, so they sell entry to this school to prospective parents as a girls' school. But once your little girl goes there, no one will call her a girl, including the teachers.
That makes no sense. If it's an all-girls school, why would it
It's
be
ludicrous.
a problem? I guess if there might be.
That's why this shit's a problem. Because this is like, you see the mind kerfuffle, like they're kerfuffled. It's funny though. Because like, okay, well, you're telling me if I want to get into an all-girls school, or if I wanted my kids to, I'm be like, all right, Billy, you're Sally now, okay? And once you get into this all-girls school, and then when you get into there, once you're get in there, you can go back to being Billy. All right, so guess what, my son, I'm gonna get you in with all the hoes, man. Daddy always got your back.
Yeah, look, the way that I basically deal with this is I have a team of producers that help me produce the Young Turks daily. And I always refer to my team as, or like if I'm texting them about an element I need for a story, I'll always text with, hey guys, I need X, Y, and Z. Most of the people in my team are actually women. And so none of them are, I actually asked them, I'm like, are you guys at all offended that I say, hey guys? It's just kind of the way we spoke. Like in my generation, we kind of address a group of people as, hey guys.
Who cares
and
anyway?
they're totally fine with it, because guess what? Most people are fine with it.
Yes.
Most people don't care.
Yes.
I just want to go back to what I said earlier about the small, loud group of activists.
Yeah.
Just because they're louder doesn't mean that they're representative of the general population.
Yeah.
I really do think that it's up to these various entities, these various, governmental agencies to kind of take a stand. And I think in some cases, our language does change, and I think it makes sense. But in some cases, it changes because you have activist groups pushing for it, and it doesn't make sense. So let's be a little smarter. Let's use our common sense.
The third thing that you cited was a story of a guy called Jeff in your apartment block, who you became friends with before you realized he was a Trump supporter. And that changed your view of what a Trump supporter actually could be like. Tell me about that.
Well, I think that in Trump's first term...
And that is the craziest thing about that rhetoric of, oh, well, if you support Trump, you're inherently a racist, you're inherently a bigot. Like, it'll have you thinking, like, yeah, low-key, just because, like, I got this MAGA hat on, I literally hate a certain race of people or a certain identity of people. That couldn't be further from the truth.
I mean, it's ridiculous, to be honest with you.
I mean, Trump supporters represent all of the marginalized group. There's Hispanics that support Trump.
It seems like
men, black women.
It seems like from 2016 and up, your political views somehow equated
Arabs
to
for Trump.
what you thought about other races.
Yeah.
I'm like, my political views are based off how I feel like this country should be ran, not how do I feel about other races.
I just hate that rhetoric. It's more it's the most divisive thing. One of the most divisive things going on is this, that if you support a certain party, you're just this type of person. Like it's not being a Trump supporter isn't a monolith. I'm not like I said, I'm not an inherent bigot just because I think Trump was a better candidate than Kamala.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got 700 plus y'all in here, man. Make sure y'all double tap the screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Let's get more people in on the conversations. And if you have any questions or comments you want to share with us, go ahead and super chat $1+ in, and we'll go ahead and read it out loud to the chat, man. Let's keep it going.
A lot of people place themselves in silos. So I was very much in a left-wing silo where I kind of refused to have any kind of relationship with someone who had voted for Trump. And so as a result, I was allowing kind of like the Democratic Party and mass media to paint a picture of all Trump supporters without really investigating it. I just kind of accepted what their summation was.
Racist,
Jeff, who I
sexist,
love,
anti-gay.
and I kind of feel bad because now, like, a lot of people are talking about him, and he didn't ask.
I'm glad she's admitting this. Shout out her for the transparency, because this is a lot of y'all. This is low key what could be defined as general TDS.
I got like y'all never really talked to actual like Trump supporters.
Nope. Just heard what the media said about him, how they vilified him. I mean, think about it. Biden himself, towards the end of the campaign, a week before the election, said Trump supporters were literally garbage. So you start listening to shit like that. Yeah, it paints it. Why would I even want to talk to a Trump supporter? Yeah, he's garbage. He's a racist. He's a bigot.
According to our president, right?
Like, come on. Like I said, some of this rhetoric, some of this the stuff that they retort to us is just is hateful.
Yeah.
Fucking incendiary is hateful.
Talk about divisive.
Bro.
For me to mention him. But anyway, you know, I met him at a time when I needed help. Like, I was moving into this building. My husband wasn't available. He was going to a fire academy training. And so at that time, I'm like lugging my husband's heavy bicycle up the stairs. And Jeff comes across and just says, can I help you with that? He grabs the bike and he basically helped me move in. And this guy doesn't know me. This guy really had no reason to help me, but he dropped everything he was doing and decided to dedicate the rest of the day to helping me out, getting to know me. And throughout, you know, the subsequent weeks and months, we got to know each other better. Really, really sweet guy. And then one day we're at an HOA meeting. I remember we're sitting together on the couch as the meeting's going on. And a woman in our building stood up and she said something negative about Trump. And I was shocked because Jeff whispers in my ear, you know, oh, if she's going to be trashing Trump, then I'm out of here. And that made me realize, oh, he's a Trump supporter. And so I investigated that a little more. I was curious about his politics. He was a lifelong Democrat. He loved JFK, you know, voted for JFK. And he just said, you know, I feel like we should support our president, even if it's someone that you did not support, you did not vote for. He's our president now. And so he explained where he was politically, but it actually didn't matter to me because I got to know who Jeff was as a person.
That's a very mature stance right there. It's like,
it's pretty much the same summary I've been given is like, look, you may not have voted for him, but he's our president. Everybody's president right now. If you're in America, this is our guy.
Like, I didn't vote for Trump in 2016, but when he won, I was like, well, it is what it is. Well, I guess we're going to see now. We're going to fuck around and find out, man. It's like, hey,
we're all in this boat together.
I mean, let's see the white people voted us in chains or not.
I say it's better if we all hop on one accord, holding him accountable, him and his cabinet accountable, versus us being divided, talking about, oh, he shouldn't have won. This is going to be, listen, he won. It is what it is. We got what we got.
Yep, and there's no fantasy where Trump just gets locked up after.
Come on now.
It'll be okay.
Prior to understanding or knowing about his politics. And so that didn't just wake me up to how the, you know, Trump supporters are not a monolith. It woke me up to the fact that all of us are complex human beings. And we should not have one side of us or one element of who we are define the entirety of our character or the entirety of who we are as people. So that's what I was trying to say.
You've come under a bit of flack, both for your pivot, as it's seen, from left to right. The attacks have been led by Laura Loomer, who I'm on record as saying is a complete lunatic. But she said, here we have another political opportunist in the form of you, Anna Kasparian, and as a malicious and pathological liar who has spent years with her co-host, Cenk Uygur, lying about and trying to cancel every outspoken Trump supporter, including myself. She spread delusional lies about Trump, but now in a low-cut top and a full face of makeup, she wants to tell some make-believe story about a guy called Jeff.
Hey,
who all
and
of a
shout
sudden
out.
made her realize that 80 million people are all unique individuals and not Nazis. Come on. Nobody is buying.
Shout out Hellbat. Merry Thanksgiving, everyone.
Hey, appreciate that.
Happy Turkey Day. Happy Thanksgiving. Hey. Do not let this whole election BS. Well, if you're a Trump supporter, I mean, let's be real. Nothing's ruining your Thanksgiving. But if you're a liberal, come on now. Go see your family.
That's what I said,
Go
man.
see your cousin who's a Trump supporter. Y'all used to play together as kids. He's still the same cousin you remember. Don't be a dickhead.
Come on now, guys. Even if you are, even if you're a Trump supporter, exactly. Don't go over there being an asshole, like I said.
He loves your liberal ass, or she loves your liberal ass, all the same.
Man, great point.
This garbage and is trying to
eat some turkey, man. Be fat. See your family. You know, drink what you drink, smoke what you smoke, man. Try and leave politics out the shit.
And then when you leave, text them MAGA 20.
Oh God!
Okay.
On the way out the door, go ahead and yell Trump, baby.
relevant to the changing media landscape after she's made serious cash bashing people like me who actually busted my ass to help Trump get elected. She's a full-blown liar. We need to reject people like this, blah, 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 blah. What's your response to Ms. Loomer?
Well, my response is actually going to clarify something you said a little earlier, which is my pivot from the left to right. I would not describe what I'm currently espousing as right-wing. I have been... Basically, on economic policies, I'm very much left-wing. I have rejected the Democratic Party because they sell a bill of goods that I'm not interested anymore. Same with the Republican Party, generally speaking. So I consider myself...
He said, man, fuck turkey. Fish is better.
Okay.
I mean, chicken is better than turkey as well. So is lamb. Damn, man, bro. Turkey's my least favorite poultry, but it is what it is.
I mean... Yeah, that's low-key true, low-key. I keep it a buck. Yeah. I would say ham, but you know what? I'm not too big of a ham guy.
Unaligned.
I like the sides. I really like the sides on Thanksgiving. The sides and the desserts.
And I have moderated my views on a handful of some social issues. So that's where I am right now. I really am unaligned. Neither political party represents my best interests. With that in mind, I think Laura Loomer is worried that I'm going to vie for some sort of role in Trump's White House or in the Trump ecosystem. And I just want to let her know I'm not vying for any of that. I'm very happy where I am at work. I don't want to push you out of whatever position you have in the Trump universe. Like, the fact that she brought up my physical appearance, I thought was interesting. I'm sensing a little bit of jealousy, if I may say. It seems like it. It seems like it. And I'm not really looking to roll around in the mud with someone like Laura Loomer. So
No,
I just
God,
want
I
to
can't think of
let her
anything
know
worse.
everything's going to be okay, Laura.
Yeah, I think of all the
know.
million things you could suggest that I might at least want to do, number one would be rolling in the mud with Laura Loomer. But what people have said is they said you were quite outspoken. I'll play it to you. This is what you said when Dave Rubin pivoted. Let's have a look.
There has been this prevalence of prominent figures who identify as the left, right, or on the left, who then later start to, you know, cozy up to right-wing figures, and then it turns out that they completely move to the right wing because they're essentially paid to do it. They're used as tools by the right wing to essentially spew right-wing talking points while purporting to still be on the left. In fact, Dave Rubin's a great example of that. Dave Rubin used to work with us. He identified as someone on the left. Yeah, go ahead.
Forgive me, Anna. Dave Rubin made a video for PragerU, Why I Left the Left.
Oh, I know.
He does not, in fact, state to the world that he's still on the left. I don't know who you have in mind, so I can only address the one name that you gave.
So, I mean, have you pulled a Rubin, as some people suggest?
Yes, you did.
I mean, I'm still pretty left-wing, and I'm still working at the exact same place. Look, I don't know. Maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin, but I just felt that he, first of all, after he left TYT, he did lie about us, and that bothered me because we were still friends, and I didn't understand what was going on. So I was discombobulated about what was happening with Dave after he left TYT. He did leave on good terms, so it was weird. And, you know, he kept saying that he was this classical liberal, but had trouble defining what that meant and had trouble reinforcing or at least backing up some of the claims that he was making about, his newfound identity. So, look, live and let live. Dave is doing his thing. I did feel that his pivot was strange, but maybe it was.
I ain't gonna lie, I knew Dave Rubin went white. Ran all the way to the right when he was on Fresh and Fit. I was like, oh, okay, this man really is rejecting the left now.
He took it there.
He took it there. Shout out Dave Rubin. All right, man. Oh, wait, we got 1,000 y'all in here, man. Double tap that screen, like the video, man.
Sincere, who knows?
Well, it's interesting. Somebody accused me of being a Republican. It was Brian Tyler Cohen, I think. He said, you're obviously a Republican. Or Wajah Ali was one of them. And I said, look.
Are they out there?
I'm not a Republican.
Are they amongst us?
I'm somebody who identifies as liberal, but who has increasingly felt in recent years that I have absolutely nothing in common with modern day far left woke supposed liberals whose whole behavioral pattern is not remotely liberal. It's actually a form of modern day fascism, which is incredibly ironic given that they would say fascism is the one thing they hate most in the world. And I feel a bit like Bill Maher and people like that who become more popular actually to conservatives because they said the same thing. And I'm kind of like that, where I would say
the only reason these guys are becoming popular to us is because they're starting to realize, well, they're BS. They're starting to realize that, well, we were the ones spewing the BS. We were the one doing all the name calling, all the divisiveness. And it proved even more true when, the left lost. When Kamala Harris lost, y'all doubled down on this divisiveness. Y'all doubled down on the hatred for Trump supporters. It only made the more moderate liberals or the more moderate Democrats really look at what was going on in their own party, and they're like, oh, this is why we lost. Okay, I understand now.
I'm probably a centrist now. I don't identify as to the right or conservative, but I have nothing in common with the woke left at all. I find them preposterous people.
Me too.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. I probably feel similar to you to some extent, maybe not as extreme. I don't refer to myself as a centrist per se, but I definitely feel far more independent now than I ever have in my life. Because you're right. You do look at the two political parties, dominant political parties in the United States, and I used to identify so strongly with what the Democratic Party represented, but as they have kind of devolved further and further down this rabbit hole of maximalist policies for very specific groups of people, and that's the other thing. I'm just so tired of constantly focusing on how our identities or our race, our gender, our sexual orientation, how different that makes us from one another. No, you're a working class American. You've got a lot more in common with an Asian working class American, a transgender working class American, a gay working class American than you do with a black person who was chosen to be the head of a major Fortune 500 company. I probably have less in common with that woman than I would with a working class American from a different background.
Yes.
Or a white woman who's a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. I have less in common with her.
Totally agree.
I do like that point. I definitely do feel like I would have more in common with a, middle class or working class white man than a rich black person, a rich black man or a black woman. It's just, honestly, people relate better on a class basis than a race basis, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, people relate a lot better on a class income basis than on a race basis most of the time. And if, let's be real, Kamala Harris, the whole let's make them pay their fair share, even though they're already paying most of the taxes, kind of proves that point.
Think about it, guys. Just to, give that an example, it don't matter where you from, what color your skin was, if we all grew up in the hood, we was all hanging out together. We was all going to the same thing. We was in the same groups. It didn't matter if you was Asian, white, black, we was all from the same neighborhood.
I think Trump brilliantly tapped into that. I think he recognized that. And the fact that so many Black Americans, Latino Americans, Jewish Americans, Muslim Americans, white Americans, the fact they all turned out to vote for him in such big numbers shows that he managed to smash through all the ethnicity and religious divides and everything else. And he just tapped into things they all cared about, which were cost of living, illegal immigration, and I would also add the woke culture, which has become increasingly antithetical to what most people want to see their lives led like. They don't want to be living a life of fascist kind of control where everyone gets cancelled for saying the wrong thing or reading the wrong book or laughing at the wrong moment of a joke, etc. I want to play you a clip. This is Kamala Harris. For some inexplicable reason, the Democrats put out this clip last night of Kamala Harris, which is, I can't even imagine the logic other than chucking her under a bus. Let's take a look.
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have.
I mean, why? Why do you let this girl take 3 shots of the Henny, 3 shots of the Patron before she hopped on this? She's like, look, Kamala, I know it hurts. I know. You lost to because I can only imagine how they're treating her right now. I already know how they're treating Kamala. I know you lost to the idiot Donald Trump. I know you ran the worst election ever. How could you lose to this man? But hey, you got to go out there and tell these people to chill the F out. We can give you about 3 to 6 shots and you go, man, go out there and give them your best.
Do what you do.
Do what you do. You know, tug at emotional strings.
And that's what she does best, honestly.
Man.
Have the same power that you did before November 5th.
Somebody's been crying.
And you have the same purpose that you
Somebody's
did.
been drinking.
And you have the same ability.
I was before you had came in here, I made the joke that Kamala's like your drunk, successful aunt with no family or kids over here giving you wife advice while she's trying to find the answers to her problems at the bottom of a bottle.
Boy. Oh, damn.
To engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance.
A lot of y'all gonna have this auntie come up to you tomorrow at Thanksgiving trying to help you out, guide you through life. And she ain't got nothing, no family, no kids. She got a nice car and a nice bag, though. Nice, she dresses nice.
You know what's crazy? Tell me why every liberal actually followed Kamala Harris's lead. So I can't even judge Kamala Harris for this. Because almost every liberal that I call was drunk out their mind and be like, oh, I'm waking up from a hangover, man. I just couldn't. The election was really tough for me to handle. And I'm just like, you too? God damn, what's wrong with y'all? I thought y'all was going to take this L gracefully. But yeah, they lied to me. They said they were going to take it gracefully because they thought that Trump was just going to win. So they thought they were never going to have to follow up on their words.
Be over here crying.
Man, hilarious. Same time.
Let's take your power from you.
I mean, she just looked like a broken woman to me. This was the woman who was selling us joy, who looked utterly miserable, still talking in a kind of generalized word salad way, and also and talking nonsense because, of course, you know, the Democrats just took a massive drubbing, and it's on her watch. So, of course, they're all going to feel that, you know, not as confident and strong as they were before. They need a radical rethink, I think, the Democrats. But it was kind of sad, wasn't it, that video?
I mean, it wasn't close.
I mean, I gotta be honest, I thought it was kind of funny. Like I see myself as a 22-year-old at 3 a.m. at a bar talking to a best friend. Yeah. Okay, that's what I sound like.
Yes.
Don't let anybody take your power away from you. So like, okay, but
I still believe in you.
There is I still believe in you, exactly. But putting that aside, you know, there's a part of me that feels a little bad for Kamala Harris because I do feel that she was basically set up to lose, right? I mean, you have Joe Biden coming out of the gate saying that he's going to tap a black woman for his VP.
I'm weak as hell. Hell bad. He said, you know she drunk as fuck by the ability. Not ability. We all have the ability. I'm like, God damn, we got that ability on us, man. Shout out to Kamala Harris, letting us know we all got that ability to do better.
Slurring her words and shit.
God, man, shout out to Kamala Harris, man. She's so. Oh my God, bro. Hey, man. She's so in favor of gangs, man. She took the A out of ability.
When you do that, what it signals to the rest of the country is that, you know, you're gonna pick a token to make
drunk
a point,
as hell.
And it's not based on merit. And I think that's an issue, and it doesn't look good. But then on top of that, really, the person who deserves a great deal of blame, actually the people who deserve a great deal of blame, is Joe Biden, who refused to drop out of the race, decided to run for a second term, even though he had promised not to run for a second term. And all of the campaign officials surrounding him, who, by the way, just yesterday on Pod Save America, admitted that after Biden had that disastrous debate performance, They didn't have a plan B. They didn't engage in a plan B. The only
We got 800 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen to like the video or the 3 dots up there in the corner. We appreciate the support. And if you want to super chat any questions or comments or jokes to us, just $1 and up. We'll go ahead and read it out loud for the chat. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
thing they were hyper focused on was keeping Biden in the race. How irresponsible is that? Because even if, best case scenario for them, Biden is somehow able to eke out a win, which of course now we know based on their internal polling that wasn't going to happen. But let's say if it did happen, they're totally fine with having an elderly man with that level of cognitive decline leading this country. They're okay with that?
No, it's ridiculous.
And then they want to fearmonger about Trump. I'm sorry, but the Democratic Party has lost its credibility entirely.
Totally agree. There's some breaking news I wanted just to mention to you. Quite serious, actually. Several people nominated to roles in Donald Trump's incoming cabinet and administration have been targeted by bomb threats and swatting. Caroline Levitt said last night and this morning several of President Trump's cabinet nominees and administration appointees were targeted in violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. Law enforcement say the threats included a bomb threat on the home of Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who's about to become the US ambassador to the United Nations. Obviously, a very disturbing development. What do you make of that?
We should be condemning political violence or threats of violence in all forms, regardless of who that violence or those threats of violence are directed to. I'm so sick of this atmosphere in America, okay? Donald Trump won the election. Not only did he win the Electoral College vote significantly, but he also won the popular vote. A Republican hasn't been able to do that since 2004.
A clean sweep, man. And a lot of people speculated that might happen, but for it to actually come to fruition and for it to actually be a clean sweep, it says a lot. It says a lot. Like, people federally voted Republican and locally voted Republican. And like I said, it just goes to show that some of this liberalism that we've kind of got caught in the whirlwind of, people are kind of turning about face from. People are saying, I don't really like this. I don't really identify with this. And, you know, I know what they tell me about the Republican Party. I know what they say about Trump, but I'm willing to hear them out this time around.
And for the individuals who are upset about that, I hear you. You should be focusing on rebuilding the Democratic Party. They lost this election. Directing violence toward the winner.
Like the video, guys. We got over 1,200 of y'all in here. Appreciate y'all, man. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your night. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. If so, double tap that screen. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner, man. We appreciate the support. Thoughts, questions, comments, poll suggestions, video suggestions as well. Anything you want to get off your chest can be read aloud for $1 or more. Go ahead and interact with the stream. Go ahead and take charge of your credit. Repair your credit with WAI. Shout out our sponsors. Sign up for the service. Can be done in as little as 60 seconds. Boost your score by up to 60 points, guys. Free credit monitoring is also offered with the service. Again, take charge of your credit and shout out WAI, man.
Winners, directing violence toward cabinet appointees is unacceptable and really does seem hypocritical, considering the fact that we keep hearing over and over again how violent the right wing is. I mean, during this election cycle, all the violence that I've seen has been carried out by individuals on the left, with the exception of the first assassination attempt against Trump. We still don't know, what motivated that guy, but his politics were all over the place. But, the second assassination attempt, obviously someone on the left, these threats of violence toward cabinet appointees, it's unacceptable. Let's please be smarter than this.
I want to end on a lighter note. We started by talking about Cenk. I want to end by talking about him very briefly. We have a Cenk mashup to show you.
Oh, what? I'm going to attack you. I'm going to come on, this guy's a fool.
Cenk,
Name one Palestinian you find acceptable to make a peace deal with. You won't, because you don't want peace. All you want to do is slaughter more Palestinians. This whole thing is based on a lie. These are vicious, vigilante thugs, and they have done more violence than all of the peace protesters in the country combined. Where are the arrests? Where's the outrage? Where's the indignation? You pretend that you care about protecting students, but you only care about protecting one side. Hey, if someone takes out somebody from with a stretcher, I'll pay the legal bills. Attack people.
I just wondered, Anna, whether you had any advice for me on how to deal with Cenk's obvious anger management issues.
I do have advice for you. Let it go. All right? Let the man talk. Let the man do his thing. Look, I know that for some, he comes across as, too aggressive, a little too animated, but understand where that's coming from. It's coming from a place of authenticity and sincerity. And for him, it's righteous anger. It's righteous rage. And my style might be a little different from his, but I'm a Cenk ride or die. Okay? I know his heart is in the right place. And I'm going to defend him, and I'm going to just tell you, you're welcome. You're welcome. Because I know that...
Shout out.
I like her.
I like that loyalty.
She loyal.
She's smart. Another one.
On God. You ain't play yourself, baby girl. You ain't play yourself.
On God. And smart play, man. She stuck by her boss, and, man, she's trying to look for that Christmas bonus.
On God. Hey, shout out Cenk for having him a real one. I mean, who'da knew? Who'da knew? Shit.
And now let's get into this video here. Quick transition, man. Geopolitically, this is Hezbollah agreeing to a ceasefire with Israel due to fear of Donald J. Trump.
Mediated by President Joe Biden. But as the Washington Post
again, shout out Sky News.
Ago, the ceasefire deal is a result of Donald Trump's election victory. The Washington Post reports that during a visit to Mar-a-Lago, one of Benjamin Netanyahu's senior aides told Donald Trump that Israel's rushing a ceasefire deal in Lebanon as a gift to Trump before traveling to the White House to hold talks with President Biden. What else can you tell me about this ceasefire deal? Is there confidence in Israel that it will hold?
Yeah, there are a lot of people in Israel who are happy this is going to happen. Look, it's always unknown whether or not ceasefires hold or they don't. Only time will tell. We're talking about Israel dealing with an implacable enemy who has made it their life's work to destroy the state of Israel. So you're always dealing with a group of people who you can deal with in the short term, but I think solves nothing in the long term when it comes to a ceasefire like this. But for the most part, look, I'm in Israel.
All right, shout out. We're actually going to transition into this other video by Sky News. Shout out Sky News, man.
Oh God, it's mainly center. That's what I like about him. It's mainly center. Yeah. People like to say it's all the way right, but I'm like, nah. It's just that the left is tripping.
It's time for lefties losing it. Let's start with a special message from Vice President and failed presidential candidate Kamala Harris. Is this message delivered to her voters or is it for herself?
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did.
You're damn
and
right.
You have the same ability to engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance take your power from you.
Where's the joy? Yes, it does feel like she's repeating a mantra to herself in the mirror daily. Now to someone else who needs a good, hard look in the mirror, because everything Sharon Stone spews in this sad little diatribe actually applies to her and her ilk.
My country is in its adolescence. Adolescence is very arrogant. Adolescence thinks it knows everything. Adolescence is naive, and ignorant, and arrogant.
Yo, is she talking down on American people? Like, yeah, we're kids. We don't know no better. That's why we voted for Trump. You condescending bitch. No offense. I mean, like, I'm sorry for my language, but I'm like, that's a bit condescending as hell. So you can't admit that, we were just in the wrong place. Like, no, we just have a bunch of children in America who voted for Trump. I'm like, even though you gotta be 18 plus to vote, yeah, we just have a bunch of adolescent children who voted. I'm like, okay. You're not that guy. Well, ain't that disrespectful?
And we are in our ignorant adolescence. We haven't seen this before in our country. So Americans who don't travel, who 80% don't have a passport, who are uneducated, are in their extraordinary naivete.
Extraordinary, the deep delusion, the self-delighted arrogance and ignorance of a Hollywood elite who has zero understanding of her own country and countrymen, let alone the world. Even her little stat there about passports was wildly wrong, but the ill-informed, hate-filled rant did not end there.
Those good men must be very aware that a lot of your friends are not good men. You can't continue to pretend that your friends are good men when they are not good men.
Oh, you're standing on this.
And you must be very clear-minded and understand that your friends who are not good men are dangerous, violent men.
Wow.
And you have to keep them away from your daughters, your wives.
And I've always, bro, I keep questioning this. What does the demonization of men do, if not contribute to the divide?
I'll be real with you. It's not even men. It's Trump supporters, really. It's like men who are Trump supporters. They shouldn't keep these people away from your family members.
But that's what I said.
Being
a Trump supporter isn't a monolith. It's not like you're just a misogynist or racist if you're a Trump supporter. There's some Trump supporters out there. I would argue a good amount of Trump supporters stand by women. Even if you look at Trump's policies, keeping men out of women's sports, it stands by women. It protects women.
While the liberals, let these transgenders take opportunity away from women in beauty
What do you mean?
pageants,
It was their
sports.
initiative for them to infiltrate women's safe spaces. So, like I said, this demonization of Trump supporters or of men in general is just like, what does this do if not just further the divide? Doesn't help anything.
And your girlfriends.
If only she had the courage to speak out about bad men when Harvey Weinstein was preying upon young women. But then Harvey is a Democrat. He hated Trump. He hates Trump. He even marched with the Pussy Hat Brigade. Can you believe that? Against Donald Trump.
Oh, well, Weinstein. Oh, wow.
Remained protected.
Yo, it's good.
This Sharon Stone
Happy Thanksgiving.
With this ridiculous remark where she compares the real fascism Italy experienced in the past with Trump's election victory.
You know, Italy has seen fascism. Italy has seen these things. You guys, you understand what happens.
Oh dear, someone should tell Sharon who the Italian Prime Minister is right now. It's the Italian Trump, Giorgia Meloni, a centre-right woman who the media decried as a fascist, a far-right extremist and a threat to the country. Sound familiar? She is now among, if not the most popular leader in Europe. Also in Italy is another lefty losing it, and he's a regular in this segment, Alec Baldwin, fresh from an awful Saturday Night Live performance, and he too was bashing his country and his countrymen.
It's a very difficult time in the United States. Americans are very uninformed about reality, what's really going on with climate change, Ukraine, Israel, you name it, all the biggest topics in the world.
Now to CNN, where Scott Jennings, as the token conservative, continues to embarrass the lefty losers.
I heard what you're saying about X. I saw a survey this week. It's now the most ideologically balanced user platform.
Scott,
Yes, it is.
Stop. It's too early. I just sat down. I've only been here for 2 minutes. You cannot.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Back in the day, it was overwhelmingly Democrats who were on Twitter, or now X. Now it's even. Now it's still predominantly, like, I guess, a 1% difference favoring Democrats that are on X. So isn't it kind of funny that y'all, like, the Democrats say, oh, no, it's all right-wing conspiracy on there. And it's like, what you mean? Y'all are on there more than us. Like, let's be real.
You cannot say that. That's not the case. Who's the source of that?
What I find, we reported it on this network.
It's not accurate, and you know it.
Okay, I'll let you make your statement.
Yes, Scott,
you know
what's your source? What's your source? It's too early for facts. Let's have a look at what his source is, where Scott got those facts and figures from.
Look at this. The party ID among...
And it came from her own station. So imagine She like this was the whole CNN talking. This was these people on CNN talking, and she's like, "Oh, you can't prove that, and you know you're wrong." But CNN, the company that you work for, that you speak for, is literally just proved that he's right. Literally, oh, wow. You know, it's funny. I guess the people on CNN don't even watch themselves.
Clearly, right?
I mean, like, how did this guy just come out and say this, and then you're on there saying that, oh, no, there's no way it's equal. There's no way it's leaning, like, equally. There gotta be more of these Republican savages on there. I'm like, no, actually, there's more of us. There's way more than us in 2022. But now in 2024, it seems like the Republicans and update numbers on X.
Among those who regularly use X/Twitter for news. Back in 2022, 65% of those who regularly use Twitter/X for news were Democrats. Just 31% were Republicans. Look at where we are today. Just a completely different picture. Now it's basically split between Democrats at 48%, Republicans at 47%. And what I should note, Mr. Berman, is this new overall makeup matches the overall electorate far better.
Democrats still outnumber Republicans on X, but it's some sort of far-right site. I mean, people who spew that nonsense obviously have zero experience on social media, or they're just dishonest.
Nah, it's actually just for the first time in a while. After Elon Musk bought X, honestly, each side got equal engagement. Each side got equal push. So you were seeing a lot more of what the right wing was saying. It wasn't being like, well, suppressed. And now that y'all seeing it, y'all hurt over just a couple conservative tweets. And now y'all missed the old days when you didn't see no conservative tweets. You just seen the echo chamber that you love so much about Twitter.
Take your pick. Now let's check in with a grown man who identifies as a baby wearing a diaper.
What?
And he has a disturbing update for us.
Yeah, at work, I'm about to drop off an order, and my diaper's getting kind of full right now. So I might need to change really soon, but it is very discreet. Check out my last video for the discreet outfits video, but my diaper is getting a little full right now.
Joining me now is Deputy Opinion Editor at Newsweek, Batia Ungas-Sargon. Batia, let's hear from Emmy Award-winning former CBS investigative journalist Catherine Herridge, who left the network early this year and can now reveal how they refused to air the stories, the contents of that infamous Biden laptop until after the midterm elections.
I went to a lot of effort to get the cleanest copy of the laptop data, the same data that was provided to the FBI, because I didn't want to have any professional journalistic risk for CBS News. I wanted this thing to be totally locked down. When we did the story, we did it after the midterms. I argued against that because it was ready before the midterm.
Shout out Hellbat. He said Elon saved free speech, man. That's a fact, actually. Definitely did come through and just save free speech in the clutch, and brought back Alex Jones and a lot of other people.
And my training is that you should always do the story when it's ready to go. You should not be dictated by the political cycle.
But Tia, the story was good to go. It was ready, but they didn't want to run it before the midterms.
Bill Maher one.
It's an absolute scandal, Rita. What you have here is a news organization pretending to be objective and actually literally carrying water for one of the candidates and one of the parties and one of the sides in this two-party system here. And when you think about the fact that CBS ran one of the presidential or the vice presidential debate, right? Like, how can this be? How can we allow this to stand where the media has chosen a side when it is their job to help the American people choose what is best for them? And you just see this in time and time again. You know, CBS just got caught doing it. But if you think that the journalists at the New York Times and the Atlantic and the Washington Post and CNN and MSNBC are any different, they really aren't. 96% of journalists are Democrats, and it's a huge scandal.
96 is
crazy. It is, and it only gets worse. Here, Catherine explains CBS did not want to report on legitimate stories like the use of the N-word in these text messages.
Once we got the laptop story on the morning news, I felt that there was so much there that we could still do. For example, in the text messages, there's unfortunately the use of the N-word, the liberal.
Now, isn't it funny that I perceived racist back in the day? Son is using the N-word, a hard R N-word in text messages. Joe Biden's son promoted segregation, promoted the crime bill, all against black people.
Well, if I be honest, it actually is rather fitting.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, don't it?
Probably grew up hearing his dad say it.
But then they say we're the sides who have the racists on them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I must not know.
Explain that.
Yeah, y'all must not know Biden's history too well.
Use of the N-word.
Man, your classic 90s
this was
racist.
worthy of a story,
Whoa.
but I was told that it was not.
To stay off my lawn, racist.
CBS News. Then I asked for a forensic review.
Where's
of
the no
laptop,
black
and we
sign?
found
Racist.
more than half a dozen emails that were likely used.
The circus
by
is that
Joe
way
Biden.
racist.
I thought that was a story, but the answer that came back was,
All right.
well, we need to know what the content is of the emails. But that was going to be a years-long process.
Extraordinary.
Like, what
Not
are you
just
doing,
the
boy? The
president's
circus is that
involvement
way.
in these emails, but the fact that these text messages had the liberal use of the N-word, she said there, that they would ignore that when they have been so obsessed with race and any sort of racial slur or any suggestion of racism, and you've got the use of the N-word and you think, oh, no one's going to be interested in that.
I mean, Rita, can you even imagine if they found text messages from Eric Trump or Don Jr. that had the N-word in them? I mean, they would talk about nothing else for a month. I mean, you just know that this is true. And meanwhile, they smear Donald Trump and they smear the MAGA movement as racist when actually covering up actual racism on their own side. And it's so amazing because you know that they are out there scouring tapes for some indication that Donald Trump is racist, a man who obviously does not have a racist bone in his body because they found nothing, Rita, in all of this time, while actively suppressing evidence that Joe Biden's own son uses the N-word. I mean, it's really so revealing. And I'm so glad that this reporting is out there. And I'm so glad that you are calling attention to it.
Bro, it's Rockstar Biden. I mean, he goes out the country, makes secret deals with the Chinese and Ukraine. He smokes cracks, F hookers, takes them to different countries and all that, which is basically sex trafficking. And then guess what? He drops the hard R in text messages, man. That's Rockstar shit right there, man. Let's go.
Well, is it any wonder that trust in the media is at historic lows in the US? And you can see why people are increasingly turning to the likes of Joe Rogan. The Democrats are very eager to create their own Joe Rogan, but as he explains here, they had him. He was a Democrat. Listen to this discussion between Joe Rogan and Mark Anderson.
You pay people, it's not going to have the same impact. Yeah. You know, I think these Call Her Daddy shows and all these different shows that she went on, I mean, I'm sure they had an impact. Yeah. But I think that in the future, I'm sure they're scrambling to try to create their own version of this show. Right. This is one thing that keeps coming up, like we need our own Joe Rogan. Right. But they had me.
Well, number one, they had you. Number one, they had you. They had you and they drove you away. Is that number one? But they also have, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN.
Right, but that doesn't work anymore.
They had him. He was a Democrat like so many others now who are standing with Donald Trump, including Elon Musk and RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard. Joe Rogan donated to Bernie Sanders. It was a Bernie bro, wasn't he? And to see him be red-pilled, to see him be personally attacked by the leftist media, and it's opened his eyes to how the system works. What will the Democrats have to do to counter this? Because they can go and pay podcasters, they can pay Oprah, but it just doesn't have the same impact.
The reason that you can't imagine a Joe Rogan on the left is because the thing that they want is not the thing that he is actually doing. They believe that they are smarter than everybody else and that therefore they should be able to tell the American people what to think. And then they project their fantasy onto Joe Rogan that he's literally telling people what to think, and they're following him like zombies as he tells them to vote for Donald Trump, when of course the opposite is the case. The reason Joe Rogan is so popular is because he never tells anybody what to think. He listens to this one, he listens to that one, he asks questions, and then he's like,
open-minded.
Who knows? Make up your own mind, right? That's why he's so popular, because he is a truly independent thinker. And that's why you will never have a Joe Rogan on the left, because, Rita, they are incapable of independent thought, which is why the American people have
A hive
totally
mind,
turned on them.
literally.
Well, it's
like,
become
yeah, literally a hive mind. And if you go any way outside of that hive mind, you will be attacked. Bro, the left eats itself, and that's what it is. It's the hive mind of the left. And if you don't go completely along with it, you're done. You will no longer make money on their side. You will completely be kicked out, and they'll just leave you out there to dry.
High and dry.
High and dry, literally. Like Chris Cuomo.
Something like Islamism, as someone who escaped an Islamist country, it's total submission. You either submit to what we think on every issue, or you're on the outer. You start getting attacked, and that's what happened with Rogan. I want to ask you about Special Counsel Jack Smith. He's dropped the January 6th and classified document cases against Donald Trump. We spoke about that yesterday. But we cannot get past the manner in which he weaponized the Department of Justice. He wasn't alone, but let's not forget he tried to buy.
Dismissed. Drop it now, because you know the president can come after you way harder than you can come after him. Let's be real. If he really actually opens up the DOJ and really do a deep dive investigation, boy, you're going to jail and you know it. So go ahead and drop that case so Trump will play a little bit nicer for you. And he may let you not go to jail.
Bypass lower court rulings. He tried desperately to manipulate the process so the trial could be before the election.
That's tough.
Is there going to be any accountability for Jack Smith and others like him?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
there are competing impulses here, Rita. On the one hand,
Trump would be a pretty damn generous guy if he doesn't send this man to jail. Let's be real. He'd be pretty damn generous. You did weaponize the entire Department of Justice against this man, Trump, and he does nothing to you. But just make sure you just lose your job. Best case scenario, man, for real. It's like you stealing from your job, and everything your job is worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they just slap you on the wrist and just fire you. No police report, no nothing. You don't gotta go to court, nothing, just fired. I'm like, really? Ain't that crazy? That's the best case scenario.
Don't quite work like that.
Yeah, best case scenario, huh?
And Donald Trump has been very clear that he does not intend to persecute his political opposition or to wreak revenge. He's not interested in that. On the other hand, he has said repeatedly, they're not coming after me because of me. They're coming after me because they're coming after you, the American people. I'm just standing in the way. And I think it's very important to him to make sure that this can't happen to any other Americans who don't have his resources. And so I think that's the fine line that you're going to see Pam Bondi and others trying to walk here, which is to somehow bring justice back to justice, to somehow de-weaponize the justice system, but not to then re-weaponize it as a revenge tactic. So there were real abuses of the law, which deserve to be, we need accountability there, but I think it's going to be done in a very delicate, balanced way, or I hope so.
Absolutely. But as you said, the key word there was accountability. Those who have abused their power, abused their offices, need to face accountability. Otherwise, there is no reason for this not to happen again. And I think it's just that sense of justice that needs to prevail here. Batia Unga Sargon, always a pleasure.
At the same time.
Thank you so much, Rita. God bless. See you soon.
Joining me now from Israel is documentary filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Army, Israel and Hezbollah have now entered into a permanent ceasefire. This is an agreement that was mediated by President Joe Biden. But as the Washington Post reported 2 weeks ago, the ceasefire deal is A result of Donald Trump's election victory, the Washington Post reports that during a visit to Mar-a-Lago, one of Benjamin Netanyahu's senior aides told Donald Trump that Israel's rushing a ceasefire deal in Lebanon as a gift to Trump before traveling to the White House to hold talks with President Biden. What else can you...
It's like, Trump, please don't come over here and, go ahead and go crazy on us. How about this? We'll help you out with your presidency. We'll cut the bullshit. We'll go ahead and have a ceasefire and come to the peace table. Just don't do what we think you're going to do for Israel. Because let's be, he's really pro-Israel. And, yeah, I don't think the Muslims want to F around to find out.
Tell me about this ceasefire
I don't want them to F around and find out.
Is there confidence in Israel that it will hold?
Yeah, there are a lot of people in Israel who are happy this is going to happen. Look, it's always unknown whether or not ceasefires hold or whether they don't. Only time will tell. We're talking about Israel dealing with an implacable enemy who has made it their life's work to destroy the state of Israel. So you're always dealing with a group of people who you can deal with in the short term, but I think solves nothing in the long term when it comes to a ceasefire like this. But for the most part, look, I'm in Israel. This is a new event that happened just toward the end of the night, but people are skeptical, but I think overall are happy about it. Look, this is so interesting. Let's go back to January 1981, and a few hours, actually a few minutes after Ronald Reagan was inaugurated as president, the Iranians let go of all the American hostages because they were frightened about what he would do to them, right? Coming off a Democratic president who they didn't fear at all, right? Does this make sense at all? Does this remind you of anything today? Look, this is not Trump's first foreign policy win before he's become president. Just early this month, Qatar kicked Hamas out of their country. They didn't do it because they feared Biden. They did it because they feared Trump. We're already seeing Trump's success in the foreign policy sphere.
We said Trump's in office. Like, all right, Hamas, you got to get out. It's like, well, what you mean? It's like, yeah, I mean, Trump's in office. You know how pro-Israel he is. We don't know how far he's going to take this dog. You got to go. Look, bro. The pro-Palestinian side was Biden, okay? We ain't got that no more. Get the hell out.
I'm actually now becoming more optimistic about what he can do.
Oh, yeah, and take our pagers with you.
Let's say with Ukraine and Russia. I think both sides fear Trump. Both sides realize that they need to make a deal because they're not sure what Trump is going to do. And I think that's a good thing. This lack of clarity on how Trump is going to react has actually served him really well. Look, not to go over all his greatest hits, but I'll remind you of when everybody was attacking Donald Trump for his view on NATO, when he had this quote unquote bluster about defunding NATO. You know what the net result of that was? The net result of that was that 6 out of the 31 NATO countries who before Donald Trump did not hit their 2% threshold target on spending, now 23 out of 31 are in fact hitting that number because they were scared about how Trump might react. All of these things are interconnected, Rita. All of these things are an outgrowth of a Trump presidency that's on the horizon.
Absolutely. It's peace through strength. That's been the philosophy. That is, it might seem erratic and unconventional, but it works. It's worked in the past, and let's hope it works again. And it seems to be working already. Now, talk about it.
And shout out. Oh, I'm sorry, man. And shout out Hellbat. I hope the people that soared to target. I'm sorry. I hope the people that sought to target. So soared into target. Okay.
Soared into target.
Trump. Yeah. I hope the people that soared into
sworn in. Yeah.
Sworn. Okay. Yeah. You're
that's
right.
Probably what he meant.
All right. Yeah. I hope the people that sworn in to target Trump and the people that swore them in like that gets put in the federal prison for corruption. Now, bro,
man,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It'd be like, if for Jack Smith not to go to jail would be oh so nice. I mean, like, bro, he better kiss the ring after that. At that point, he better come out with a MAGA hat.
That's what they do, boy. They play in our face, though. You would think they would put that man directly in jail. Like, do not pass go, do not collect the 200, go straight to jail.
But then, you know, the libs are going to have a fucking circus. Like, oh, he's ended up in jail just for putting charges against him.
I told you, he's a criminal. Trump is going to weaponize the
He's coming after all of us. It's like, okay.
Yeah, all right, pipe down.
All right, we hear you.
Yeah, talking about Donald Trump's
precisely why he probably
transition
won't.
team, he's picked Dr. Jay Bhattacharya to lead the
y'all
NIH.
do
He's
wrong.
the nomination now for director of the National Institute of Health. This is, I mean, I've got to say, a brilliant pick. He is professor at Stanford School of Medicine, and throughout the COVID era, he showed enormous good judgment. He showed enormous courage to challenge some of the boneheaded, anti-scientific and harmful COVID measures we saw, from school closures to mass lockdowns. He was attacked for it. He was defamed for it, but he stood up to that bullying to speak truth to power, and to see him elevated and recognised like this, I think, is enormously important. And he will do a great job in the role.
I mean, Rita, you took the words right out of my mouth. There's nothing I really need to add to that. It was a great pick. It was another winning pick for Donald Trump. And certainly it's a pick that the left fears. I don't know exactly why, but they seem to think that anybody who had a counter-prevailing view of COVID was some kind of weird anti-scientific whack job, when in reality, history has proven them right. His entire process of saying, look, let's tranche out the people who have COVID by age, by their ability to get particularly sick by COVID. Let's create an immunity, a natural immunity, which is far more durable than these shots, the jabs, as they called it, that they were given, has all proven to be correct. Yet the left is up in arms about this pick. It goes to show how they are not living a reality. Again, going back to why did Trump win this election? For these kind of reasons, because the left is so out of touch with mainstream America, how they view the world, and by the way, how they viewed COVID, looking now back in the past. And by the way, he's also spoken very publicly about the NIH prior to this pick, talking about the need for efficiency in this organization. And by the way, this is a hallmark of all of Trump's picks, the idea that there needs to be government efficiency, government accountability. This is another pick that will do exactly that. I'm thrilled.
Hey, I'm thrilled too.
Now it's time for lefties.
Anything
Videos in history.
Yep, anything that vows to show some type of accountability, I'm all for it. Like, shoot. Yeah, we do all this wasteful spending. We got a wasteful employment in the government. Like, people are literally getting paid to do absolutely nothing.
What a position.
Negative press around the president.
Well, incoming border czar Tom Homan tells us that he has been the target of death threats since taking on, accepting the...
Yeah, and this is what I want to get into, too. A lot of his appointed staff has been receiving death threats. Yeah, I know, right?
Do y'all not know the FBI exists? You're threatening a federal employee.
Bro, you think the FBI gives a fuck?
Bro, come on, death threats?
I don't know.
Against federal employees?
I mean, it's Trump. That's what I'm saying. When you say the word "it's Trump," it's like almost anything flies now. I mean, if it was Biden and his people and they said this shit, I'm expecting, yeah, bro, you're about to get arrested, but it's Trump. So you never know what might happen. They might go about it the right way they're supposed to, or they might just say, oh, well, what you mean? It wasn't serious.
Oh, well.
Okay.
That's wild.
A new role under President-elect Trump. He joins us now. Tom, couple of things. Not had the chance to congratulate you on your appointment, your nomination. So my heartfelt congratulations to you. Second of all, I'm so sorry to hear that you and your family are going through this. What's your preliminary response to hearing that it's not unique to you? Other senior incoming officials are also facing threats today.
Well, first of all, I appreciate what Nicole just said, but I'll be honest with you, I have not taken this serious up to this point. Now that I know what's happening the last 24 hours, I will take it a little more serious. But look, I've been dealing with this when I was the ICE director in the first administration. I had numerous death threats. I had a security detail with me all the time. Even after I retired, the death threats continued. And even after I retired as the ICE director, I had U.S. Marshals protection for a long time to protect me and my family. And what doesn't help is all the negative press around the president and people he's putting in his cabinet. Me, I'm not in the cabinet, but, I've read numerous hit pieces on me. I'm a racist and, I'm the father of family separation, all this other stuff. So the hate media doesn't help at all because there are some nuts out there that will take advantage. So that doesn't help. And I thought we're
like Biden didn't do that with the crime bill. Okay. Okay, but whatever.
Beyond that, after the election's over, that we're going to get beyond
founder
that.
of father separation.
I will now start taking a little more serious after I just heard what's happened the last 24 hours. Up to that point, I was the attitude that if I'm not home, my family's not home. And they're not home right now, but when I return home, I'm going to bring them home. But I was up the attitude lately that if you want some, come get some. Because, I've been through this many, many times. And, but again, what I've learned today, I'll start taking a little more serious.
Get some?
Do you think that there's a role you can play once you're in position and come January 20th? Do you think there's a role that you can play with your leadership and seniority in the second term of President Trump's administration that can help to sort of bring an end to these kinds of threats that we've been seeing now, as you mentioned, against Republican officials and Democratic officials?
Well, I think the first role is not to be intimidated. I'm not going to be intimidated by these people. They're not going to silence me. Look, I'm going to do this job. I want to do this job because it's an issue of national security. So you're not going to shut me up. I'm not going away, and I'm going to do this job, and I'm going to continue talking to the American people why it needs to be done. I think under the Trump administration, I think we're going to be very transparent because the big issue, right, securing the border and doing this deportation operation. We're going to be very transparent. We're going to tell the American people exactly what we're doing, how we're doing it. So we're going to control the narrative, and we're going to educate the American people why this is necessary. You can't, on the heels of a historic illegal immigration crisis, where 9 out of 10.
He said, "You're not turning red. It's not spicy enough." I'm weak.
These people enter the country illegally will end up with an order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum. There has to be a big deportation operation. That's where that's a loss to this country. And if we go through this whole process and 9 out of 10 get an order removal from a judge and we don't remove them, you're never going to fix the border because we'll send a whole message to the whole world. You can enter the states illegally, it's a crime. You can even go to court or not go to court and get an order removal from a federal judge and you don't leave, and we're not going to make you leave. You're never going to solve the crisis on the border, and it's just not about illegal immigration. When you overwhelm the border patrol, like they've been overwhelmed for the last 4 years, that's when the fentanyl comes in to kill 250,000 Americans. That's why sex trafficking is up 600%. That's why we have a record number of people on terrorist watch list crossing the border. That's why you got 31% of women getting sexually assaulted making that journey. Children dying the border almost every night.
Fucking goofies, and people want to ignore this shit talking about borders are racist. No, your ass is a dumbass if you don't look at these stats that say these people are coming over here and hurting citizens.
Democrats ignore the American people's pain all the time. I mean, they ignored our financial pain. They ignored the physical pain that the immigrants was imposing upon us.
Jocelyn Nungary, what's the family that you just told me about the other day? The young female who was assaulted in the parking lot?
Damn it, I forgot her name, but I know she fought for 13 minutes or something like that. She fought for 13 minutes while an illegal alien who was hunting her down while she was taking her walk, unalived and raped her. And she fought for her life for 13 minutes. R.I.P. that young lady.
And you got fucking, I don't even like using a political term. You just got dumbasses over here who are saying borders are fucking racist. No, borders are necessary to keep people like that the fuck out.
So it's important that we be very transparent in what President Trump's going to do. We're going to secure the border. We're going to have a deportation operation, and we're going to work really hard to find those 300,000 children. That's what we're going to do, and we're going to tell that story.
Do you think it makes a difference, Tom, if, and this is not confirmed, the FBI is not sharing anything publicly right now about the source of these threats, who is making them?
Thank you. Thank you,
So we don't know if they were coming from domestic actors, foreign actors, but I talked with Trey earlier in the show about how Iran is being investigated and prosecuted now for threats against the incoming president's life. Will it make a difference, do you think, to how the U.S. government responds to these threats if they are coming from Americans or foreigners?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's our duty. I think we need to do that. I haven't received this level of threats in the last few days myself. So I'm shocked at what happened in the last 24 hours. Again, I haven't received that level of threat, but I think the government, if they find out it's coming from a foreign nation, of course we got to respond to them. This isn't acceptable for Republican or Democrat. I mean, no one that serves their country should be under threat. I mean, this is the second time I come back from retirement because I'm a border guy. The border's out of control. This is the biggest national security threat in our nation's history. So the president asked me to serve. I'm going to serve with pride and dignity. So.
Bro, they brought the savage out of retirement. They're like, bro, Tom, bro, I know you're retired, but we need you back, bro. We need you to deport everybody, bro. He's like, bro, everybody we got on this court list who's supposed to get sent the hell out, get them.
Get their ass, grab them.
He like, can I deport the children too? You know best, Tom. You know best.
Like, Tom, you know how to do your job.
Oh, God. And that's when then he went on 60 Minutes. He said, oh, don't worry. We'll deport them together. He's a savage.
My man said, pack your bags now, boy.
Yeah, and pack the baby with you.
So I think we need to have a strong response once they find out who's behind all this. Absolutely, it's illegal to threaten.
The only case where you definitely throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Someone's life, and we need to follow through with that.
Well, we wish you all the best and your family over the holidays. We hope that this gets put to rest.
Right. Shout out Tom Homan, man. Like I said, bro, man's a certified hard ass.
I mean, bro, been doing this for years.
I mean, if you took all his accolades away from his previous position, he'd be qualified just off of being a badass.
Man. But keep going down.
Yep.
Bill Maher. That one.
Oh.
Problems. So the clip I want to start off with is the Bill Maher with Neil deGrasse Tyson. The reason for this is because we had Neil deGrasse Tyson on, and I've been on Bill before, and we had a great time. He spoke 90% of the time. I sat there, had a glass of water. And so it's fun watching some of the infighting, because in here, the amount of things that Neil deGrasse Tyson, the scientist, is saying that Bill Maher can no longer take it. Vinny, I think it's a couple clips, right? It's not just one or two clips.
There's this one, there's another one, and then I have an old one that he was talking about something about the trans.
Play this clip first. Let's react to it. Go for it.
Scientific American, the magazine. I remember when it was around when I
grew up with it, yeah.
Grew up with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, their editor had to quit. You saw this.
Yeah, I heard about it because she expressed some opinions, right? Yeah.
Okay, sure, but it sure didn't sound scientific. It didn't sound like the person I would want to be running Scientific American.
Okay.
It was a rant on Twitter. Okay, I could read it to you. It's really ugly. You know, I apologize to younger voters that my Gen X is so full of fucking fascists. Okay, I'm not.
Okay, I'm not a gasket right there.
I'm not for.
All right. Yeah.
I'm not for canceling anybody on either side.
Yeah.
So But here's what I think is the scandal.
What?
This is in Scientific American.
Yeah.
Less than a year ago. Inequity between male and female athletes is a result not of inherent biological differences between the sexes, but of biases in how they are treated in sports. That's nuts. And it sure ain't scientific, and it's in Scientific American. And that's why the Democrats lost the election. It's true.
What the hell is he laughing at? I mean, that's exactly why they lost. Like I say, I mean, they went too fucking far to where they had a good portion of Democrats, people who have voted blue overwhelmingly, people who are lifelong Democrats, looked up and were just like, hold on. Where are we headed with some of this stuff?
I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't expect Neil deGrasse Tyson to be woke like that.
Bro, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hold on, you're a scientist, but
Neil deGrasse Tyson disappoints me. He gives he's a scientist, but he's not a psychologist. He's not a medical professional, but he gives his opinion as if he is. And a lot of times he'll insert his experience as a scientist low-key to justify his crazy take.
To be real with you, I don't mind him doing that. It's just that he just feels like he's had such a superior
That's what
outlook.
I'm saying. He'll insert
it's just the narcissism that comes with it, I guess.
Bro, he'll insert his intelligence or his expertise in his field as if that just is like a I don't know, just like a universal key or some shit. Like, my nigga, nah, like, you're not a medical professional.
Yeah, you're not as smart as you think you are, especially if you lost the whole biology. You lost your whole biology classes within these years. Like, I know you're old, but you tell me you cannot forgot. You don't tell me you forgot every biology class you ever taken.
Like,
there's just no way that happened.
Him speaking on the vaccine and stuff like that, and I was just like, bro, come on. Like, I get it. I'm not saying I don't mean to demean your intelligence in any way, shape, or form, but bro, yeah, it's not your wheelhouse.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. If I was interviewing him, I would literally just slip in like a little whisper, like, bro, slide me a paper how much they paid you to say that.
Bro, on God, because you could tell he's bought.
I'm like, please just slide that paper over. Once I remember, okay.
All right, but I get it.
I get it.
Cool.
You're a sellout, but I get it.
Now we got this interview. Now I know where you're coming from.
Okay.
Bro,
ain't no way.
Bill, every 20 minutes on your platform, you come up with another reason why the Democrats lost. You already have the answer. They lost the election. So anything you say is why
true.
they did it.
First of all, you don't watch this show, so you don't know that. I know you don't, and it's okay. But you talk as if you do, and you fucking don't. And that's okay. Just don't bullshit me. That's the one thing people can't ever do on this show is bullshit me. And that's fine.
I mean, he
but
says
it's
smiling.
I have very good reasons. But engage
serious.
with the idea here. What I'm asking is, Scientific American.
He said that smiling, but he was dead ass, though. I could tell. Like, with these comedian types, you kind of know when they're being funny and serious at the same time.
That's what they do professionally.
Oh,
bro.
God. And shout out Hellbat12, man. He said, scientists that support something unscientific. Shake my head. On God, he sold out. He sold out for the bread, man. He left science behind. I mean, bro, look, as soon as you start leaving behind basic biology, you can no longer call yourself a scientist or an intellectual, but it is what it is, huh?
You already have the answer. They lost the election. So anything you say is why they did it.
First of all, you don't watch this show, so you don't know that. I know you don't, and it's okay. But you talk as if you do, and you fucking don't. And that's okay. Just don't bullshit me. That's the one thing people...
And that is literally what you just said, Keenan. It's like, you talk as if you know what you're talking about, but you don't, and you be bullshitting people. And everybody just lets you runs off and bullshit them. And I'm not... Bill Maher's going like, look, bro, this ain't going to be a regular interview. You just get to bullshit your way through it.
Yeah, he tries to use his experience in his field as if he has infinite intelligence on every other subject. And I'm just like, bro, like I said, I get it. You're smart, but bro, don't do that.
When you're known or the internet makes you known just for being smart, maybe that can get to your head a bit.
Yeah, and he does have quite the ego. I mean, I get it. You're a scientist. You're a smart guy. But bro, you're over here giving me opinion on vaccines and telling me how I'm the issue for not taking it, herd immunity, all this good stuff. Relax.
For such a smart guy, you'd think he'd work out an excellent workout and diet plan.
Yeah, you think he would know a little bit more about health for as much as he professes he knows about health.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, first of all, you don't watch this show, so you don't know.
Sit down, my man. Sit down.
I know you don't, and it's okay. But you talk as if you do, and you fucking don't. And that's okay. Just don't bullshit me. That's the one thing people can't ever do on this show is bullshit me. And that's fine. But I don't say that. I have very good reasons. But engage with the idea here. What I'm asking is, Scientific American is saying, basically, that the reason why an WNBA team can't beat the Lakers is because of societal bias.
What you're saying is not Scientific American says that. An editor for Scientific American says that who no longer has the job. So don't indict a 170-year-old magazine because somebody...
Okay, this is called Scientific American, and they're printing something
because someone enters the cesspool that is social media and then participates in that exchange. So
why can't you
let's talk about science?
Why can't you just say this is not scientific and Scientific American should do better?
Does she still have her job?
No, not because of this. I said the scandal is not her tweet. The scandal,
because that was like a year ago. Was it? Which one was a year ago?
I think a year ago, women still couldn't beat men in basketball or any other sport. And it wasn't because of society. You don't see a problem.
By the way, long-distance swimming, women might actually have the advantage. You can look into that.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe long-distance swimming, yes. Okay.
Yeah, just... I've looked into it. Yeah.
By the way, yo, the fact you know you got to give the embarrassed laugh for that one. It's like, yeah, I looked into the fact that women might have the advantage on men on long distance swimming. What percentage of women? I mean, like, really?
Oh God.
So there's a percentage of women that have the percentage on most men on, I don't know, like lifting. Have the advantage of men on flexibility. Like, there's a lot of things women have the advantage on men on, but when we're talking about women's sports, most of the time we can blow them out the water because most of these sports are physical sports.
Yeah.
Like, look at volleyball. Look what look what we did in volleyball. I mean, swimming. That wasn't even a physical sport, and hey, we took that. They took that away from y'all.
I mean, it's not misogynist to just plainly state that men are more athletic, taller, have greater lung capacity, faster, and probably just have a little bit more dexterity when it comes to sports or agility than women. It's not sexist to admit that.
Well, shout out Mr. Doc Hill. Bill is sliding closer to the right. Killed him.
Bro, like I said, the left is leaving some of their party members behind. They're just too ultra liberal, too progressive. And some of these moderates like Bill, who are just, I would say some of the more sensible people amongst the party are just looking like, bro, like, hold on, I'm not with all this.
They're like, there's no way y'all actually doing this.
Are you under part of the problem?
You can pause it right there.
And then when people like Bill Maher start looking conservative, bro, the shit is up. The jig is up. When you got Bill Maher over here looking right to center, the jig is fucking up. Like, bro, y'all went too far.
So what do you think when you see this?
Bill Maher's a right-leaning comedian now.
To me,
like,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why not just call it for what it is? The left is ultra woke. It's ultra woke. It's eating itself from the inside out.
Now that they have lost, they have nothing else to do but feast upon each other.
Like, bro.
And it's probably the dumbest smart person
The
I've
infighting,
ever seen,
as they
like
call
on the
them.
planet
Yeah.
Earth. It's like
you
there's
say the
like
left
and you
is
see, and I
his
love
own.
this when it's Democrats, Pat, going at it, and now you see where the Democrat liberal line is, and then where they start saying far left. This guy can talk his way into anything. Like, and this is a clip, you showed this a while ago. This is him about transgender. Like, think about this. With all the science is out the window. If you wake up in the morning and you think you're a girl and you're a biological man, then that's what you are, and that's what people should accept you at. I think it's conflating two separate things, and it's just, this is when smart people are trying to go way too intricate and break things down. Can we play this clip really quick? This is Neil deGrasse Tyson when it comes to the trans and what you think and what you believe that you are.
My point is, apparently, the XXXY chromosomes are insufficient. Because when we wake up in the morning, we exaggerate whatever feature we want to portray the gender of our choice.
Maybe we shouldn't be listening to, I ain't gonna lie. Maybe we shouldn't be listening to a talk about gender from an unhealthy male. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, maybe we should look at I don't know, the fit guys who love being guys who can sit there and tell you that, yo, this gender thing is real, or women who are, fit, feminine, and friendly. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. They'll tell you that, yeah, you can't fake this. You can't throw a wig on and fake this, my G. And then a man will be like, yeah, you can't cut your tits off and fake this, lady.
What is he even talking
You
about?
actually got to be over here.
Either the one you're assigned, one you choose to be, whatever it is. And so now, here,
Hey, appreciate
so now
y'all.
just to tie a bow on this.
Put the bow on it.
I say to you, somewhere I think I read that the United States was a land where we have the pursuit of happiness.
But so science goes out the window.
Suppose no matter my chromosomes, today
Oh,
I
boy.
feel 80%.
When people got a virtual signal like that, bro, it just low key weakens the strength of their argument. When people say obvious things like that, they got a straw man like that. It's just like, okay, bro, like, come on, what are you talking about here,
man?
Female, 20% male. I'm gonna put on makeup.
That doesn't justify the bullshit you're about to say.
All right, I ain't gonna lie. This man literally just said, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I'll wake up, I'll feel 20% male, so I'm gonna go put on a makeup and a dress to account for what, the 80% that you don't feel like a male.
Bro,
you sound like I'm gonna be real, you sound like a pussy.
And bro, back to my point, just like think about what he prefaced that statement with, like, oh, I read somewhere America is land of the free, home of the brave. You can explore any option you want. Okay, all right. What are you about to say? Well, that just means sometimes I wake up and feel like 50% male and like, oh, hold on, bro.
Bro, where are we going, bro?
Like, hold on.
Like, I thought you was the guy talk about space. What gender identity and all this other BS. When did you land upon this?
It's like you made a good point, actually. Like, the platforms kind of went to his head. He's kind of expanded too far instead of just remaining in his niche where his expertise is. And the problem is
he's in an echo chamber at this point because, like, bro, any real scientist would know, like, bro, look, I'm gonna stick to biology. We're gonna stick to the X and Y chromosome. The fact that you're saying, oh, well, it's a spectrum. I'm like, you know what? I could agree to the whole testosterone spectrum, but I'd also like to blame the fact that boys are less active, boys don't eat as well, or they're more overweight. So this will contribute to the low testosterone and the more feminine action of boys better than just, oh, the X and the Y chromosome is insufficient. No, you dumbass. Maybe the nutrition of that young man is insufficient. I don't know why don't we want to go there though, but okay.
Tomorrow I might feel 80% male. I'll remove the makeup and I'll wear a muscle shirt.
That is disturbing to listen to.
And so here's my thing. So and I remember how we always talk about the money and follow the money, Adam. We always go back. What is his agenda? What is his goal in saying stuff like women can actually compete? And think about it. He actually did the research to find one thing, Tom, where statistically and one thing out of all the sports, women might have an edge on men in long distance swimming. So there has to be something up. For somebody that smart to say something dumb like that, there has to be something behind
let's bone dance. He literally had to preface that with might. Like, I can't even really say this as factual, but
less bone density, more buoyancy.
That's the only thing I can see, honestly.
Yeah, that's the only I'm trying to make it make sense for him. Ain't that crazy?
I mean, a little bit more aerodynamic, or I don't. What's the term for?
I don't know. Women float easier.
Yeah.
Who knows? He really thinks like that. There's no way.
And I think the example he was looking for in long distance swimming was I think she was a Floridian, Rob. Help me out here. Diana Nyad. But she tried several times to swim to Cuba or something in these incredible long distance. So he's using this one woman apparently that tried, and Diana Nyad, and she was an incredible athlete. She's out there trying to swim to Cuba and trying to swim to the Bahamas, set all these records back and forth. So he's using her. When the men that tried got bored and wanted to stop for a beer.
That's an actual woman, but look how she was born a little bit more on the high T side. Like, she's a woman who has an abnormal amount of testosterone. I mean, look at the lady, man. Them shoulders, man. Immaculate. I mean, god damn. Sweet Jesus, and that's a woman? I mean, are we sure that's a woman, Key?
That's what they're telling us.
Okay, we'll just go with that. But yeah, that's not your average woman. Obviously, she got some genetics working for her to where she's able to do this.
Long distance swimmer.
It's like, bro, it's crazy how they'll take the genetic like freaks of women and be like, oh, yeah, this is the standard now. I'm like,
goddamn 75.
Bro, that's like taking a 6'8" dude and being like, yeah, all dudes should be 6'8". Like, bro, what? You done took all the genetic freaks and made that the standard now? Okay.
Come on now. What are we doing?
Shout out my genetic freaks.
Just in the water problems. So it's like, you know what? I've been doing this for about 5 hours. Do you think we could stop and just maybe watch a ball game or something? But the issue with Neil deGrasse Tyson, this is what happened when a person who is genuinely intellectually gifted, you suddenly dive in to the opinion and the pool of wokeness.
Yes.
And suddenly you get boiled like a frog and you sound nonsensical because he is trying to support the opinion of woke, the opinion of that side.
Well, Bill Maher destroyed him.
And Bill destroyed him on Scientific American. But this is what's going on. This is why he sounds dumb, is because he's an incredibly smart guy making no sense trying to hold
even
up
Elon
the
and him had an issue. So here's Eric posting. Rob, can you zoom in a little bit for me to see the last thing? I want to give credit. Abenante, he posts his tweet on November 22nd. It's an exchange between Maher and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Elon at the top responds and says the following. He says, wow, they really don't get it. Mars is critical to the long-term survival of consciousness. Also, I'm not going to ask any venture capitalists for money. I realize that it makes no sense as an investment. That's why I'm gathering resources. Play the clip, Rob. This is another one. Watch this, folks.
How soon could Elon Musk realistically send humans to Mars? Another good question.
I have strong views on that. My read of the history of space exploration is such that we do big, expensive things only when it's geopolitically expedient, such as we feel threatened by an enemy. And so for him to just say, let's go to Mars because it's the next thing to do, what does that venture capitalist meeting look like? So, Elon, what do you want to do? I want to go to Mars. How much will it cost? $1 trillion. Is it safe? No, people will probably die. What's the return on the investment? Nothing. That's a 5-minute meeting, and it doesn't happen. So
we agree. I'm not for going to Mars.
Okay, wait. I got nothing against Mars. What I'm saying is, Here's how we get to Mars. Ready? China leaks a memo. Doesn't even have to be true. They leak a memo that they want to put military bases on Mars.
Right.
Then we're on Mars in 10 months, but NASA doesn't have its spacecraft, but Elon does. Here's my spacecraft to Mars, and we end up paying him to use his spaceship to get to Mars. And that'd be easy for China because Mars is already red, right? So that'd be an easy sell. That'd be an easy sell.
Now, it's kind of crazy that why do I know the benefits of going to Mars more than Elon Musk? I mean, not more than Elon Musk, but more than Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why do I understand that? You know, if we do go to Mars, one, we can discover possible ancient technology, possibly. Two, if nothing's there, we have new mineral and materials we have access to. Let's not pretend like it's just some desolate planet that doesn't have resources on it. Like, bro, we're talking about a whole planet that could possibly have, bro, I don't even know, gallons of oil, barrels and barrels of oil, some type of mineral or something that can progress us into the future. I mean, there are so many benefits of going to Mars. It's crazy. I mean, like, we went to the moon, we came back with moon rocks and all that good stuff. I mean, we're going to get something out of it. But Mars, we're going to get more than just some dirt and a rock. Pretty sure.
Okay? That's how. So I don't see it happening until governments judge that it's geopolitically in our interest. Otherwise, I don't see it as just a
I don't know.
He's gone from a scientist to a nut, and apparently he only owns one tie.
One tie that has a galaxy on it, and now he's space exploration.
I mean, that could be the branding thing that he's doing. I don't have a problem with that. But what I will tell you with this is, you know the clip when Elon is in tears crying because the guys that were his heroes were laughing at him, and he says, "How do you feel about some of these your heroes?" Yes, and he's getting emotional, right? Oh, really? Yeah, it's actually an incredible clip to watch. And I've showed this clip to my sons multiple times. The bottom left. No, Rob, go back. You just had it. Go back. It
was on his documentary.
It's the bottom left. That one right there. Right there. Go ahead. You can turn on the audio. Go for it.
Are American heroes who don't like this idea. Neil Armstrong, Gene Cernan have both testified against commercial spaceflight in the way that you're developing it. And
because Neil Armstrong knows the truth about what's really on the moon. Man. Neil Armstrong knows that either one, we never went to the moon, or two, we went to the moon and we lied about what's on there and there's actually aliens or some type of, alien spaceship that controls our tides. Who knows? Allegedly, right? Allegedly. But the moon, come on now. You think they really told us the truth about what's on the moon? Okay.
I wonder what you think of that.
I was very sad to see that.
Look at
because those guys are, those guys are heroes of mine, so it's really tough. I wish they would come and visit and see the hardware that we're doing here. And I think that would change their mind.
Look at that. They inspired you to do this, didn't they?
Yes.
Damn, and to see them casting stones in your direction.
It's difficult.
By the way, let me tell you something about this.
Nah, TikTok ignorant for the background music. But that was an emotional moment for Elon. You got to think, like, people that you actually idolize for a good purpose. They inspired you to do great things, and they're over here casting stones at your operations.
You know what's crazy thing is? He didn't even ask to meet his idols. The idols just found out a bit about his ideas, and they said, "Oh no, fuck him."
Yeah,
damn.
The craziest part about it is, again, like I said, these people literally motivated him to do what he's done and become as successful as he has been. And they're over here again casting stones at his whole operation.
Man, this thing here. The only way a person is able to go through the pains that they have to build what they build, you have to believe in it, and you have to have a high score of childlikeness, not childish, childlike. Read a book. It could have been 48 Laws or it could have been Art of Seduction or one of those books that says some of the greatest leaders of all time had childlike tendencies, like their level of curiosity. So I really want to find out what's going on. Like what? Yeah. Christmas? What's going to be here tomorrow? Oh my God, I can't wait. Like, how am I going to go to sleep? Like, when we were kids, like, field trip. And when you become an adult, it's like, it's just Christmas. It's Santa Claus. It's like, the other day, went and watched this movie of The Rock. What is it called? Red Notice, Rob? I don't know what it's called. Red something. You're a parent. I thought maybe you've seen it. Red something like with The Rock. It's called something. I don't know. A red one. I freaking loved
called
it.
something.
It's the story of he is the bodyguard of Santa Claus. Okay, it's actually a very good movie. And we're going in. I'm telling Tico and Dylan and Son, I say, you guys know this is based on a true story. And they're like, what are you talking about? I said, Dad, stop. I'm telling you. I said, so they're like, well, you know, Santa's not real. I said, dude, if you don't think Santa's real, what makes you think you're going to get a gift on Christmas?
That's hilarious.
You say something like that, you insult Santa. He may not come through for you. And they're looking at me. They know. Yeah. But there's a second of it where it's like, maybe this motherfucker, you know, maybe it's like, right? So what's the point? The moral of the story is this. Here's the moral of the story. The moral of the story is you have a guy. How many more times does he have to prove to you that he specializes in doing the impossible? Mm-hmm. What else does this guy have to do for you to realize he's not doing it for money? What does he have to do? Tell me. SpaceX? Tesla? X? Boring Company? Neuralink? Wanting to cure people who can't see and back pain and all this stuff. What else does this guy have to do? And he's the number one there's this video game that he's the number one player of Diablo.
I ain't gonna lie. The problem with what Elon Musk wants to do is a lot of corporations make money off, well, the suffering that Elon Musk is trying to end. The suffering he's trying to end, people make money off of. So they're like, oh, hell no, bro, F him. I'm like, what? I mean, look,
he threatens a lot of people's bags.
Oh, God. I mean, look, bro, he ended the suffering of people feeling like our free speech was being taken. He's like, don't worry, I got you. Let me get that back.
Yeah, that did piss a lot of people off, honestly. Mm-hmm. From the bottom to the top, really.
Hold on, cure blindness. How are we gonna make money off blind people? I don't like that, man. I don't like that, man. We done made too much equipment for this.
How the hell do you pull? And he's got 12 kids. He's had 12 kids. He's got 11 kids, right?
Damn.
How do you pull all this stuff up? And then you sitting there who hasn't built anything ever, you just read books all day, and you went to school and you got good grades. You're criticizing a doer? There is nothing more embarrassing than a person who's from academia sitting there with their suit and tie on, criticizing a guy that's on the ground, on the floor, getting down and dirty, building a business, trying to do something that other people simply don't want to do because they got so much money and they just want to go to parties. And this guy wants to build something. Anyone to say something like that? It's just a bad look. It's an embarrassing look when you say something like that. And by the way, kudos to Bill for as much as he's part of that camp and he's part of that community to sit there and say, dude, I can't effing take any more with this shit. Freaking. What else are you going to say next? Yep. That Kamala's a winner? What else are you going to tell me? I'm going to have to sit here and listen to the stuff you have to say? Anyways, that's my thoughts. Adam, I'll give you the final thoughts before we go to the next
you really
story.
took the words out of my mouth. I'll tell you why. Because the most glaring thing to me between Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson is one is a capitalist and one is apparently seems to be a socialist. Do you know the names of the companies that Neil deGrasse Tyson has built? Do you know the names of them? Zero. He's never built a company. He has 0 companies he's built on his resume.
That's a great point.
This is a living, breathing example and metaphor.
My bro can easily be bought.
Builder, doer, versus what appears to be a socialist professor who basically is aligned with the progressive left. And what I loved about COVID is some people got better and some people got way worse. But no matter what, everything and everyone got exposed. All the bad ideas got exposed. All the bad policies got exposed. By the way, do you know where Neil deGrasse Tyson got his bachelor's and his master's? Take a wild guess.
California?
Nope, you're close.
Where?
Harvard. And Columbia.
Oh, weird.
I knew it, Harvard. I was like, bro, he's Harvard. He brags that all the time.
Institutions of our time. Now, there's people that went to each of those universities that have done great things. I'm not saying that everything is uniformity like that, but
Name 2.
we've seen what happened with everything that happened.
I think it's Pete Hegseth, bro. He returned his Harvard degree.
But we've seen what happened everything since basically COVID on October 7th. So there's a difference. Vinny, you said it. You sort of said it. There's a difference between being smart and well-read and wise and being a builder. Elon Musk has built how many companies that you just listed off? Bing, 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 bing. Listen. Neil deGrasse Tyson,
maybe
0.
you said Cole.
Make sure to like the video, man. We appreciate that. We still got over 7 in with us, man. Thank you for rocking with us tonight, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully everybody having a good day. Spend some time with the family. Support the stream with the like, man. If you haven't already, double tap the screen. Also hit the guys again. Giving.
Appreciate the support, guys. Turn it back.
Associated with democracies due to its reliance on popular support.
Hey.
Let's see. All right, so pretty much we're gonna go into every political ideology explained in 8 minutes. Let's go.
Conservatism. Conservatism, as the name suggests, tries to conserve traditional values. In Western culture, conservatives usually promote the nuclear family, organized religion, the military, and property rights. Liberalism. Liberalism is usually cited as the dominant ideology in modern history. It usually likes that every single individual has his own rights, that the government has to be approved by its own people, and that everyone should be treated the same way before the law. It also likes free markets, elections between multiple political parties, a separation of powers in...
What the fuck happened?
Exactly.
What the hell happened? What did you do to liberalism, you goddamn leftist? You've ruined what liberalism actually is. Y'all ain't even liberals. I don't know what the hell y'all. No, we're gonna find out.
In modern history,
this is real
it usually
liberalism.
likes that every single individual has his own rights, that the government has to be approved by its own people, and that everyone should be treated the same way before the law. It also likes free markets, elections between multiple political parties, a separation of powers into different branches of the government, a separation of religion from the government, a set of fundamental values written in the Constitution, privacy rights, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and freedom of religion. Moderatism. Moderatism likes to stay within what is called the overton window, which is the range of policies politically acceptable to the mainstream population. In most cases, moderates are apolitical, which means that they don't care, but they have a little bit of knowledge about politics. Capitalism. Capitalism is an economic system based on the private ownership of the means of production and their operation for profit. The central characteristics of capitalism are private property, free exchange, competition, division of labor, and social cooperation. Socialism. There are many types of socialism, making this an umbrella.
Why that look like Guess Dude's thing?
It kind of did.
Oh God! I was,
Shout out Guess Dude.
That dude look funny though. I was like, oh wow.
Term. In the classical sense, socialism describes worker-owned means of production, heavily supporting worker coups, democratic self-management, and workplace democracy. Socialism in the modern age advocates workers' democratic self-management, high taxation on the wealthy, and nationalization of key parts of industry. One of its key...
Damn, that sounds so familiar. Didn't that sound like, you know...
High taxation on the wealthy and nationalization of key parts of industry.
Huh. Well, own nothing, be happy?
Ooh.
I mean, high taxation on the rich. Didn't that kind of sound like what Kamala Harris was going for? Yeah, and then y'all said, when we called her a socialist, y'all say we didn't know what socialism is? Ain't that crazy?
One of its key values is social ownership. Syndicalism. Syndicalism is the son of socialism, and it believes that unionization of the workforce, the establishment of local, decentralized revolutionary worker organizations...
I ain't gonna lie, why is Hellbats, like, I mean, not Hellbats, but Guess Dude's, you know, profile pic making more and more sense? Because didn't he say something about this? A unionization of workforce? Go.
Syndicalism. Syndicalism is the son of socialism, and it believes that unionization of the workforce, the establishment of local, decentralized revolutionary worker organizations called syndicates, and advancement of workers' demands through the use of strikes and direct action are the best methods by which a socialist society should be achieved. Once a post-capitalist society is achieved, a congress or commune of syndicates would be created to represent the many unions or areas of the economy for a central government. Corporatism.
Well,
corporatism advocates...
I mean, that's not a bad idea. It's a bit extreme, but
I've heard worse.
Yeah, I've heard worse. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, like, yeah, all right. So the doctors have a seat in government. The farmers have representatives to give them a seat in government. So every main social, like, I guess what keeps America running.
All the industries are represented.
Yeah, nice. I mean, all right, not too bad.
The organization of society in different areas of employment, like agriculture, military, engineering, etc., which people get assigned to based on their interests and skills. It believes in a cross-class system of regulation in which the workers, employers, and state negotiate with one another in order to most efficiently run the economy and satisfy, in theory, all parties involved. It does not refer to a political system dominated by large business interests. That would be a corporatocracy. Libertarianism. Libertarianism upholds liberty as a core value, and it seeks to maximize autonomy and political freedom. It likes a very limited government. It believes in the same principles of liberalism, such as equality before the law and the basic rights to life, liberty, and property. Separatism. Separatism, also commonly known as secessionism, seeks to establish a nation, country, sovereign state, or government that is separate from an already existing nation.
Damn.
Communism. Communism is
Sounds
centered
like
around
Texas
common
back in the
ownership of the
day.
means of production, distribution, and exchange that allocates products to everyone in society based on need. A communist society doesn't have private property, social classes, money, or the state. Feminism. Feminism aims to define.
That's funny though. So then, damn, but no ownership at all. Here's the thing though, but didn't even the communist society, didn't they have some type of dollar to trade with?
And so, I mean, how much?
Yeah, and then I guess you also decide what they do with the national budget because they're trading some type of money on the market to interact with the world.
Oh.
So to say it's a cashless society, maybe to the citizens, yeah, but
The government is operating.
all right, yeah, the government's operating the cash. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm just like,
and
there's no way.
establish the political, economic,
Feminism.
personal, and social equality of the sexes. It holds the position that societies prioritize the male point of view and that women are treated unjustly in these societies.
As God
Efforts
intended.
to change this include fighting against gender stereotypes and improving educational and professional opportunities for women. Anarchism. Anarchism is an ideology that advocates for a society without rulers or constituted authority, with a focus on the notion of freedom. It advocates for the replacement of the state with stateless societies and voluntary free associations. Environmentalism. Environmentalism, sometimes called green politics.
Yeah, I don't sound like order would last too long in that one. Be real.
Politics is a term used to represent a range of ideologies
you'd
that
have to
fall
sell
under
me
the
on that
belief that nature should be a significant factor in deciding public policy, be it increasing recycling, decreasing CO2 emissions, stopping water pollution, etc. Populism. It focuses on appealing to a large number of people and their sensibilities, believing that what the masses want must be what the masses get. It can take on many forms, as its only requirement is that it represents a movement by the people for the people. This causes it to have no real political affiliation. It's often associated with democracies due to its reliance on popular support. It often divides the people from the elite, and it's frequently anti-establishment and anti-politics. Republicanism. Republicanism is an ideology centered around a system of government that is non-hereditary and, in opposition to monarchism, gives political power to its citizens in a state organized as a republic. Progressivism. Progressivism says that heritage that stems from the past is not to be held sacred and should instead be viewed as less important than societal progress. It's basically the opposite of conservatism. Imperialism. Imperialism.
Okay, that's when they say you're a bit too progressive. Like, bro, we need to contain some type of conservative values.
The left nowadays is ultra progressive.
Yeah, okay, like, yeah, that is right. You're too progressive, my friend.
Has traditionally,
like, can you dial it back for me?
Believed a country should expand its power or influence through military action. It was once very popular, and it was basically considerable as moderatism, but it has decreased in popularity over the years. Imperialism is noted for its war advocacy and belief that the powerful nations should rule over the weaker ones.
That's what
it
they're
usually
trying to say
defends
about
himself
Russia.
against accusations of oppression by insisting that colonized people benefit because the richer nations help them and give them things they couldn't get normally.
Hilarious.
Egalitarianism.
I mean, you're taking them over. I mean, what you mean? I gotta slay all they people so I can give them a better life. I mean, come on now, bro. I'm the better country. They can get running water and sewage if I take them over. You know, I just gotta kill all the fighting age men, and that's it.
Take me now, thank me.
Oh God.
Egalitarianism is a school of thought that builds on the concept of social equality, prioritizing it for all people. As such, all citizens of a state should be accorded equal rights and treatment under the law. Transhumanism. Transhumanism believes that everyone should upgrade themselves with technology to overcome both the most basic and most complex of humanity's challenges. The ultimate objective is for all people to reach immortality and an incredibly advanced mind and body. Communitarianism. Communitarianism is an ideology that emphasizes the well-being of and the importance of the community as the primary social unit. It will typically stress the idea that the left-right binary of politics is holding politics back, as well as argue that policies from both sides of the spectrum are complementary and necessary to benefit the community. It believes that absolute individualism is harmful when it contradicts the common good. Authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is a form.
That's where they lose me with the whole, I don't know, I'm out, this whole constitutional republic that we standing on right now. But hey,
All right.
Form of government characterized by a strong power, which is usually central, that demands obedience to authority and limited political and civil freedoms. For example, most classic monarchies are a form of authoritarianism. The ruler of an authoritarian country imprisons and persecutes its opponents. Fascism. Fascism says that people are weak divided, but strong united under the banner, whether that banner be of a state, nation, army, or anything of the like. It is authoritarian, which means that it's characterized by a controlling government that rejects the idea that people can vote between multiple parties.
So a bunch of weak, fat, scrawny liberals centering around liberal ideology or leftist ideology, and they're very authoritarian with their, I guess, rhetoric. Huh.
It's a key concept. Bunch of them.
Oh, you see how I'm lining that up? Make sure y'all like the video.
It involves a strong central power, which usually refers to a dictator, so it rejects separation of power. Fascism is also ultranationalist, which is the belief that a nation shouldn't care about other nations' rights as long as it benefits itself. Ultranationalism usually coexists with militarism, which is the idea that a nation should have a powerful enough military to expand national interests and values.
All right, we can take that. I like the nationalism, but we can leave out the militarism and all the others. So we could just take the nationalist part. I'm okay with that.
Fascism suppresses opposition using forceful methods. It believes in a natural social hierarchy, and it promotes the refusal of individual interests for the perceived good of the nation or race. Nazism. Nazism is a form of fascism with a focus on its racist ideology, which says that the Aryan race is superior. It believes that the Aryan race should rule the rest of the world to make it better, thus being ultranationalist. To be classified as an Aryan by the Nazis, you have to be white, straight, mentally and physically able, non-cowardice, and non-Jewish. If you are considered non-Aryan, you are called Untermensch, which means subhuman. It also likes eugenics, a set of beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of a human population. For that reason, people with inherited disorders are considered useless eaters and were killed or sent to camps on sight, as they were regarded as life unworthy of life. Nazism also hates homosexuals, considering them Untermensch as well. I'll be making similar videos. Subscribe to see them.
All right, shout out. What was the name of the channel? Let me explain. Oh, that was a great video, man. If you like that explanation, man, on the political ideologies, drop a like, man. We're gonna go ahead and round tonight's show out, man.
Yeah, the paint explainer.
Oh, okay, the paint explainer. Shout out. Good channel, good video. But again, we're gonna go ahead and round tonight's video out, man. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. We appreciate everybody tuning in to tonight's stream. Thank you for viewing, thank you for liking, but a special thanks to the following, man. We got Mr. Doc Hill, man. We always appreciate it. Hellbat12, thank you. James Foley, Vlad Steen, Doc Hill rejoined the membership program. Again, we appreciate it. Maya, Chris Hogan, Daniel Welch, Gerard, and a special thanks to Mr. Tyler Lang for the first super chat of tonight's stream, man. Again, we appreciate you guys. We're going to go ahead and time out on this one. This is Key, man. This is Set, man. Happy Thanksgiving, man. We'll see y'all later tonight. Peace, man.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, man. Y'all be safe out there. Love y'all. Peace. Let me go ahead and